I'm not gonna lie. It's fucking. Josh, you really just gifted 20 for what? Just off the jump? Holy shit. You fucking animal, bro. Okay, I should be live. Can they hurry and drop in, please? What's good, chat? What's goody? What's goody? What's goody?
Lock in, load up, and let's make history.
Good morning, chat. Good morning, good morning, good morning, man.
And fast and furious. Today is about legacy. Guess what? You thought you were safe? Everyone who's falling into this guy's sights is dying. Twist and Might! They do it to the very end! It was patience all the way!
Yeah, I'm rooting for VP, man, to be honest, bro. Adrian's on there and stuff like that. Look,
$100,000
I wish my squad was in the finals.
EWC, my friend.
I wish the team that I made was in the finals, but it is what it is. Let me shout out some names, man, who we got in chat. We got Big Boy, Infinite, Grim, Tiago, I see Desert, Green, Zambrano, what up? Fricks, Ramsey, I see Auto Kush, I see my boy Josh.
What do you think the game plan needs to be if you want to come out and have a strong map number one?
I think it's going to be calm the nerves. It's just talking to each other. Okay, this is the game plan. Don't stray from it. It's too early in the day to be throwing the kitchen sink at things or any Hail Marys. Just go about what you have talked about in the build-up to this. The teams that played through the open, you're okay. Well, this is, you know, we need to just stick to what we did yesterday in some ways, or do we have a different landing strategy? Some teams came into this tournament knowing that if they made various
with the
rounds,
5 gifted, chat is 5
and also may have changed that depending on who made it through. Whereas those of you who made it through the online qualifiers, it's largely about, well, there's a reason we're here. We're some of the best players in the world, and if we have a slightly better day than last time, there's no reason to believe we can't make top 4. So feel things out, see how it looks after a drop or two, and go from there. For that, you need leaders, you need voices, you need a calming presence in your ears. When we look at the best teams in the world, we certainly have plenty of that. For me, it's about those mid-pack teams. Are you able to step up here on LAN, rise above, and get yourself to the Esports World Cup?
Listen, we're done the limited number of games here today, all right? You've played only 5 games. You've played only 6 games so far in this competition. But here in the finals, it's a whole different beast, baby. It is Call of Duty Warzone match point. That's right. We're looking for the first team to cross that 150-point match point threshold and then take a win if they want to take the dub here today, my friend. And if you got to do that, you have to have a strong map number 1. There's no better way to get that started than right now. Very excited to watch some of our rosters fly on forward. Dive on in. What are the contests going to be? We know Lumber Mill's going to be hot.
Here we go.
We know that Train is going to be hot. We know Research is going to be hot.
First drop.
Let's see who can come out on top.
Come on. What up, Bubs? What's up, baby?
Calm before the storm as everyone floats in and we assess the situation then. So it looks like 2 teams starting to contest over towards Cold Depot. Research is going to be incredibly busy. Lumbermill, just the 2 teams are going to be down here. We expect potentially up to 4, and those 2 teams will start to lay land then over by G2 and Gentlemates. Well, speaking of which, Gromalock will get himself looted up, ready to squeeze, and G2 are already seeing bodies fall.
I mean, this was a fight that we've seen time and time again. Now, I gotta mention here, I mean, normally this is Gentlemates having to play off a significant amount of ping when they're trying to take this fight here. Land's a different time. It's a different beast. And I think maybe if you are G2, you gotta have that in the back of your mind. That I think once this Gentlemates roster maybe starts shooting their gun, watching these bullets connect a little bit faster than they're used to, we could see them get very aggro, hot off these drops. And already finding a couple of those early kills to purchase, a great way to kickstart your map.
Yeah, most certainly. We haven't talked too much about the way these European players will feel different playing on LAN, playing on a ping that suits them for once. And, well, the early engagement goes their way. It's often been a concern of ours when it comes to Gentlemates. They'd certainly built themselves into tournaments very quickly. They reach match point, but their starts, their early contests are often slow. So nice early signs. player from Team GUI just floating overhead there. That was that number 10 circle on the mini map. I'm going to assess how you fight for this POI. You have your loadout, so surely your economy is far better than G2, and you can send them packing, and you're beginning to push forward.
Well, you can already see some of those fights boiling on out. A couple of those shots coming on in. We will, of course, gotta remake this lobby just a little bit. Don't worry, want to make sure everybody is feeling a-okay in this lobby before we get this event started. We don't obviously want everybody sitting on the same level playing field, okay? So we'll get right back in there. Do not worry. But already seeing, I feel like maybe a little bit of a glimpse of what we can see throughout the rest of the day here, Nima, with some of our drop spots. I think we got to talk about it a little bit. We see there, it's just G2 and the Gentlemates at Lumbermill. I was looking at Train on the other side. Not to be surprised at all, it is just Vitality and T1. We're also seeing 4 Fun. Looks like they're actually going to take over that barn area
would y'all
of the
just
map
try to
as well.
naturally
Just seeing a couple of those drop spots there.
I feel like if I take a
Anything that you
ghost at
think
5
maybe we're going to play a
I'm
little predictive analysis here that maybe might happen in map number 1?
Research is going to be bloody awful for anyone taking part in it. That's got 3 teams directly inside of it, and one of them trying to play up from server side, so that could be very busy. Cold Depot, yes, you will see that contest coming in from Light Unlimited. This is Willy, Dragons, Kiraku. They were landing both in EU finals. Very intelligently leaving that to the Falcons because we saw what they did to any contests online.
So wait till 8 o'clock to drink energy drink?
I'm very curious when it comes to this this barn play out of 4 Fun. There's a reason why the best teams don't play center map. It's because you end up in a situation where every area is a threat to you. If you've got your back to the circle, you can pay attention to directly what is in front. You've essentially got a focal cone. You don't get that luxury inside a barn. You got to be very quick on the loot. It has to go well. Otherwise, that is an instant blender. And also, there's nowhere safe to put your anchor. They are under threat at all times if you don't have that advanced UAV. So it'd be interesting to see how that plays out for them. They're a very smart team. They'll have said this is a very empty part of the map, so this is going to be best for us in terms of early game economy. But if they stumble, it's going to be a very hard route back from there.
Again out.
No, it's I think a great point to bring up. I think, yes, you can land barn. You can very quickly get your loadout, feel good, but then you have to rotate very quickly to just somewhere else. Go take a fight early if possible. That's there. Like you mentioned, you're getting taken from potentially or pushed from all kinds of different angles. You got teams at Mansion. You got teams at Research. Maybe G2 who are kind of flying on over G2 the POI, not G2 the team that's there. But also teams maybe potentially one of those squads from Train pushing on up. All kinds of things you have to worry about. But one thing that's very interesting to me, if you think about it, on the north side, we have Twisted Minds. You get Mansion for free. South side, it's the Falcons on boat. They get it for free. For a couple of our other heavy-hitting teams, I'm looking at T1 and Gentlemates. They're now having to sort of contest their POI early a little bit. Does that maybe slow down some of those rotations they can make and allow for maybe those other 2 heavy hitter squads just have a lot easier of a sort of round number 1, just kind of feeling it on out. It's really, really interesting to see how this map will go ahead and play out, just given where some of those squads are landing and what is between them and the potential zone that will pull there.
Yeah, it's difficult because it can be very zone dependent. We know certain teams, like for example, AG Global, right? They land Church in this one. It's a case of, okay, well, are you going to change that up if the zone pulls off maybe towards the east side and so it's too early to say really like what the situation is going to be. We're going to have to give it a drop or 2 before we kind of really see, break that down with any sort of depth. What I will say very quickly is that Team 7 apparently were really struggling. That's Clown & Co. They were a surprise team in through NA, so they're going to be very happy about this reset and hopefully have learned a couple of things to not repeat that in Research Center.
Hey, getting blessed. Well, let's go ahead. Let's bring the desk back on and get some of their thoughts about some of those early things that we saw. Maybe some more conversations about some of those teams. Taylor, Goj, Tiff, glad to be able to see you again.
Hey,
I know we're all excited to get into this map number 1, but anything that kind of was gleaning from you guys from just some of the things that we saw there in that quick little glimpse of map number 1 that we got.
Well, first off, some teams who dropped early now have a second chance, which is great. Okay, first and foremost. Look, we want to make sure competitive integrity is there. Dantra, you kind of highlighted that. Everything needs to be correct before we get started. After all, there is $100,000 on the lines, so the better the competitors have, at least at their setup, the better. And look, I want to say, by the way, the team on site doing a phenomenal job. Shout out to all of you who are working hard behind the scenes to make sure the competiters have what they need to be successful. Coach, what do we take away from the first couple of false starts that we witnessed just a little bit earlier?
I mean, there's a lot. I think our casters covered a lot of the interesting drop spots. I think generally speaking, when you think about Resurgence, you really can't have 4 or 5 teams landing in the same spot. So I wasn't expecting to see all 4 of the teams we expected or on paper said they were going to Lumber or gone to Lumber in the past going to Lumber in the finals. So it is interesting to see Los Carrilos. They've completely left Lumber. They're actually on the opposite side of the map, down in the silos, over by the water, bottom left side of the map. So I think that'll be an interesting play for them. Again, I think I said this a moment ago, but Deus Amir and his team had been talking a lot about strategies, and I think this is a team that's got a lot of them. They've been kind of going somewhere different for every stage of the competition we've seen thus far. So it makes sense that they change things up here for the finals.
What time is it for everybody?
Hopefully that remains the same. Again, this is an interesting thing to start with this false start, because it does give a sneak peek into which POIs are conned, which means our actual map 1 could be different now that they have read the map a little bit. So there's a lot of what-ifs right now.
I'm seeing it. A lot of what-ifs indeed. And speaking of sneak peeks, Pulse check, shout out to you for giving us a sneak peek of what to expect over in Birmingham. Repulse, your team has been putting in the work. Highly appreciated. Long hours. I think yesterday was almost 11-hour broadcast, but the energy never went away. I don't know how you guys do it, but you managed to do it each and every time. Shout out to you. We love you very, very much. Ravens, by the way, have been on fire, and yesterday they had an incredible game to finish out the day. A Pulse check ended up catching it all.
He's with a beautiful slide and looking to be a little bit aggressive here, but a little bit too much. Come on! Oh my God! Oh! They hit! No!
They're not gonna get the kill.
No!
They didn't get the third.
What's happening?
Crazy
with 9. Crazy! Why aren't you resing?
What the fuck is going on? Where was this, bro?
He's with 16!
Oh my God!
Neeson has 16 fucking kills! 16! Neeson has 16 fucking kills!
He popped up. He popped up.
Yo, Chet, you know, Neeson DM'd me and said I should have picked him up.
Or it depends who was under
I respect it.
I don't think
I respect the message.
Can they knock out? Neeson 17. If he 1v2s, he might get the super match.
Yeah, he DM'd me and said I should pick him up.
He's about to drop set. He's about to drop 20, bro.
Oh my God. Can Genji knock out Vitality or no? Can Genji knock out Vitality? I don't know 100%. But look at oh my God.
He called
Neeson just fucking chat.
Nah, that's some bullshit. I respect that, man.
17 on the final game to qual. 18. Make it 18. Brother, can he go for 19?
Let him rest. Give him 20.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Neeson has 18. Here we go.
He's running at him.
He's running at him. Oh my God! Wow. Neeson! Where is that man? Oh my God! Where is Neeson? 19 kills. Oh my God!
I mean, wow.
Brother. Wow. Brother, what the fuck? Wow. Bro, Neeson just dropped 19 for the fucking dub. 19 for the qual. Are we fucking serious right now?
He popped out.
Nah, bro. Nah, yo, didn't Neeson have got that ice?
You can never say they don't bring the energy, losing their minds, rightly so. By the way, Destroy, he just started casting. You could tell he was locked in for a second, right? Play-by-play was coming, then all of a sudden he started losing his mind, and then there was no more casting gap today. He was just enjoying the moment. Love it. Neeson, 19 kills to finish off that game is incredible. This roster, Ravens Enigma. I've heard they're streaky, but I don't know, Neeson, is he finally going to get what's due? Is he finally going to be one of the top 4 teams to go to EWC?
Maybe the top 4 might be a stretch, but he does have the ability to take over lobbies, as we saw yesterday when his team needed it the most. We've known the ceiling that this young man has possessed for some time, and he's been put in a very difficult spot. It feels like for a lot of these French teams that have really been strong in the European side of things, you're auditioning for the Gentlemates should they ever fall apart, should a chink in the armor ever appear. The problem for Neeson, he's a fragger. Gentlemates' fragger is Enkyo, so he's in a very tough spot of, no matter how I perform, what does that look like for me? But all he can do is continue to rock up just like he did yesterday. He was very confident inside of that venue. Steps up. I was stood behind him, and some of the stuff he was doing to opposing teams, it looked like he was running ranked lobbies. He's going to have to bring that energy into today. Will likely need a bit more support from Chalk in terms of the slaying out figures. He needs to play in as that intelligent anchor. And what a redemption story it would be for him, by the way, having been dropped by the Gentlemates previously before they were under that banner, to then make it to EWC, whether at the expense of the team in pink or not. But a very good roster indeed, a dark horse amongst this star-studded lobby.
Dark horse, like that. Love my dark horse teams out there. How far can they go? Ravens, we're supporting you. At least I am, personally, especially that the dark horse at least title has been thrown out there. Neason, that's 19 kills is just absolutely
Why you didn't
insane.
pick up
If you can do
Neason?
that each and every game,
I mean, there's no
this roster
disrespect
can
to
hit
him. I
match
mean,
points,
but I mean,
quick.
I don't,
You never
like, I
know.
can't
I mean,
really,
it is
I
late
don't speak
after all.
French, you know?
Teams start to show up or they start to fall off. It's up to them to
You know
decide
what I
how
mean?
far they
Like,
end up
I'll be
going. A little bit
chopping
of
up on the
extra
phone.
time to
I
discuss
don't
some extra
understand.
strategies, get relaxed a little bit, figure out what may have gone wrong
I'm at A,
in
I
those
kinda
short little
wanted to
snippets we
NA
had in the
to
two
be honest.
restarts just a little bit earlier, but that's Ravens on your screen.
Yeah, this is the
They're
final
gonna
day,
be kitted
Northern.
up.
Yeah,
They
the
got a little
tournament
fan
starts. I
base
mean, we're
right
supposed to be
behind them,
playing the game
support
soon, to be
system.
honest.
I'm sure as the day goes
Adrian
along,
plays
and
for
they,
VP.
people are still like, you know,
What's good, Lee? How you
recovering
doing,
from the
man?
previous days of Birmingham.
Yeah.
But as the day gets longer and longer, I'm sure it's going to start filling up in the cameras.
Oh, no, absolutely. Yesterday, it was packed from the very beginning. It started to dwindle down after a bit because there's no seating, or at least there wasn't yesterday. And let me tell you, my feet were bricks about 6 hours in. But there was a lot of shouting, a lot of love, a lot of celebration. It was awesome to see. And every team basically has an entourage. Obviously, teams like Amir and General Mason Kogan have considerably bigger entourages than some. But it is a case of just so many people have flown over to Birmingham to take part in the support and are very, very excited for what they are seeing out there. Yeah, a wonderful day. If my throat goes at all, then that is on me for shouting yesterday. But I guarantee it's going to be a hell of a lot louder on Sunday for finals.
That's it. It's going to be a fun time. Let's get it started once again for game number 1. Dandro Enigma, take it away.
Is it here?
Hey, thank you so much. I'm glad that maybe your gentlemates in CDL got knocked out early, so that way you can save your voice, of course, for this event here this week. Maybe you'll have a chance to root for the gentlemates here in Warzone. Banishing to fry on out. Really love a lot of the breakdown that we have. There's a couple of teams that I feel like we haven't super dove on into yet, Enigma, that we do need to talk about, right? When we kind of talk about some of these rosters, I think we got to mention this Spectre roster. This is one that I think if you know ball, didn't surprise you to see it, to have them qualify. But I think if maybe you're not as familiar with the competitive Warzone landscape, especially in EU, let's talk about this Spectre roster and what they can bring to the table as we get ready to drop on into map number 1.
Yeah, so this roster is going to be Sariel, Authentics, and Swizen. Now, we got to see a little bit of some of these players last year, and then Sariel's this young man who's kind of burst onto the scene. A lot of hype around him, but obviously you're under a considerable amount of pressure when someone like Enkyo starts talking about you, so a lot of eyes turned in his direction. But I think that this has actually been a relatively balanced team effort. Authentics is technically the anchor, but the impressive thing about the way they land, the way that they've gotten through is where they land. They actually play out of, I'm not calling it G2, I absolutely refuse. It's over by name, no name, or train cars, and they basically don't have a safe spot to put Authentics into, so he just kind of plays almost as a backup anchor, almost a traditionally classic big map anchor where he's kind of over the top. Should Sariel and Swizen engage, he's able to just bang shots in from a distance.
No
Swizen was actually leading the line. He put up 51, which is a real step up for him. And there's an element of what is your ceiling? What's your potential? Every time we see them, they've gotten a bit better. What do you look like on LAN against the very best teams in the world? They haven't played much globally. This is an opportunity for them to really stake a claim as a European powerhouse.
They were kind of one of these rosters that I was very excited to see engage in this strategy. We've watched a couple of teams try and do it, and this Spectre roster feels like they were the only one to really make it happen, to do exactly what you mentioned about. It's park Authentics up there on that bridge side towards Strange, and you let Sariel and Swizen fly on into Research just to be able to get a little bit mixy on some of the teams that are there. You have a buy station at 10 right behind you. If you do need to back on up, do not worry. You can get that squad back on in. You'll have plenty of space to play around. Very excited to see what they can make happen. Sitting across from them, though, it's another roster we got to talk about. It is none other than G2 coming on in. We saw them in those early engagements against, of course, the gentlemates down there at Lumber, but we cannot sleep on G2. There are some questions around this team last year. Are they going to be able to perform? You know, they performed online, a little bit lackluster on LAN. This feels like a little bit of a redemption arc for that team.
Most certainly. It's a tough one because, again, we were in Saudi Arabia and we could see a couple of the players on that team very nervous, lacking of color, shall we say, in the face, very much so, struggling with the pressures of stepping out across the other side of the world in front of thousands of fans. So you're back there again now. This is now about building experience and taking what has been a very impressive online resume into our major tournaments. So yes, G2, they have the potential to go big. If they finish top 4, would any of us be massively surprised?
What's the typo,
no.
Desert?
it's just all about that LAN environment and how you're going to perform there. I believe Big Man actually turns 19 today, so I mean that's an incredible time to do that. I saw him tweet something, so yeah, I don't know, but either way, what a birthday present it would be to get yourself qualified in for the World Series. If they are going to do that, they've got to win this Lumber Mill landing. They are not going to get away with it for free. You're up against Gentleman's, obviously one of the best teams in the world, and a lot of teams from Call like to rotate over and contest. You've not got to just win it, it's win it quickly, get yourself set up and ready to defend before entering your mid-map strategy. Let's get ourselves dropped back in, my friend. Let's take a look at these landings. We will get the traditional down towards Lumber Mill and the same over towards Train Station. Research will be busy, but other than that, looks like we've settled into the same old setup.
Already, maybe a different change of pace here for this Lumber Mill contest. For the Gentlemen, you lose Hollow, you lose Gromalok. It's just Enkyo alive. Thankfully here, hot off the drop, that Resurgence timer very low, so well, the young French Prince himself is just going to continue to sprint away from this G2 roster. Find any crates that you can, chalk down that Resurgence timer. You'll get the boys back on it, but you can tell G2's a little bit on the hunt here. They know it's just Enkyo. They would love to put this Gentleman's roster into a blender very early on, and seemingly that's what's going to happen as Scythe claims Enkyo.
Yeah, big pick up there by Scythe, because the longer you let Enkyo move around there, the more dangerous he becomes. He starts to try and take those fights on his terms. Gromalok just be tapped up with a little bit of damage here. The plan for Gentlemates has to be to slow it down, back up, find somewhere to put yourselves, let Enkyo back in and engage this as a 3. Hallow's going to be stuck over towards Garage. Plate will go in. Do you read the company close by? The answer is no. G2 continuing to find early points, and this is exactly what they want to do if they want to make that top 4. Clean this out early, get themselves set up for any rotators.
See, there's a lot of teams around there. I saw 4Fun starting to flex on over as well. Very interesting, but you can start to see, this is what I love. We get a nice little lay of the land here at map number 1 with some of these squads. We can already see, of course, this Ravens roster is here. Los Carios not too far away either. And well, look who's kind of come on over into the mix as well. Falcons, they've flexed on out of boat. You got 2 of their team members trying to maybe get in the next. Dongy and Noobs trying to clean up some of these players. A lot of movement on this map. You can see it nice and squares on up. 2 to his name already. A couple of early shots. Backs down the player. And you're losing some members here. So potential third parties getting ready to come on in. Just trying to hear some of those gunshots ring on out.
Looks like we've already lost one team, by the way. Trying to figure out who that is, but it almost ended up being Ravens being knocked out. You lose one player. He's is under pressure from one side, and, well, Houston from the other. So, had to slow it down for a moment. Gonna hear play on the zip. He finds Amir, getting a little bit too aggressive, but then one player's gonna land on you. Actually, that's Z-Dog, I think, coming back in from the sky. He's unawares. King Joel trying to return the favor. Taps one up. Got him to knock though. So Ravens looking to their fragger.
T1 got white.
We get their boys back in.
Where'd they land, Josh?
This is what you like to see. You'll love to see the early engagements. You just maybe a little bit of a heat check on how you can manage to play this. Niasan doing a great job. A little bit of an update. You asked Enigma, who's the first team that we had eliminated? It's T1, okay? Not a great way to start your Birmingham LAN, but if there's anything we know, a lot of resilience out of that roster. Niasan will finally get found out, of course, by Vitality. You can see maybe they're starting to feel a little hot here. You take out T1 early on. We know that that roster, they love to ride that momentum. And starting here in map number 1, winning your POI, winning that contest, and then starting to maybe fry out the rest of these Main Street rosters who are throwing in a little bit of a blender.
Yeah,
that is exactly what we like to see if you are a Vitality fan.
You most certainly do.
That 1v1 with Dante was crazy.
Continuing to be a mess. Falcons squeezing everybody in.
What's up, chat? Right now we're watching the
7 kills. Oh my god!
So the Resurgence.
He's flying. Dave running off the energy from being on the waterfall yesterday and cooking up a storm at the beginning of map 1. Usually Grimey's their lead slayer. I said I wanted to see Destroy involved a little bit more, or Adrian. Well, Destroy's taking it all on his shoulders. The captain leading the line and finding Gooey. Now looking over towards player. Just over towards service will be knocked, but you have your boys here to help clean this up. Great trades, well played around each other.
They are
really Kirku and Dragons in a little bit of a blender. They are looking fantastic early. That is at least 11 kills. Got to assume Adrian's got a couple. You might be pushing 15, and we're
oh my
still
god,
approaching circle 2.
I mean, this is crazy. I mean, just where the zone is pulling, this suits them so good because you kind of have, of course, the waterway that splits the map. It means you're either going to have all of these teams having to push over from that main street side or kind of play from this right lumber mill side. So what does, you know, obviously VP need to do? It's just win research and kind of push on down. Eventually they'll make their way onto lumber mill, but it's so easy to play this map from north to south and necessarily from west to east. So I love being able to see them get those early kills, teeing up nice here in map number 1. And you mentioned we're only in second zone. We're missing 3 teams already, though. Is starting to see some of these players fall. Squad 7 maybe didn't have the best time in map number 1 before we came on into that reset, getting a little bit blessed, but I did see them getting farmed by VP, so maybe the reset not blessing them as much as they would have liked. So hopefully they can manage to stabilize here. Kill feed still popping off, as we can see already what's happening over here at Boat. With, of course, the Falcons. Looks like maybe they're starting to get contested a little bit. I think this is Ravens, who's made their way on over, looking to hold down the Boat. This could be a huge win if you can find Soka. Trades enabled. Wow. He'll get taken on out in blink of an eye. It's just one last member of the Falcons up into the sky. And, well, maybe not exactly the best for some of our top-tier teams.
Now the tables have turned. Falcons rolling into Main Street early, squeezed the Ravens in and put them in a harsh blender early on. But, well, consider that situation well and truly flipped. The Falcons look for a regain. Players are going to begin to land off towards the water. But you will have players from Los Carrillos over there, so very far from safe. Early stages yet, plenty of regain opportunity. Speaking of which, Kirikou, Willie, and Dragons, we just saw them struggling against VP. They'll continue to have a torrid time as Spectre find the opening knock, but Dragons is there for the trade. Make it a 2v2 for now. The problem is there's pressure from train cars. That's actually going to be Twisted Minds looking on over. And Kirikou's just going to find a moment of calm. There's boys back in. It shoots too early for me. I know you get spotted. Yeah, you got to get the hell out of there.
Damn, why?
He's gone. They're out.
Okay, yeah, maybe think back on that one. You're the last alive. You just have to manage to maybe get your way on into one of these corners if you can to stay here, popping on up, trying to be able to maybe get some shots on that VP roster. Not gonna exactly work out the best for you, but look at this, Soka. He has a teammate who has been knocked. Ravens, they've moved on over the boat. They're trying to find him. They would love, you're gonna hear that for sure. Does he have the cash? No, he does not. And I think he was able to get the buyback, actually. So huge play from Soka. Keeps them back on in, but look at this. Player, 5 kills to their name. Already flying on in. You're getting gunned out of the sky.
They are white, bro. They got white.
Taking down the Falcons immediately.
Got white.
They're going to be in 10th there.
Holy
You'll get a little bit of purchase on some of those kills with the multiplier, but it's definitely not the way they wanted to kickstart their finals.
Absolutely not, but Virtus Pro are having themselves a belter. Adrian, he's only on 1. It doesn't matter. He's the anchor. He's just going to keep the boys going. Grimy and Destroyed, they've got to be pushing 15 plus already. You're going to be back down, however. Twisted Minds are here for the fight, and what a squad this is. They're going to rotate in with that gas, continue to squeeze everyone down, pick up bodies on the way. Almond finds 2 and a crack. Smitty with 3, and he and Shifty are getting aggressive.
Huge fight to be able to boil on out here. I love that Twisted Minds have made this rotation on early. It would have been so easy for them to get stuck on this outside of zone, but no, they realize they want to play from this coal side, just like Virtus Pro. Shifty, 7 to his name, make it 8. You get the knock on to Grimy that's there. Smitty, going to be able to follow it on up. Tail between your legs. You got to run away if you are Adrian to put yourself into the back on that train car side, but this is not where you want to be. You got blood in the water. Shifty, he'll be able to actually find Destroy. That's going to be the final member of VP, bringing on down and starting to see some movement. And I love this. Twisted Minds, they get that engagement. They can sense somebody starting to murk their way on up. That's squad number 4. That's going to be the Gentlemates. They're kind of playing on this outside as well, but Twisted Minds, they would love to control Cole here, love to control the rest of the zone.
Quick update on some of the teams that are going to be out. FLS, Light Unlimited, and I believe that was Destroyed just now. Sorry, VP taken out completely as well. So down to top 7, 1.64, sorry, going to be your 5th place. So everyone's going to slow down for a moment, try and grab that multiplier.
Yeah, they get kills.
Almond ain't going to give Vitality a moment to breathe. Drops a cluster on their forehead and also knocks Sage amongst the madness. And as you're trying to rotate out, you are a sitting duck for this Twisted Minds team.
What up, Z?
So Vitality looking to slow it off as well. Try and rotate in, but there is solo. Then there's one other solo in this. Everyone else is a 4-3. You've got Ravens, Los Carrillos, Gentlemates, and Twisted Minds all setting themselves up for this next circle.
I mean, you are just holding the line if you are one of these solos. But that is a tough ask. It's basically going to come down to which solo gets found out first, potentially. I don't know if I see any of these full 3v3 action fights coming on out here, just given the zone. Seeing your sort of picture-in-picture there, top left, where some of these players are starting to hang on through. Squad 7, they have been able to at least get 2 more players on in. That's going to be Team Clown. So we got one in the air. I mean, they're starting a little bit of a regame, but unfortunately, Enkyo spots one out of the sky.
Am I ready for season 3?
Respawn protection will make sure those bullets don't do nearly as enough, but follow-up shots will be able to get some of those armor tags that you're looking for. Team Clown starting to make their way on into Lumber Mill as well. You see some of these fights brewing towards that northern side. Looks like it's going to be Ravens and Vitality going to start to engage here, and Twisted Minds, they might have an opportunity to third party that if they hear those shots start to break on out.
That I'm seeing on TikTok,
on the TikTok blast rotating in.
You will actually get a knock through if you're Vitality here. Big moment in that fight because you're surely going to be out-tooled in the moment. Nielsen, the man who went massive yesterday, could the Frenchman do it again? Finds the first. Transfer for the second. The shots are great. You will get knocked, however, in the end. Shifty's going to hear all that gunfight and begin to rotate over. Ravens may have just wiped Vitality off the board there in SIG. So now top 5. Next multipliers for the win. 1 player of the Ravens remaining. Other than that, you're slowing it down. Gentlemates are just going to let a lot of this fight happen. Actually, no, you're going to have 1 player still in from Team Clown as well in the water. Consider them dead now. So he settles then. 3v3, v3, v1. Squaring off at Lumber Mill.
Vitality kind of punching the air. Only 1 team away from getting to that 1.4 times multiplier. That is there. So we'd love to be able to get a little bit more. This is that stage of the game. We get down to the final few teams. 3 squads remaining, and it's a little bit of a standstill. Zone will start to close them on in, but we have 3 teams remaining. It's going to be the Gentlemates. It is going to be Twisted Minds. It is going to be Los Carrillos.
Hey,
as Amir finds Z Smith. Twisted Minds, they try to rotate through this backside. You'll hit the buy station. The Criminal God is there, finds Almond. As you are just trying to reap the rest of this lobby, but you're gonna hear some of these shots going on out. Gentlemates have moved their way on in. Find Z-Dark. Enkyo playing this rooftop, begging them to try and go for this res.
Gentlemates time it perfectly. They just let everyone else engage. I say that Shifty will not be outgunned by anybody. Finds Gromlock to turn the tide. 3v1v2 now in favor of Los Carrillos, and Amir's going to get aggressive with Grimmy.
Nice.
With Dog. There goes Z-Smith. Shifty's going to be across the way. And there's the full cleanup. Looks like Gentlemates managed to get a hold of Shifty. 3v1. The Latam squad are putting on.
Amir and Ogra tried to be able to claim at number 1, and he's going to be able to do it. Deus Amir hasn't always been the Resurgence player that we have known and loved. Picks up Criminal God here, and this is a whole brand new Resurgence in this roster and what they can make happen. They looked good yesterday, Enigma. Well, they look pretty damn good here in map number 1.
Most certainly do. What a story it is to get these gentlemen winning map 1. Get through yesterday's qualifiers in 4th place in the end. It started incredibly hot. Is that a repeat of the storyline today? If so, they want to change the second half of it. But for now, so far, so good.
Oh, they're making a statement for sure.
Obviously, one hell of a talent. Amir going to be bringing in Z-Dog and Criminal God. We've spoken about this young man. Just turned 18, bursting onto the scene. This is a player that we've all got our eyes on, and being a huge part in those end fights and showing that they see out map 1 here. What a way to let everybody know who you are.
We saw them make that rotation early. Unofficially, we're being told 15 kills, 24 points. Let's watch, how do they get to that point where they're able to take this map? I mean, it's just some great positioning. They rotate early towards this Lumber Mill area, and I think they just realize it'd be so easy to kind of poke their head out when they hear all of this shooting going on and put themselves in a bad position. They say, nope, we're going to grab some of the rooftops, we're going to kind of high-low this a little bit, and we're just going to let some of these players have to move on over towards the main building, because that is exactly where the zone pulls. That's what happens to Twisted Minds. They try and get a little bit cheeky here, maybe make this rotation on the back, but it's just such a great positioning there from Los Carrillos to be able to cut them on down. And it just feels like when you get to those final moments, they just do the better job against the Gentlemates of finding those opening picks, getting the kills where they need to, and forcing them into a 3v2.
Check mark, man. What's up, baby?
Certainly. I mean, I thought Gentlemates had done it completely correctly. I thought they timed it very well, but it was the ability for Los Carrillos to just kind of,
nice, man.
okay, in this moment, we're going to try and take control of the rooftops. That stopped them being smothered from above, and again, just let them kind of bounce back. They didn't almost let
just for the love of it, man. Cardi, what's up, baby?
Let everybody else fight for a moment. We're going to take a second to breathe, regain, go again. Beautiful work out of those three. Again, they've flown over from LATAM in order to get here. They were offered one of those team passes. They said, damn right, we will be there. They had great support in venue yesterday. No doubt a lot of loud fans stood behind them as they take out map 1. But we're getting a look, my friend. Obviously, we're going to take a minute to get the leaderboard together, but
Cardi,
a lot of high
sleep,
kills.
brother.
It was a very fast-paced game. We were seeing
sleep.
players still come back in. We were talking like 7 teams remaining. So yeah, it'd be amazing to see what everyone thought of that on the desk. Let's welcome them in and get their thoughts on that process, because my God, what an absolute barn burner to kick off the Warzone Resurgence series.
Yeah, let's get the desk back on here. Would love to be able to see that, get their thoughts on this, because I think they are definitely. I know Goj is in the back, kind of yelling at everything.
The Atlanta call started on Thursday, Nero. So I gotta figure out
first off,
something.
great game, good calling, and a lot of points on the board already. 150 points to threshold. That's what we're going for. Some teams fell very short. We'll talk about them in just a sec, but at least for Deus Samir, Goj on top. He chose this roster for a reason, and starting off with a game 1 victory, Latin America is happy.
Yeah, Latin America's got to be incredibly happy. Winning map 1 is fantastic for them. I will say 24 points isn't a crazy score line, but it is certainly solid to start with. The biggest thing that I saw about this roster is they don't land Lumber, but they rotate there early and take control of the main building in Lumber. Basically, I think it was before the Resurgence timer closed. It was like maybe before the fire sale even. It was very, very early. And if I'm not mistaken, they start in gazebos and then rotate through the water to Lumber. So yeah, a great start for these gentlemen, and overall a great map for them. The big question in my mind, how many kills did Twisted Minds have? They did win out the north side of the map. VP also had a great map. Destroy on double digits. I mean, map 1 was a treat.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, I think unofficially around 16 total eliminations. There was quite a few up there, 15 plus. The most was Virtus Pro. Let's highlight them. They're on the screen tip. Destroy started off. I think we when we left his viewpoint, 8 total eliminations by like minute 4 or 5. They were sitting at like 11, 15 elims. They started off hot and heavy. They did get finished off earlier than they wanted, but they had a great start anyways.
Look, I'm just going to go ahead and say their start was absolutely nasty. Of course, they landed just on the outskirts, the lower right side of Research. Now, Research has been one of the pinnacle places at the start of the map to acquire a ton of skills and kills. So what they do is they drop down from the south. They duke it out against Spectre and Cole, and they really want to lay claim to that just based on the way the circle is pulling. It's going to be good to establish a clear side of the circle. Gentlemates starting in Lumber. After their initial contest, they had already acquired a large amount of space there. So you have to be able to fight for your own.
I definitely
the biggest thing that allows VP to get a ton of kills is those contests in Cole. You know who moves in though? Twisted Minds. They chow VP. They push them out even further.
The open qual, you know.
Twisted Minds had such a good game. We get to the final points, though. It's our top 3 teams. It's a 3v3v3
live, Josh, you know?
Yeah, 3v3v3
it's not always about like someone who's the least talented. You want someone who can play their life the best.
Not often you see 3 full teams in the final circle, so this was a treat. And frankly, I thought Los Carrillos made it near flawless, right? They isolated their ones, they wait for the other 2 to engage, they got weak, and then they clean everybody up. They are in final form right now, and you better be watching out if you are not a LATAM team. This is a very, very strong squad.
Strong squad indeed. A lot of strong starts, but for others, a start that they didn't want. We're obviously talking Falcons and T1. T1, more importantly. Goj, let's go back to you, man, because this roster, much hyped up. Spam Gola, I get to land, no worries, I'm feeling good. However, they're the first team eliminated.
Yeah, so this is an interesting conversation that I'm sure the casters will break down more in future maps, because for our first map, the big question mark was around T1's drop. They like to land Train, right? Well, who else lands Train? It's Vitality. Vitality's kind of been skating under the radar, or at least at the bottom of our leaderboards, just barely making it to the next stage the last couple times. They're a really good team, though. Here's the other issue. You got AG Global landing Chapel, or Church, as the players know it as. And what I was looking back on, T1 get wiped The first team, they're the first down.
What up,
they
Nero? What's up, baby?
Vitality, and their anchor is actually playing over by Chapel.
God,
and
dude.
AG
What up, Dakota? How you
wipes
doing,
their
man?
anchor. So it was kind of a combined effort to wipe this team before they could respawn at the beginning of the game. I don't think T1 even bought a kill. They lost the early engagements, they lost the early gunfights, and they lost all of their players. So T1 out of this lobby on 0 points, if I'm not mistaken, going into map 2 is brutal for them. If there's anybody that can come back from it, it's certainly that roster, but that is not the start you want from that team. Whereas the Falcons, they still picked up some kills, which is again the classic Falcons mantra, which is, hey, even our bad games end up being mediocre, which is good enough to make us a consistent team because we're going to have a pop-off game. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah, but I do question though, Tiff. I mean, for Falcons, right? I mean, mediocre, that's not going to cut it. I mean, top 4 is what the goal is.
Yo, and you do not want to ever put the word mediocre and Falcons in the same sentence, but that's what this map 1 was for them. But you have to remind yourselves, the dynasty of the Falcons broke apart because seconds weren't good enough. We don't settle here for the Falcons, right? And as you look at their faces,
What up, King?
I
What's
don't
up,
really
baby?
see a lot of worry.
What
Of
up,
course,
Jada? Good
Nuke
morning, good
usually
morning,
has
good morning,
a smile
y'all.
on his face, maybe 99.9% of the time, but this just goes to show you how locked it is. Now, I said the same thing about the Gentlemates back in the EU Grand Finals for their region, right? I didn't like the map 1 performance, and what did they do? They went and they blew through map 2. Lo and behold, a substantial performance that put them right back into the mix. Now, since this is a race to 150, what is this team good at?
What up, son?
They're
What's
good
up?
at
What up,
averaging a
winning?
top 3 performance. They're good at averaging
I don't know, man.
1.4x per point here for the Falcons. They miss out on that on map number 1. I have no worries. If the potential winning team grabbed about 24, 25-ish points, you're looking at hitting 150 in 6 games. That means you have 5 maps for the Falcons to turn it around.
Well, it's interesting, too, to talk about the Falcons because everybody also knows their game plan, right? They are free at boat. They send 2 out to do whatever they want on the map, and their anchor sits in boat. Their anchor this time around was still Hisoka. I was watching it back, by the way. It was Ravens that ended up chalking their game by challing their anchor, Hisoka, by himself. So while the 2 were killed and they were flying back in, Hisoka goes down. So then the 2 flying back in go, oh, now where do we go? And one of them gets killed. We see a buyback come through. Then we're flying back in as Hisoka, and we can't find the ground fast enough. So look, everybody knows the Falcons game plan. Everybody knows T1's game plan. Yes, they're the top 2 teams, but when everybody knows your game plan, if they have intel, you can be cut down early.
All right, Chad.
It's only game 1 after all. You know, no reason to raise the alarm bells just yet. But it was Vitality who ended up, securing that final blow. I think specifically Skullface. So Skullface Sage Blast, a team that has a lot of experience, and for a couple of those players so close to getting a victory on LAN and EWC just last year. They have a great game, 15 total eliminations. This roster also looking quite scary. 6th place, I think, is where they finished. Talking Vitality, honestly, not a bad game, number 1 from their standpoint.
Well, I think the big question with Vitality, based on the stats that we've seen, is their placements are never the problem. 6th place is frankly a low placing for them. Like they're usually a top 5 team, or at least that was the case during opens. It's just been kills being the issue. So Tiff, I think the big question mark now is, hey, you're winning that early engagement with T1 with a little bit of help from AG. You're finding kills.
I might just try to hold on.
Honestly, a better start for Vitality than we've seen. Like, sure, they would have loved to win the map, but they got pinched out with like 3 teams rotating in, and Twisted Minds just beat them to the punch by getting to the north side faster.
That's just what's going to happen, right? As we shift into the grand finals and you're playing against teams that you didn't run into in some of your early regional finals.
For
now that you
EWC,
have
Josh,
just all these teams on the map,
4?
different areas are going to be more highly contested. And luckily for everyone, this circle on map number 1 went to Lumber. What happens when we go to Research Center? What happens when we jump up to the northwest to go to Pond? Things are going to get incredibly messy.
Crazy. He really came through and gifted 100.
Whole train station early action that much
came
more
through and
wild.
gifted 100.
I like the word chaotic, and I am ready for some menacing moments on land, baby. This is what I live for.
Can I just say too, the fact that we're seeing Vitality pick up top 6 and the zone doesn't pull train is also a win, right? I think this team has gotten really good placement recently with the opens because we actually pulled the train quite often in our open finals. So they're getting a lot of zones during some of the qualifiers. And it worked out for them. This time they're on the opposite side of the map and they still are top 6 with a sizable amount of kills.
I do want to talk about Virtus Pro a little bit more to circle back, because one thing that I do notice, they do get a lot of elims. Naturally, they slay out. That's great. But Do we think they kind of burn out a bit too early? That's going to be my concern. I look at like Aiden's rosters in the past, and one of the things about them, granted, champions, they win EWC last year, which I was highly impressed with, but I do notice, you know, especially even the qualifiers leading up to that final day, one of the things about them is they would slay heavy. They'd be really, really slay heavy, but then they would fizzle out way too early and they miss out on the multiplier. Could we see Virtus Pro be one of those rosters, Goj?
Yeah, I mean, listen, according to their average placement, they were 8th average placement throughout the course of our NA finals.
Which is what they hit here.
Which is what they hit here. And it frankly isn't great in terms of multiplier. You really want to be a top 5 team, and some of the teams ahead of them in the standings were averaging top 5. So that is worth mentioning. Their kills are solid. Frankly, they weren't all that great even in the NA finals. They kind of did just enough. So this is a great start for them. I think the big question mark with Virtus Pro,
T1 is not ass. They are fucking insane.
Congested, right? You have 3 teams landing up at the top right-hand corner of the map. You've got several teams down in Lumber. You're getting contested just south of you at Cole. Like, there were so many teams to fight for. The fact that they picked up that many kills is fantastic. It's not a surprise to not see them in the in circle, because over half the lobby was basically fighting all around them, Tiff.
Yeah, they really were.
I was going to say, Tiff, it's time to get into game number 2, because match 1 has concluded. Game 2 is ready. Dandro, Enigma, let's see what's in store for us.
Hey, thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, the setups that they have sitting in it is just like,
because that map number 1, I feel like, was a
like
great
what challengers
sort of
play on.
maybe crystal ball into how the rest of our morning or afternoon, if you're over there in Birmingham, will
but I mean, there's, I don't know.
But I mean, Enigma, when
they
we
never
talk
have
about
this
what
setup
happened
for
with some of those teams, I mean, it was just so close all the way at the very end between some of the heavy hitters that we had come to know and expect. But Los Carrillos are going to be the squad that were able to take it on out as well. Can they do it here in map number 2? I love the way that the desk was breaking it on down with how, hey, some of the teams that we see do the best in that game number 1 are some of the squads that are furthest away from where that zone
looks like a
pulls.
local
I think
lantern,
that is something to
bullshit.
really keeping in the back of our mind as we go through the rest of our maps here today.
Yeah, typically we've spoken about Avon's Hollow as a bit more of a defensive POI map. You were able to lock yourself into various areas and kind of batten down the hatches. No such thing here. Teams getting big kills on rotations. Virtus Pro, of course, being one of those. We saw incredibly high kills before they'd even really managed to make it away from research. But yeah, Los Carrillos do a wonderful job. They're landing down by gazebos and then moving through Main Street, picking off bits and pieces as they go. There was obviously that fight between Ravens and Falcons over at Bolt. I think that helps alleviate that pressure a bit because they're able to push through. But they do a wonderful job of knocking down every domino in front of them and then just handling that end fight. As we said, Gentlemates were happy to let them engage each other, so Los Carrillos Twisted Minds, and then activate on those gunshots. They do a great job of kind of understanding, wait, as soon as we take this fight, we need to recognize that we've got to look around us here, play for the rooftop, the height advantage, and that saves them from falling and gives them the map win. So we know how good Los Carrillos are. We know what they're going to be like. They pick up 50 kills, I believe, somewhere around that. So that's a great start. What's that on a 1.6? Some good numbers, some good math early. Again, they started strong, though, yesterday. They slowly started to fade off. Can you avoid that? Have you figured out why it was that happened? What it is you need to do to keep up the tempo? If so, we could be seeing a LATAM team through to EWC.
Listen, I would love it, and I would love it for no one other than Amir, but we have a lot of Warzone left to play here today. I think that's maybe a conversation that we haven't had a chance to really sort of hype up that, yeah, you can have one banger map. That's cool. But when we're talking about potentially going 10,
there's not that many
there's not that many consistently over all
tournaments.
Of those maps,
so I was like when I always watch these too. I mean, I had my team in this. I wanted to root for my squad in this bitch.
Every single one. So maybe you had a great map number 1. Can you have an okay map number 2 to follow it on up? And I'm looking at this map here, and we're already starting to see some shifts in where people are dropping. I'm looking at Lumber Mill, my friend. We're already seeing 3 teams now down here at Lumber. This is wild. But on the other side of the map, train station, it's Vitality. It is, of course, T1. They're battling it on out. It wasn't so good for T1 early, and the shots are already going on here. Spam, he gets caught on the cross.
Oh, they're gonna get wiped.
He's gonna be able to find one, and just like that,
oh my God.
He's dropped. Is that T1 out? No, you still have one more up. It's Disrupt, but he has to run away here. Oh my God, what a breakdown. Hot in map number 2.
I appreciate you, Coop. Thank you, man.
Turns on its head there, but with a decision making from Sage. Pops a stun and catches. Flush. Means Spam can't get the kill that should have been his, dead to rights. And that then means Echo's stranded. Disrupt does well to get out, to be completely honest with you, but it will be a regain situation for them over at Pond. Now to check in with this fight, this 3-team fight at Lumber Mill. Of course, G2 Gentlemates, they're expected, but Los Carrillos are in the building. And they will be trying to mop up anything from Stack's side instead. Big Man's going to get the early crack here, trying to chase down a Gentlemates player. Tucked himself in on the opposite side of the fence. Noise Q going to give him away. You're actually going to get shot from elsewhere. That's going to be Team 11. For Fun Esports finding a pick over from Mill side.
Do I miss comp?
Gentlemates then in a little bit of a blender, trying to regain early.
Ooh, this is already starting off with some energy that I knew that we would get, but just to already see it here on map number 2 is something special. Already seeing these battles battle on out between both of these players. Now, I love that we come and check on over at Research because we didn't get a chance to see what was going on here because of so much of the action in map number 1. We knew that this Squad 7, Watch Waldo, Colony, Clown, they were in a little bit of a blender in map number 1. I think we're starting to see why. Sariel already on 4, finding some of those early kills, but look who's kind of floating on over here, getting mixed as well. Light Unlimited is here, and maybe we're starting to see how Destroy exited some early zones already on 8 in that map number 1 because we have so many teams that are fighting over here at Research. It's such a big POI that you got to play around.
Certainly is. Just so difficult to wipe teams. Players can just go and get lost if you anchor.
What up, Sleazy? Good morning.
3 levels, a hell of a lot of eddies and doorways and crevices, and Sariel does well to crack one, but he's going to be back down, having been cracked himself. There's an attempted trade from Swizzin, won't come through though. Dragons on the hunt initially. Sariel going to get the hell out of here and might play this back zip. Going to have to be wary of
Is Low A&M yellow?
From player in the skies. That's from Team 9. That is Virtus Pro continuing to look to regain. Not been a great start out of them.
I don't miss comp, man. It's just too much work. It's just too much for a person like me. It's just too much work for.
Dark has an idea. You got a player around you. Some early shots will back you
it's
on
not
down.
rewarding for me. Like
forward, big man.
You know,
maybe
if I do well, it's kind of like
maybe that's
it's kind of
exactly
like
what you need. Scythe is there for
nice.
the trade.
If I do bad, it's a lot of like shit talk. It's just a little. It was just very ass.
Danger nearby.
Me
just
personally.
holding on for the time being.
Like I finished like top 5 in the land.
Get Z-Dark into the map as well.
You know,
Resurgence
and it was like
still
whatever.
alive and well, so you don't have to worry about it too much. But look at the
I did it to prove it to myself. That's the only reason why I played comp.
Finding Enkyo, finding Gromalok. The
I want to
Foles
prove it to
are
myself.
there, and it looks like the Gentlemates first team to be eliminated from map number 2.
We talked about their slow contest. Seemed like they'd finally fixed that in the last map, of course. However, Shell struck again. That curse. G2 mop this up. Still haven't cleared out Los Carrillos if you are that side though, so G2 are far from done, and Los Carrillos have actually managed to hit a nice little regain. Let's take a look at T1 here. Fighting Vitality. Disrupt cracked. Leaves... Sorry, Spam cracked. Leaves Disrupt a little bit exposed there, but Echo's actually going to be able to crack through the backside. Oh, I thought it was great timing, but Skullface absolutely slams him. Incredible work. Disrupt's now going to push this forward, leaving Spam as an anchor.
Ooh.
And yeah, Disrupt might... He's showing off a little bit more than he bargained for here, so I agree with the back off. I think you got to reposition this fight. Try and get Echo back in.
There's
no
tweaking.
escape route though.
T1 is tweaking.
Spam's in big trouble.
What do you do here? You're just trying to stay alive. You're just trying to play your life in Vitality. They sense the blood in the water. This is exactly the type of push that you need. Spam, you might have stims. You might be trying to hit the stimmy shimmy, but it doesn't matter when you got Skullface and Blast running you on down. Great job from Vitality yet again to cut down T1. It's not a full wipe, but you've gained control of this western side of the map, but the action doesn't stop there. Over at
nervous.
Research.
You can tell he's
Lotus
nervous.
8, starting to get a little bit mixy here. You've lost some of your teammates. It's Havoc hitting the loadout, trying to stabilize. As everybody is just trying to get their loadout, get the guns in hand, and try and keep them hot. As we have another squad make an exit. That's going to be Squad 7. Watch Waldo, Clown, Colony 2K, also eliminated.
Quite start to the afternoon from them so far. Was a surprise team the way in which they managed to get through NA finals. As we see T1 try and regain and land immediately into the arms of Twisted Minds. Almond on 5. He's had it busy here at Mansion as you try and set up. Squad 12 on that mini-map is going to be Ravens. Likely trying to regain themselves. We've seen them arriving in different numbers, bits and pieces. Going to slow that down and get together. Even a weakened T1's a very dangerous T1. The full Twisted Minds, well, no one wants to be fighting that, especially not when you're not even looking in the correct direction. Spinny there for the trade. You do lose Shifty, and I'm not sure if Shifty was already weakened up or if he just connected to the full instead. Try and burn through that Resurgence timer quicker. Either way, it's going to be poorly timed because Smitty is going to be cleaned up by Nearson, and Allman's just trying to hang on for dear life here. A few seconds. Twisted Minds. You get found here, you are out. Keep an eye on the bottom left corner. Shifty will be first back in.
See, the Ravens doing a great job controlling this mansion POI, and I'm looking at that mini-map, and T1 has also started to float on over here, maybe trying to find some purchase of saying this is a big POI. We know we can sort of play out of this and we can manage to get some loot, but you have a player get taken on out on the fly, and it's just one alive. It's just Spam who's there, and I think he actually gets dropped on in. Meanwhile, other side of the map, Los Carrillos, they're starting to get farmed by, it looks like Gooey. VP is starting to float down on in, and Squad 6, they're starting to get moved through as well. That's Spectre. There is just no opportunity to get your feet underneath you once some of these heavy-hitting squads are able to gain purchase on some of the land nearby. Amir trying to get the buyback on in. He'll be successful. It's just Criminal God in the sky. Our winners of map number 1 suddenly find themselves on the back foot. He's going to try and hit the deck here, but it's a member of Spectre that'll be shooting him in the back. Oh my god, I thought Grimmy had done it. Just about. Get your kill through if you are Authentics, but it's long enough for Amir.
They're in a blender.
To try and find a regain location, but well,
blender,
safety.
man.
Not the name right now for anywhere this team are landing. After losing the Lumber Mill fight to G2, they've been in that regain blender. But look at the amount of teams that are over here towards Mansion. Twisted, Ravens, T1, all here. Now starting to get pressure as well from Vitality. They're looking at Courtyard Wall and holding Bond. They'll have a buy station in their midst. Shifty gets them to cut down from King Chalk, so yeah, Twisted Minds, it's certainly not going their way. Allman's going to have to slow the pace again. Resurgence window will be open. However, these are the last of your plates going in. So Allman's in dire straits indeed.
Needs to just stabilize. Well, how's he worried though, Enigma? I'm looking at that mini-map. Sure, you have a couple of these squads. T1, Ravens, Twisted Minds, all here at Mansion. They're going to start to battle each other, and who's waiting in the wings? It's Vitality. They've made their way into zone towards this house's side. They would love to catch some of these players moving on out, as would Spectre. And we're starting to see some kills come on into the kill feed. I saw a Los Carrillos squad wipe. We'll get confirmation on that one, but it was by none other than AG Global, a squad we haven't had a chance to talk about. Falcons, they're also starting to get dropped a little bit here at Lumber. What is going on? Nobody having the opportunity to
land, baby, land.
This fight. Falcons looks like they're wiped as well. Into the top 10 squads remaining.
Before Fun Esports starting to arrive into this fight against FLS. Themselves are only a 2.
I think it's just a visual glitch
in as well. So for Fun, looking pretty great here. Center map. This is as center circle as you really can be right now. And they'll have control over the buy station within it at Mill. FLS tries to get out. FLS gone out of here. We'll see you in lobby 3. Halfway through the teams now. 8 out of 16 remaining, but well, let me tell you, 8 teams, but certainly not 8 healthy ones. For Fun, just trying to catch a couple of players rotating in, maybe third party, a few situations. G2, they're now squeezing up against Twisted Minds on the regain.
This could be a huge fight for them. Anxiety is going to be able to find Z-Smith. A huge opening that's here. But if you are Twisted Minds, you have to be so careful. Shifty gets caught on the rotation there from sight. You can see already the confirmation coming on through. So G2 doing a great job. They land Lumber, they win Lumber, and now they are just looking to clean up the rest of this site. He'll get 8 on the board. Take down Allman. Twisted Minds taken on out in 8th place. Some of the squads today with it, we thought were gonna come on in here and be hot off the presses. Can't seem to find any sort of purchase, and already
there's gonna be a lot of teams that change as soon as this event's over. I guarantee it. I guarantee it, bro. The way the comp scene is, bro, if you don't perform well on land on the first land, bro, they're finna switch teams up pretty fast.
Player alive, but he might be running directly into the waiting arms of Light Unlimited, who is here. Couple of squads torn apart, just trying to get into that top 5.
No slow. Playing for that top 5. North side of the map will belong to Vitality. Coal Depot in the hands of Virtus Pro. If you're Spectre trying to squeeze forward towards Gens, but you'll be backed down by Light Unlimited. South side of the circle is probably going to be the busiest as you look at a fight over Mill. There's a buy station there, very important for both those teams.
Eliminated.
For Fun. Now up here on the north, Circle Paul is going to be as center as you like. It's over the bridge. It's over tin. It's not pretty for anybody right now. They've all got to make a rotation.
I mean, Vitality's probably in the best opportunity right there, and look how just go wide they get. But this fight happening over here at the mill is so important
my God,
right
Juju.
now. For fun, AG Global, Scumming, Knocked, Oki, Scum. It's just FIFA Kill that's here. Juju, he hears some of the running, but Fif, he's going to be able to run away, somehow stay alive for the time being, but a great stabilization effort from For Fun. They'll gain control of this, but they are still outside of zone. You have to make your way on in. You have a few remaining members of G2 here, just trying. You'd love to be able to get to that top five with Scythe with 8. We're seeing Big Man and Anxiety also get some kills early on in that game. You would love to get that multiplier. They're going to be able to do it, because on the other side, it's Sage with a huge 2-piece on Light Unlimited to knock them on out.
VP's up,
they
VP's
have
up.
such good control of the rest of the zone. Everybody else has to scramble.
VP. You will drop in 4th if you are G2, but that's a great match for you. At least 18 kills on the board. For Fun now trying to play up against Virtus Pro, who have a full 3. You're sucking yourself inside and hoping for the very best. Vitality looking to catch anything on the
Vitality's
outside
full
and then
squad.
activating the right moment. They're in the best spot to clear the map. The circle pull is awful for them. They're gonna have to move quickly.
Vitality got to push down from this top side. You need For Fun and Virtus Pro to go ahead and fight here, or maybe you can play a little bit of a third party. Here comes the swing, a flank. He's gonna go wide, but all 3 members of Virtus Pro are
Oh my
there.
God. Oh my God.
In from the back though. The shots are good.
Oh,
Vitality,
the third
they're
party.
gonna clean this one
No,
up, and they will
man.
be able to do it. They come on out here in a map
VP almost won that,
2,
man. Fuck.
and they catch the win. Enigma. Vitality, they weren't able to get it done through our qualifier stage. Say no worry, they come on through. They look good in the open portion of Birmingham, and they're looking pretty good here in our LAN finals.
Looking pretty damn good indeed, and it all comes back to that contest. We've seen it 1,000 times in scrims, and it's never particularly looked comfortable for them, but 2 clean wins in the early stages. Good map 1, much better map 2. Huge here to lift them well up that leaderboard, if not towards the top end of it. Potentially 20 kills
Sage,
there, 1.6 multiplier. Dear God, these boys are putting on. I spoke to a lot of people inside the venue yesterday. What do you make of Vitality? And the answer came back from everybody. Sometimes maybe hot, sometimes maybe cold. They're a team that no one can really get a beat on. They've not got much faith out there in the stands, but plenty in themselves. And these 3 alongside eBay be very happy with their progress so far.
Listen, if there's anybody that loves being undervalued, it's Big Man Blast himself. Being able to come on out. Oftentimes yesterday was the one putting up the big numbers for his team alongside Sage. Just doing such a great job, all 3 of these players playing as a unit, playing as a team. And one of the biggest concerns we had through that qualifier stage, right, Enigma, was they weren't making the rotations that we'd like to see.
Nah, yeah,
They've
I already
somehow
talked to Bia.
unlocked
He
the code, right?
basically
This
said
is
he
so
can't
far away,
compete
this zone from their normal drop
for
point.
EWC
So I
or
love
like
that even when
compete
this
for
zone
that
pulls
rank
so far away,
Resurgences because
they are finding
he has like a big
success where
vacation
they need
when
to, playing
EWC
sort of this
happens.
northern side of the zone, doing such a great job, because it's kind of all starts here, right? Sage picks
J.
up a
Cole,
huge
you said
2-piece.
straight
This
male.
opens us to this top side, and they can just wait for the rest of these teams to battle it
man,
out
the
down
comp
below.
scene, man, it was
they do
lit
a
a couple
wonderful
years
job
ago
of
for
It's
sure,
almost
man.
a
It feels weird
repeat
not
of
seeing
what
like
Gentlemen
Aiden
trying to do in
Biff,
map 1, but it's before that
some
as
of
well.
those
It
guys,
was-
but
they
it's
played up
just the
towards
way to
spawn, and they're
land,
willing
man,
to
you
hold
know?
the wall of Mansion, just
New
catching teams that
talent,
are playing for that buy
new
station.
people coming up,
Eventually
type
does it, don't
shit.
need to go over
Just
aggressive
happens,
with it.
man.
And then the circle after that, when they play the
Yeah,
north
it's not
side, they just go
surprising at all.
very wide. Make sure they just catch any wide teams trying to play out and flank them, and just, okay, everything's in front of us.
What up,
As
Turtle?
long
What's
as we
up,
don't
baby?
lose a gunfight, as long as we don't overthrow, as long as we don't overchow, we're going to be fine. It's that calmness, that composure. We haven't seen it from them too much when it comes to the online stages. These 3 boys, plenty of LAN experience, LAN championships in there as well. And what a story for them to be looking real good after map 2. Again, we'll be very surprised they're not right up at the top end of the leaderboard. So a lot of people stood around them at the end of that map. They'll have their support, they will have their fans, and they'll have plenty of eyes on them, no doubt, for the rest of this afternoon.
We talked about consistency and coming out, doing a pretty solid job at map number 1, winning map 2. It's a hell of a way to make it happen. But also we had to talk about, hey, For Fun, Virtus Pro. A couple of those teams we highlighted at the top of the show, also finding their way towards the end of that map number 2. The scores are starting
Falcons
to build
played the
on
entire game with 2
our
people.
friends, some of our
Dongy
teams that maybe
Dever
we
on
thought would do good.
Enfield.
They're
What?
answering the call. They're doing fantastic
What up, bro?
through
What's up,
2
baby?
maps. Others are heavy hitters. I don't know what's going on. You got to maybe recollect as a group, figure out how you want to maybe attack this map and how you can do a little bit better in these coming maps. We're going to go ahead. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to be dropping on in to map number 3. You don't want to miss it.
Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence series is coming to the 2026 esports.
My dog Zambrano with another 5 gifted, baby. I appreciate you, man. Hey, Dep, I don't think I have the alerts on this page, right? I don't, they never pop up. Like the sublets. Thank you, Zambrano. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for the 5 Ps, baby. Thank you, G. Unless they're like underneath everything. Is it underneath everything, like the display capture? You might have to put the sub alert above everything. Does that make sense? Like it's underneath like the display capture scene and stuff. No sleep for Unk. I slept for like 4 or 5 hours, man. Like put it up top here. Like up here. Like there, Dad? Yeah, it is huge. I can like, hold on. You see it? It is massive up there though. That shit is massive as fuck. Oh, that's okay. Room for low A, of course, man, of course. What up, Trinity God? What's up, baby? I'm hoping G2 wins this. What, big man in them? And this one's 6 a.m. Crazy. Legit only 6 a.m. Damn, Dad. No coffee this morning? I didn't have time to go and get it, to be honest. I did not have time to go and get it. See that, hold on. VP at 13 that game. I mean, VP is hooping.
Lock in, load up, and let's make history. Doggy from above, the shots are firing. Fight's coming thick and fast and furious. Today is about legacy. Guess what? You thought you were safe? Everyone who's falling into this guy's sights is dying. Twist and bite! They do it to the very end! It was patience all the way through!
There it is, 2 games down.
What up, Bales? How you doing, big dog? What's up, G?
Nobody knows, but we do know the 150-point threshold is still up for grabs. However, we're quickly approaching it just after 2 games. Welcome in to the Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence Series Grand Finals. Competitors are in Birmingham, and it is
Tyrone is just 30K for first, so like 10K pop, I think.
And Enigma on the desk. Good job, boys, for the first 2 games.
No, EWC is fun to watch.
Break. You're getting a little worried at the moment. Things are getting hairy, right? Because some dominant teams falling a little bit short at the start. However, it's given an opportunity for other teams to rise above.
I mean, it's a double-edged sword, right? I mean, I think we all would have had saying, you know, if maybe could have done some predictions and said, I think these teams will be top 4. Still a lot of Warzone left to play.
Playing the Atlanta Open.
But seeing some of these squads come out and already be shooting in the way they are, Enigma and I talked about it. We kind of asked, it was having the 11 games yesterday going to be a buff to some of these teams? And it seems like for some of these squads, like Vitality, like for Los Carrillos, they are doing such a great job coming out frying here today.
Yeah, huge, right? And I was thinking about that, especially for like Falcons and T1 Enigma, like 2 great teams who have
I'll probably go to Atlanta,
to get the footing underneath them. Early X, especially T1, 1 elimination across 2 games.
Yeah, that's insanity. No one would have predicted that coming into today. Whether you're a little bit cold or not, that is very uncharacteristic. They're struggling with the landing fight against Vitality, of course. Then it feels like they have no escape plan. They have no real route out of there. One of their regains was off towards Pond. Well, what's their route from there? Play in through Mansion if you want to avoid Vitality. Mansion's being owned by Twisted Minds right now. Are having themselves a solid start to the tournament. So very tough spot to be in. Potential third parties also coming in from Main and Street. So yeah, they've got to find a regain blender. They obviously have Echo. He's one of the greatest minds in the world. They will put a plan together, but it's got to come sooner rather than later. Match point could be a long afternoon, but you do not want to be chasing in a lobby this quality.
Danger, one of the big things you highlighted off the rip was there was a battle for lumber. 3 teams end up dropping in game 2.
Mod trip to Atlanta.
And that's really what sort of it feels like the undoing of the Gentlemates. I gotta say, I'm gonna call it because we're trying to be PG here on the broadcast. Confidence from Los Carrillos to drop lumber in game number 2 after winning game number 1. And it just feels like maybe the Gentlemates, they understand this fight against G2. They understand how to maybe work it. Okay, yes, we're used to this. Fantastic. I think they got a little bit surprised there. It just feels like maybe you get lost into the mix, and next thing you know, it's obviously them getting taken on out early. So if there's anything we know about the Gentlemates, though, I think they looked very solid in map number 1. That if they can learn how to control that lumber mill fight, they'll be feeling a lot better here in map number 3.
Yeah, I mean, G2 ended up dominating. Or at least dominating the lumber side of things. This was a great end zone, though. I loved it. You have more fun. Obviously looking very strong at the end, but the third party, it is, of course, Skullface, Sage, Blastoise from Vitality who take advantage of Enigma.
I'm just really glad to see the way in which they're playing them. Look, we know these 3 boys can fly. We know they can shoot. We've seen them done it for years. But this is a team that for a long time through this season, we've been asking, what's the decision making like? You know, you've got your base in the back, 3 great minds. How the hell are you playing these situations out and continually coming up a cropper? Well, they've done a much better job of just, okay, we're going to slow it down now, assess things, let the dust settle. Where are these chess pieces moving on the board, and how do we want to play them out? By the way, he was doing this all yesterday. In gaps, doing the push-ups, doing everything else, in hell of a shape, and I see why, because I'm going to be honest, I am too lazy to get my ass out of my chair and go and do some push-ups in breaks. But this guy's dancing, this guy's grooving and moving, and no doubt feeling the vibes after a fantastic first 2 matches.
Let me say it. Sage always brings the vibes, and that's exactly how he is. All right, in person, he's always grooving, moving to the own beat of his own drum, man. Love Sage, especially pumped up after that. Skullface, Blastoise, 2 great players. I've always been a tremendous fan of Skullface throughout the entirety of his career. Dandro, they get the biggest game of the day yet.
Yeah, no, it was huge. I feel like just this shot summarizes this team to a T. It's like Blast scrolling the timeline. Sage is dancing to his own beat over there. And what's Skull doing? He's probably yapping it up with eBay on like, yeah, I don't know what this guy was doing. He was scamming. Oh my God. Like, we need to absolutely take advantage of that. And Ethan's in the over there. He's like, yeah, I don't know what that play was. That was really dumb. You guys are doing a great job, right? It is just so cool to see, obviously, this roster be able to come together. 2/3 of it plus Ethan, you know, representing 100 Thieves last year. They get picked up Vitality kind of for EWC this year because Vitality has a lot.
What up, Troy? What's up, baby? Yeah, we moving for Lil A. Hey, Lil A's hooping, Troy.
I had a chance to talk with Ethan. I said, you know, how does
Vitality go, y'all VOD? Subathon's still going, man. We're still going, bro.
So supportive.
Yeah, I think it's day 17, I think, man.
You guys have played through. We have full faith in this team. And it was so nice to sort of hear that, right? We've been on this train of getting orgs involved in Warzone, and to just hear the support that Vitality as an organization provides these players. No surprise to see that maybe when push comes to shove, here they got a little bit of fire lit underneath them. They are performing.
Like 2 nights ago.
Sage is a world champion. You might have forgotten that. I'm here to remind you each and every broadcast I'm on, whether it's the World Series Warzone or here for the battle for EWC spots. Sage is a champion, winning the World Series Warzone Global Finals in London. So I'll never let you all forget that.
Yeah, we gave away 3 tweezers so far. We have 1 more to give away. I like to raffle
off. By the
off.
way, his story is phenomenal. If you ever get a chance to catch up on his background, please make sure you learn a little bit about who Sage is. He's a remarkable person. I want to talk about T1 again. I mean, come on. So hyped up coming into this event. Where is the struggle, Enigma? You mentioned the drops, the rotations. I'm saying blow it up now. Start from ground zero. Where does T1 need to be in game 3?
The phrase blow it up is usually made in reference to a roster, my friend.
That's
I'm going
right.
to assume you mean change the landing strategy.
Landing spot.
Because it's a
Strategy,
very good
baby.
team. Okay, so yeah, landing strategy. Excuse me, pardon me. It is a case for them of, I'm watching them land in at train station, and for me, they're landing more towards the buy station side. Now, I understand it a little bit. You're trying to control that and show your opposing team can't get to it. The problem is your back's exposed. So the second you end
what's
up
up,
in that
baby?
fight,
Thank you for
the second's
31
going
months,
against
man.
you. You're also getting picked off by teams looking over from fire and so on. Maybe try and take control of main instead. That's why Vitality are playing out of right now. That's the building with the tower that a lot of you will have played in ranked and so on, or your pub lobbies. That's a really good spot to just kind of, okay, the water up my backside, I should be protected from that. Really, no one's going there at this point. I can just pay attention to the fight directly in front of me. Either that, or try and get your anchor off towards the pond house or the toilet, somewhere like that. Just play a little bit safer.
Diff, I Echo won World Series last year, so I mean, they got experience. It's
well,
just
let's see how
spam
the
is
scores
just
looked
young.
after drop 1. It was,
oh no, I don't know Disrupt though. I don't know about him.
Especially for some of the rosters out there.
All right, let's see this. We got
of course,
Amir and Emma first.
His roster, phenomenal start with 24
this is after
total
drop
points.
1.
Yeah, it's not the most. However,
so VP
it was the
has
most after
21.
drop number 1. Gentleman's Twist of Mind Virtus Pro. But it was a wake-up call for some out there who ended up finishing towards the bottom. Falcons was one of them. They've been on a struggle for the time being, but they're going to be just fine. Dantro, game 1, opening start. Biggest surprises to you?
The biggest surprise to me is that we have only a 6-point difference between first and fifth. Dog.
Where's the score for after
so
2?
many of those teams fried.
Why am I watching after drop 1?
I'm gonna just read down the list from first to 6 and kills there. 15, 17, 16, 18, 15, 15. Like, that is crazy that so many of those players were able to find that amount of kills in that one lobby. And I think just goes to me, if I'm looking at these scores, if I'm looking at the sheet, you have to realize the kills are there if you can find them.
Like
okay?
what?
I mean, look at Virtus Pro, for example. They end after map number 1. They're currently sitting in 4th. They went out in 8th in that lobby with 18. Number 1 in that lobby that was there. Has you kind of wondering if they were able to get deeper, maybe into that 1.4 times multiplier.
Genji didn't qualify for this map.
Plus north of kills, we could be looking at a very different leaderboard, especially after seeing their map 2 performance.
True. Enigma, any touching points from the drop 1?
I mean, I guess right now, I mean, obviously drop 1 and then also went into drop 2 as well. What the hell are our
Folk,
heavy
it's
hitters
currently
at? Let's see
6
them get
a.m.
moving a
for me,
little bit.
brother.
Obviously lovely to see what Vitality are doing.
6
And Los
a.m.
Carrillos, I would pay incredible things to see them get through to the EWC with everything that they've gone through, with their amazing story and the players on that roster flying over from LATAM to take part. That would be an amazing thing for sure. But we do want to see the best teams taking lumps out of each other in final circle. So I'm looking at them to step it up through the rest of this afternoon.
Yeah, Latin America, by the way, such a passionate region. The fan base is always incredible, especially when they're on main stage. They're playing. They're never going to be quiet, right? Latin America, talented region. I can't wait to see them. Just how well they perform. I mean, overall, they've been on fire. Gentlemen, though, Lumber section. All right, Lumber, they get challenged once again. Right now, they don't seem too defeated. They actually seem pretty chill. They seem okay, but they do realize there's some fixes that need to happen.
I'm up, man. I'm up early.
I mean,
it's too early, to be honest, bro.
So much as that I don't think any of us would have expected in game number 2 to see Amir's squad decide to land Lumber. Like, it was like, you guys just won map number 1, playing out of that bottom left side of the map. Why are you now coming here? It's almost the exact same zone that you can see. Like, I just think they literally just get caught a little flat-footed, maybe a little bit surprised just by that happening. But if you are the Gentlemates, you love that.
Thank you for getting this sub, baby. I appreciate you.
So many more maps to play. You now have more information that you can now play with, saying, hey, here's how we need to play that drop 4 if they come here, and how if they don't come here. Because map number 1, we see what happens when Los Carrillos does not land Lumber Mill. Gentlemates, they kind of deal with G2. They own the POI. They ride it all the way to the very end. They place very good. They come in second in map number 1. You get caught flat-footed when they do land there in map number 2. You're out early. Great. You love all of this information. You can make just a couple of those little adjustments moving on forward and how you want to play out of that POI. I actually think that while, yes, it's not a great map number 2, this is a roster that we know that can regain. They can come right back here, or map number 3, put up some big numbers, put themselves right back towards the top of the leaderboard.
You're chilling.
Yeah, I agree with what Dan's saying here. I mean, personally, the weird thing is about that whole landing situation as well is there was actually G2 that noticed that Los Crios had come in first. G2 actually landed more towards the east side of Lumber Mill main building, and as such, were automatically taking shots. So what they decided to do was like flip the fight, essentially. We're going to play underneath the Gentle Maze, let them go in our place instead, and kind of sandwich them between. So it was very well managed by G2, and I agree. I don't think Gentle Maze were prepared for it at all. Whether they knew that another team had come in on them, you should at this level, quite frankly. You should always be aware of that potential. But it's then also how to engage it. They're focusing on G2 are a big threat, G2 are a big team. It just goes to show the mental games that go on sometimes. We're prioritizing this team, not the squad that won map 1. It's a very difficult situation to be in regardless, but that's a hell of a call. It has got to be better out of them. But also, talking about drop spots, it'll be interesting to see what happens in map 3 up towards Mansion. Ravens decide to land there in map 2 with Twisted Minds. There was a lot of talk about this yesterday with Nearson looking as good as he was as well. He was very confident about pulling it off. It didn't go as good for them, and it didn't go so well. We saw Twisted Mind
game's
still
alive. The players just can't stream
so
the
I wonder if
POVs
that's going
now.
to then go back to that traditional setup of Twisted Mind basically owning the north side of the map.
Twisted Minds, team obviously with a lot of prestige. They're looking to go back-to-back years, this time a different roster, a little bit of a different DNA. However, the core group is still there. Things are heating up. I do wonder how many games we get. Do we have that discussion just yet, Dandro? Because at this point, I mean, we very well could be at 150 by the end of game 6.
It would be a very cool conversation because I feel like when we talk about match point, especially with Resurgence, it goes either one of two ways. We're either ending in like 5 or 6 or we're going 12, baby. It feels like it doesn't really go one way or the other. We'd love to be able to see once we get scores for map number 1 and 2, how we're kind of sitting on pace. But I can tell you after map number 3, I think we should have a lot better idea.
Yeah, map number 3 is definitely going to be the telling point. That'll be coming up very, very shortly. Thank you all, everybody who's out there in the chat. Make sure, by the way, there are a couple of drops. Make sure you have everything connected so you can earn the additional drops that are still underway. We don't want you all to miss out. We want you to get your own victory whenever you possibly can. Looking at Falcons here. Hisoka chatted up with Noobs, getting some comms in. All smiles there. That's a smile that we're missing. Tiff was like saying, hey, look, typically Noobs is smiling, what, 90% of the time? Finally, that smile blesses our screen once again. For Hisoka, got to get this team back on track. Granted, game 1 was a bit of a struggle. Game 2, they only had 2 players, so I will give them a benefit of a doubt. Still believe in this roster fully. It's only 2 games after all, guys. No reason to ring the alarm bells just yet. I will for T1, though. That's the only one that I'm saying, okay, they've been put into the blender. Things are looking a bit scary.
Yeah, having POVs would be nice.
And, what do we got? This could... What was that?
Having POVs would be nice,
I want to know.
I'm
not sure I want to find out. No,
I want to know. Eagle Eye Goj, what was that? Do we have any idea?
Brother, I've got absolutely no clue. I mean, that was about as blurry as it gets. But hey, yeah, it's good to be back with you all. We are just waiting on the game to get started. And I got to say, Vitality's looking clean. They're cleaning up nicely. Everything's pretty solid for them. They're winning, not even in their in circle. This is big news if you're a Vitality fan.
Who's 11th place right now? Dreams?
Man, he baits the guy holding it down, right? Coach
Damn, all he goes.
Letting them know.
Damn.
Tiff, yeah, this Vitality roster is great, man. Sage bringing the vibes too. Did you see his little dance moves, making TikToks in between games?
Yeah, honestly, I was also throwing punches while waiting, trying to keep myself hyped up. I told you guys I'm feeling like Rock Lee, about to take the ankle weights off. Now only T1. You need to do the same thing, okay? Look, things are definitely a little unfortunate, but it's not over yet, of course. There's still plenty of time to start acquiring those points to 150. Same with the Falcons. There's a lot of things that have been shifting.
Dude,
we knew this was going to happen.
That was a fire 1v1.
You know what
I told my editor
some
we
of the
should do that
teams
for
that
like
are
a new
coming in
squad
from
video.
the open just yesterday, fresh off playing on
I said
land,
that should definitely be a new squad
continuing
video.
that momentum here today. Because our
Mind
teams
you,
that did qualify through the regional
him.
finals online, right? This is the first time that they're playing on that setup at LAN, and it could just need some time
was that
to
whole
shake it
Resurgence
off,
thing
maybe.
live for 5
Hey, those
hours?
early games definitely help. And Enigma, you had a chance to actually watch them play in person, which was great. And speaking of which, we've talked about drops changing. Naturally, they're going to continue to change. We just witnessed Lumber change after just game 2. As far as meta goes, though, Enigma, that's been shifting since we started, right? With the qualifiers, North America, EU, to now, it's not the same meta whatsoever.
No, and it's interesting to wonder if this is actually playing in Vitality's hands. What we've gotten rid of is the heartbeat sensor, the baby monitor, some of you might have been calling it, and it is a very free information gain. We're looking at a team like Vitality, and it's, you know, 3 veterans of the space, essentially. They're used to playing for that information, how to obtain it, how to pick it off. They're used to kind of throttling that away from their opponents as well. So it's a case for them of, okay, well, actually, you guys don't know where we are as easily anymore, and we know how to find out where you are, and I think that this is helping some of our veteran players step it up through these stages. So yeah, it's fun to see that come out, because personally I've always been a bit more of a fan of seeing a smoke rotation and such come
with
on
Falcons
through.
I believe.
But obviously then talking about as well some of the guns that are coming out, Skullface Blast, you're talking your Voyak, your Razor. We saw Sage at moments pulling out the XR3 Ion. Now this sniper, it's essentially a 3-burst sniper. It's a very unique weapon, but it hits like a truck, and someone like
Chelsea
Sage,
gave it a 44 months. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Not play the anchor role if you so wished. He's able to look over his boys and kind of support them on the way in. And if you've got one of those anchors who's more willing to be aggressive, I think they're a very powerful third player in our current meta.
It's really fun to see this team and be able to pull out some of those things.
Bro, I'm not
the other
gonna
thing
lie,
that I will say, I know we've done a lot of
fucking
glazing of this
snap on a
team so
different level,
far,
I
but one
swear.
thing that does have me a little bit worried about them, we saw it in the qualifiers where even when they did get the zone pull, those were actually some of their worst games, because it felt like they didn't really understand how they wanted to play out of it. Now, granted, you had teams like Gen G who were starting to kind of chow you there. AG Global was starting to kind of get in the mix as well, like in some other tournaments as well.
Donkey and Noobs both getting new PCs.
If they do get a zone pull,
shit.
that to me will be the real test of what Team Vitality is bringing here today, because if they can manage to still have a good map there, it gives me full confidence that they could walk away as one of our top 4 teams.
All right, I think they can. Believe in the boys for sure. Vitality's been on fire today, has been electrified. Only 2 games in. How many do we get, chat? Predictions? How many are we going to get before the threshold is reached? And then after that, who's going to get our win? If you want to get your predictions in, I would love to see them. We're going to take a quick break as we figure some things out. Don't go anywhere, though. The action will continue when we return. The Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence series is coming to the 2026 Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. 32 teams, $1 million on the line. Tickets are on sale now. Get yours. Get to Riyadh this summer and watch the greatest rise above.
All right, chat. They're changing their PCs real quick. I'll be back in a sec. Oh, fuck.
lock in, load up, and let's make history. Doggy from above, the shots are firing. Fight's coming thick and fast and furious. Today is about legacy. Guess what? You thought you were safe? Everyone who's falling into this guy's sights is dying. Twist and Light! They do it to the very end! It was patience all the way through!
Welcome back into the Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence Series Grand Final. Shout out to all of you, by the way, over in Birmingham. We've been getting these clips of all of you going nuts, especially after that game number 2 win. Keep that energy up. Gonna be a lot of fun. We've got game 3 about to be underway, and I can't be more excited to bring in, of course, Spider, Tiff, and Ghost to call the action over the next 2 games. Gonna be a good time, so both of you, take it away.
Thank you so much, Taylor Reflections, Noble, Dandra, Enigma, great conversations, and I'm just ready to get into game number 3, Tiff. We've seen some folks jockey back and forth between a couple different POIs, and frankly, that's the way this map plays sometimes. I think Deus and Mirinko have had some strats, been turning around in their turntables for a while, and they're executing them. They're playing some nice tunes, and they're near the top of the leaderboard, as well as Vitality and a few others. Excited to see those scores when we get them, but Tiff, let's talk about game 3. What do we need to see different from the Falcons? What do we need to see different from T1? How do we change the turn of the tide for the top teams?
Flexibility, a change of luck, a different pace, right? Sure, the first 2 games didn't go the way from the Falcons. It could be external circumstances, but you can't let that get to you, and that's exactly what the mentality of those boys has, right? They can lock it in. We've seen them go back to back, and they're going to have to do just that, because the only way to net yourself a win in the first ever Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence Series LAN at DreamHack Birmingham, baby, is to not let anyone else take that top spot at the end. You have to be the last one standing, and you have to do it after hitting 150 points. But for now, as we go through some of the areas here on Haven, let me just tell you, I want a research endgame. I want the chaos. I want the nastiness of it, and I think VP does too. They've been landing just on the outskirts. They've been maintaining consistency there, Ghosh, and I think that could be a real fun one to see.
Yeah, Distress fragging. I think with this small delay, I'll be curious to see if they can keep up that momentum. But it is time, folks. Game number 3 is here. And our plane line is west to east, bisecting the map. And whoa, Tip, you might have called it.
Wait, they're getting chowed.
Research
Someone just landed on them.
Cluster, and we've got all types of folks up there, including AG Global, who have swapped up their spots. No more Chapel when it's not in the early zone. We are headed all the way over to Research, going to be contesting VP. A lot of action top right-hand corner of our maps, but otherwise, the Falcons free and clear on the south side, and Vitality free and clear on the west side. It does look like T1 have migrated up to Pond. They're going to be chilling up there for a little while the Ravens contest Twisted Minds, but we got some action on our screen because Research is a cluster.
I'm pretty sure my notebook might actually be a death note, and this is what I wanted. For Lotus 8, I saw some mentioning on the timeline. These boys in particular, how are they going to do? But if you've got Spectre across the way with some teams looming on the outside, why not take down Zariel? Why not take down Swizzin and get some early kills that are going to be necessary for the longevity of this map? But you have to be efficient because you do have, you're right, AG Global and Virtus Pro on the outside.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you're trying to regain, you can't really leave the bounds of this building because you're going to get killed in transition, which is bad news. If you're a Resurgence fan, you know how this works. Seeing several players down, but no teams fully eliminated. Some stabilization here for Dragons. But right now, it is a cluster in the top right. And in the bottom right, Lumber has still got 3 teams. It looks like Deus Amir. It looks like Los Carrilos. They're here to play, and they're here to stay. Lumber could be theirs, and they do have an interesting position split from their third as G2 holding down the right side and Gentlemat's holding down mid-central Lumber.
It's going to be difficult to navigate this perfectly, right? So I am keeping my eyes on the Los Corrillos because after that map 1 victory, they decide to just say, hey, we're leaving it all. We're not going to gazebos. We're going to go chow in Lumber. And now you have to contend with massive teams like G2 that want to get messy. For Amir to anchor down in the water to make sure that Resurgence timer is going to tick down, keep that team alive as G2 sets their sights straight onto Gentlemen. It's like, this is everything that I could have wanted for a LAN, baby.
Kill feed's looking like it's correct. No false positives here. AG Global, they go Chow VP. See you later. 16th out of 16. Research was too hot to handle. T1 went up to Pond. They've now rotated to mid-map. By the way, the Falcons, yes, at boat, yes, uncontested. There's not a soul anywhere around them in Main Street. They've been hanging out. So the action we stay is VP find another. Picking up Adrian second. Can I make it a third from distance? Melvin down means it's like Gooey's team might be in a bit of trouble. They've lost out on Cole, by the way. Off screen, G2 have migrated up north and taking control of Cole, which means Gooey has nowhere to run, so he's got to take this fight. Grimy goes down. VP not really in trouble, just losing one. Nice and easy out in the corner.
Falcons have moved in on the Gentlemates, but we're still here with Adrian trying to stay alive for VP. A rock and a hard place and using streaks for that information to throw down. Back to the Falcons. Look, we got Dongy in the lobby, baby. Let's get into some action because you've got one kill. Now, mind you, this is the comeback this team needed, and it had to start now.
Yeah, this is classic Falcons. They have nothing to do. There's nobody to their north at all. The closest person would have been Barn to the north. So where do they hunt? They hunt Lumber. There's a lot of action here, and they're finding kills because of it. Dave Samir, Los Carrilos now in a bit of trouble. G2, they've moved up to Cole. Now they're coming back down south, hearing the shots. Said, well, we want these kills as well. We need to win out in the south side. We can hold these two teams, or at the very least, two parts of these teams. Gentlemates in deep trouble now. The Falcons continue to find kills and continue to push them out of Lumber, which means G2 going to come in a 3v2 with two members of the Falcons, and the Falcons continue to get reaping the rewards of pushing out of their main POI, and they're winning every single gunfight. They're here with a vengeance. They're here to make sure everybody knows we're the same Falcons you saw in the NA finals.
It's crazy what you can do when you've got your team at your back. The way these two are moving through Lumber, it is with your right, that vengeance, that real motive. You can see the sightlines going out. You've got a buyback just behind you. But you're going to have to contend with that team just ahead of you, that number 4 on the mini-map, the Gentlemates. Elsewhere, I'm seeing some big moves out of the Ravens straight towards Twisted Minds.
Yeah, this is a fight that's happened the entirety of map 2, now the entirety of map 3. Shifty's down, Twisted Minds in deep trouble. I'm not sure. Yes, I am getting confirmation. Twisted Minds full out of this lobby. They have lost the fight in Mansion to the Ravens. The Ravens were talking a lot of crap after missing out on the finals by 0.6, and now the Ravens have won Mansion, and they don't have to move from this POI for a while. Off screen, by the way, Virtus Pro also wiped. It looks like Gooey's team was able to get a bit of revenge after leaving Cole. It is utter chaos on the map, and we've only lost 4 teams.
Goes, the Gentlemates are out. The Falcons, they moved in. Remember, they saw the Gentlemates just ahead of them, and the Falcons moved through them like they didn't even exist. Yep. This is a different kind of level. This is the LAN level of the Falcons that we were expecting to see. Now, granted, we're just 6 minutes into game number 3, and I cannot believe, with the circle pulling up still towards that north, up towards Research, you've got to maintain consistency. For fun, they like to control the center of the map, and it's been difficult to hold, and now you've got to contend with a very angry Skullface.
Yeah, here's the thing, for fun, you can't really control the middle of the map. You just have to get your kills and hopefully rotate to new, and so far they haven't been able to hardly buy a kill this map. They had a great last map, unfortunately couldn't carry that momentum. Now they're just trying to regain. You're right, Falcons have won the south. They won Lumber with the help of G2, by the way, from Cole, but Gooey, FLS, they move up to the north, they wipe VP, and they retake Cole. They are now in complete control of this POI with one remaining member of G2 just holding on, waiting for his teammates to respawn.
Okay, well, you can see where they're situated here. FLS, Gooey, Melvin. They've got a player out in towards the gas there from Los Koreas, like you're saying, but you've got to clear out your backside and find the research, right? And that's exactly what FLS is doing. We're scouting our rotational patterns and what is going to be the easiest way. Because when you get towards these end games, they can get really tough to move across. Sightlines from Research. I'm talking top of Research. You can see damn near the entire map. So knowing that you're gonna have to contend with at least 2 more teams, I love that production out here bringing it up. It's going to be tough to get over there with this pool. Dude, I'm manifesting stuff, Goes. I'm telling you.
Looking for fun in the middle. Number 11, they've rotated all the way through to G2. G2 had to regain here on the south side of Research. Reminder, they got pushed out of Cole by FLS. So now that they've moved up, For Fun just sprint across the map because they see an opening. It's like, hey, this might be our only moment to rotate to new, and they are able to get there and push out G2. So nice shot from them. T1, bottom left. Falcons win out in Cole. They've completely dominated the POI. They have double-digit kills. but it's T1 still alive on this map, finally making it to maybe top 10.
Look, this is what's tough. For fun, sure, you're picking up a couple kills, that's fun. Falcons coming for you, not going to be fun. It's going to be a big fight, so I'd love to see Juju, who I know can clutch up. He has the potential. This roster coming in as that top-seeded position from the open, have what it takes. If you've given up as much as Bubble has, moving to NA to compete from that side of things, this is where you hold the line.
The Ravens are fighting Vitality on the outside of the zone, and the Ravens are holding Vitality on the outside of the zone, and I think they might have just wiped Vitality out of this map in 11th place. Ew. While that's happening, G2 has now maintained a piece of control on the outside of Research. Sounds like they might know there's somebody nearby, maybe heard some footsteps, but can't quite scope them out. We're going to swing over to T1 because here come the Ravens on a revenge tour. Might have missed out during the finals qualification, but we got to land and we dominated. Unfortunately, not going to win against Disrupt, top fragger, but Disrupt goes down. Echo crush T1 out of here. They get top 10, but the Ravens are playing spoiler to everybody on the west side of the map. Down went Vitality, down went Twisted Minds, and now down go T1. The Ravens have a banger map on their hands as they've won out on west and they're moving into new.
Ravens Esports, after missing out on that direct qualification to land by just under a point, come in with a 19-kill Game 6 in the open. And you're playing like this on LAN against some of the best teams. Well, consider yourself one of the best teams so far as well. This is a story that is still continuously developing. And Research, bro, you're the center of it. Now, at least For Fun does make it inside this building.
Yeah, there's like, what, of the 9 teams, 6 of them inside of Research?
It's a party.
Hey, look, we're not at max capacity yet, but we certainly are close. Now, I am very impressed with For Fun with the way they've been able to rotate. After such a chalk start to this map, the fact they were able to regain, push through, win out on G2, holding them, and make it into Research is a big win for them. Definitely everybody can be playing for these top 5 multipliers now, and you can see this is the Ravens winning out on East. There's nobody within a country mile of them. Everybody's either inside of Research or on the south side. G2, one of the only remaining teams besides the Falcons, not inside the Research building. So G2 a little bit pushed up. The Falcons trying to take this space. You can see G2 is split on the right side, and they know somebody's coming up, so they're going to try to pitch back together and play as a team. With their third coming in a little bit late, might actually get picked up in rotation if Ahsoka knows it, but maybe a bit too worried about some of these streaks.
You have a moment to make this happen, albeit brief. Dongy here, he's gonna maybe look to invest some streaks to make this rotation easier. GT trying to hold the line, but what do you do when you have this influx? You have to back away, and Ravens moving in at the exact same time spells the end of G2. It allows Falcons to move up, take space, and now that next big fight, it could potentially be Ravens unless they decide to continue on north.
Yeah, by the way, it does look like G2 are out of this map. You didn't see it because it went in the blink of an eye. The Falcons were pressuring them. G2 tried to back up. The Ravens come in and play spoiler yet again to another banger team. Unfortunately, Donkey gets a little too aggressive. Looks for some sort of a loot. Criminal God still alive on the map and finds him in transition.
I'm wondering if he's one of the teams holding the roof, right? We told you those sight lines are disgusting from the top of Research, which is going to be the bane of the Falcons' existence. But the fact is, we still have points on the board for them. Now, we turn our sights towards that Research Center. As that circle continuously pulls, we've seen this one played out before. It's disgusting, but it's going to benefit the Falcons through and through, because the entirety of that Research Center is going to have to pull towards the south, and it's going to come down to who's holding the roof, who makes the zip play, and who falls at the last second.
Honestly, I like the Falcons' position better than anybody else. I'd rather be on the south side of this than coming off the roofs or out of the windows or through the woods to Granny's house. I mean, good gosh,
wherever we go,
there is nowhere to go right now. And it's going to be, like you said, utter chaos as per the usual. A lot of floaters up in the skies, and there's certainly going to be a lot more here in just a moment with all the fights happening inside and around this buy. You can see that flare flying into the sky, and it will continue to do so as well with this buy still in zone. Ahsoka just trying to find the angles, and Tiff, I'm going to be honest, it's going to be like shooting ducks trying to migrate south here in just a second, especially when they get the zone. Holy cow, what a gift for the Falcons. Let's see how many they pick up.
Who's writing this story? Who's writing this story? This is disgusting. Now, look, I've been seeing Smixy light up the timeline. She's been sending good words out for the Falcons, some motivation, but look who it's going to be. Spectre trying to get the early jump on it, but you have Ravens Esports just ahead. The duo playing low, playing slow, and Bubble, bro. You just got sandwiched.
Yeah, Ravens Esports having a banger map right now. They really need to get top 5 though, and they're actually in a really tough position trying to rotate in, especially with Deusamir finding angles. Oh, look at the zone. Falcons the only one in it, and everybody trying to float there but can't get it nice and on 10. This is a huge map for Ravens, and they get top 5, Tiff. Regardless of what happens from here on out, the Ravens Esports are going to be into the top 5 100% on our leaderboard.
And it's all about acquiring points, the race to 150, and making sure that you're still in it. Falcons being inside the top 5, knowing that they are a team of 3 here, looking to end it out. We go down to 3. We're hunting the solos. We're looking to clean up the rest. And now this is our game. We are one step closer to a 1.6, but we've seen solos do crazier things. So look at the Falcons kind of spread out. They want to cover as much ground, as many angles, because that last member of Lotus 8 could do something.
Don't scam. Don't scam. Falcons are on a heater. The Falcons are on, I think, 23 or something like that. I think Nuke's on 12. The Falcons are crushing it with a free south side of the map, and they easily pick up a kill on, frankly, a very good fragger from Havoc and Lotus 8. That's a big map for Lotus 8, but an even bigger one for the Falcons. They're back. How long did it take? Map number 3. Welcome back to the Falcons. Flying high, 23 kills, or 24 kills, rather, with that final one with a 1.6. Might be the biggest map of the day, Tiff. Well done to them.
Well done, well deserved. Congratulations to the Falcons. I'm telling you, when your backs are against the wall, when things are not going your way, you shake it off and you freaking perform. You lay it all out. This is a reason why you've got noobs from that former TBE dynasty. You've got Dongy, who was touted as one of the best up-and-coming fraggers. And look, he is. He's proved it year after year, event after event. And Soka, from the Caldera days, from the rising stars of Warzone, to continuously get to the top of the competitive Warzone's landscape and to stay there. Look, it's disgusting. It truly is.
It truly is. And frankly, you know, when you think about map 3 in particular with the Falcons, you can say, oh, they were blessed with the zone. They were blessed with the zone. Yes, that's true, but they
make it look like that.
They killed everybody else on the south side of the map. That's the thing. They won out on the south. They earned their spot on the south. Then they get blessed with the zone. So a lot of skill and a little bit of luck. That's how Warzone works. And the Falcons get a free win. When we saw this zone pull, I knew it was going to have to be the most brutal scam of all time from the Falcons. And they're way too experienced and tenured players to scam like that. So they pick up a huge win here and find a lot of the kills on exit. This is best case scenario for the Falcons. Unofficially, this is a 38.4 point game. This will put them way up at the top of the leaderboard, overshadowing Vitality's 20 kill win just a moment ago. So you'll see Vitality still up there even though they went out early. We do see a return to form for Los Carrilos as well, finding their way into the top 5. And again, you cannot forget about this Ravens esports team. We haven't seen the scores in a little while. You're going to see them in the top 5 as well. They had a banger map. I believe they picked up over 20 kills as well, with wiping some of the top teams on the West and earning their place into the top 5 as well.
I can't, but gosh, I'm just like smiling because this is what we wanted. We wanted this for so long, a series, a competitive Warzone series, and we get it with Resurgence, which is constantly proving all of that action, but with 3 maps down, 3 separate winners, we just know that it's going to keep on continuing throughout. And to take it in such a dominating fashion, you just want to do it again. You're like, oh, look, guys, we came to play. We showed you we can do it. Now let's do it again. But for the teams that are still struggling to get those points on the board, this is where the pacing of the lobby definitely is going to pick up. We're going to start seeing teams start to be a frenzy, right? Because if you don't have a ton of points yet, what do you have to lose? Absolutely nothing, because only the top 4 teams on that leaderboard are advancing onto EWC, and only the top 1 gets 30 grand.
Yeah, I guess I keep talking about top 5, but you're right. It's top 4 making it to EWC. So being 5th doesn't give you anything, even though it sounds good. Top 5 in this lobby doesn't matter. It is top 4. And frankly, I'm playing for first. Good grief. 30K, 10K apiece, 10 bans. Come on, Falcon's going to be up there, but I am very curious to hear what the desk think about that map, because it certainly was different from the last couple.
Thank you so much, Spider, Tiff, and Goj. Looking at chat, they said Falcons Glaze incoming. Absolutely. I'm about to do it. Look, check it out. Map 1 and Map 2, they were playing down a man. That's just the reality of the situation. This map, though, they snap back, which speaks to their strengths, okay? They haven't had a good Map 1 and Map 2. odds against them, right? Map 3, though, now it's time to get the business, and they absolutely do. Getting our biggest game, which Vitality set the record at 20 kills just in Map 2. This map, they get 24. They do it by making a bit of an adjustment, minor, right? Going over towards Lumber, which has been a hot contention point at Enigma that we've been focused on from Map 1 into Map 2 especially, and now Map 3.
Yeah, it certainly has. It's been 3 different teams largely playing out of there in Los Carrillos, Gentlemates, and G2. G2 give that up quite quickly, move north towards Cole, and steal that away from FLS. So what it allows Falcons to do is kind of rotate in there, third party the fight that was ongoing, and just slowly move north. They then take control of Cole, and we talked a lot about, we heard a lot from the casters there about luck, and there is a lot of that in Warzone, of course. We're trying to judge the circle, but it's stacking the odds in your favor. And luck, quite simply, is where preparation meets opportunity. They prepare by taking complete control of Cole. There's a whole period where they go around buying pretty much every bit of kit that they can from the buy station that's there, and they wait for the opportunity. They're blessed by that because Ravens come in and help pick off G2, as well as a couple of people from the research roof, and that just opens the door. Who's best in the world at making sure they find their pathing and making sure they find routes towards those zones late on? Well, Soka's been doing it for bloody years, so they weren't going to miss that opportunity. Close it out in some style.
But it was research that had, what, 8 teams going to it off the start, and one of the victims that fell was AG early on, Dandro.
Yeah, it was really tough to see them, but that's just kind of the nature of this research, right? You can't play this game where zone pulls you research and then you're just gonna try and land there, because exactly what is gonna happen is what we saw. It's if you don't get that exact mid-zone pull, you're gonna have to get pulled out of research, and you're gonna let a team like the Falcons just reap all of the reward that is there. I want to call something out, because the fact that the Falcons are able to not only, like you said, clean up Lumber, but there's a moment where they're getting stuck on that rotation from Cole up there. G2, they're trying to hold them on out, but then it's like Ravens are in the back. So what does G2 do? They completely back off. They try and fight Ravens. They lose that fight. And what does Falcons get to do? Make the super hard push up from the low ground of Cole up to the high ground of research. And they're like, wait, the zone's pulling away. We don't have to move at all. All we have to do is stabilize here, and they end that map with 24 kills. No surprise to see that this roster of 3, little fire in their bellies after maybe not feeling too good after map 1 and map 2. They come out swinging here, and a full force Falcons on the map is definitely something the rest of the competition has to keep in the back of their brain.
Yeah, just to put it in perspective, they were all the way down in 15th place after their game 2 performance with only 13.8 points. That is a far cry from Vitality, who was sitting in first after map 2 with a total of 50, right? So this is a big game that is going to catapult them potentially up to top 3, maybe even second, depending. But either way, it's a start, and they're getting started early on. You saw the energy. When this roster gets heated up, listen, they are hard to stop. There now going to be a narrative going forward in each map. You guarantee that. Gentlemates on your screen, a team that, again, has been, had a couple of ups and downs after map number 2. They, were looking at least in 7th place, 27.8 points. Weren't far away from breaking in top 5. Still doing okay. We talked about their adjustments, Enigma, after map number 2. How do they look? Map number 3, I mean, obviously have now to deal with the Falcons.
Yeah, this feels a little bit like the return to form that we've seen from them when it comes to online finals and such. They start slow. They had a good map earlier to kind of fix that a little bit. I was like, okay, have you overcome that? But this is a team that gets better through an afternoon. Their players start to figure things out, understand exactly how they want to take these contestation fights and work up through there. Certainly get better. Taking a quick look at this drop 3, you won't see Gentlemates on it. It certainly wasn't better, but there's confirmation of Falcons with the 38.4 score. An absolute banger. But I want to point your attention actually to Ravens Esports. They're going to put up 21 kills, a 29.4 beauty. They were already sat in 3rd going into that map with 36.6 points. Very likely our new leaders.
Yeah, Pulse check. Shout out to them for putting us on the radar. Obviously, we knew about this roster and how talented they can be, but yesterday showcasing what they can really bring. Nice and pulling up, a total of 19 kills in their last game. Absolutely brilliant. And Ravens looking stronger than ever, taking charge, taking the world by storm. Beautifully done indeed. Still some teams need to wake up, but overall for map 3, I think finally, Dandro, we're starting to see some talented rosters get their footing.
Yeah, no, and that was sort of the big conversation, right? It was, okay, maps 1 and 2 play definitely a little bit different than I think some people were expecting. Map number 3 maybe plays a little bit more what we thought was about to happen. And I really think this Falcons roster waking on up, right? That's so many kills. We talked about it. There were so many kills on the board that so many teams were getting. Well, when this Falcons team wakes up, they're going to start sponging a lot of those kills over to their side. And with those kills getting taken off the map, how can some of these other teams adjust when maybe you think they're going to have a nice easy rotation to be able to get there, get some more kills on the board? Now you don't. How do you now have to go and hunt for those kills on your side of the map?
Well, I think our scores are ready to go. I'm ready to look at it. Let's see where the teams ended up falling after map number 3. And it is Ravens in first place. Shout out to them. We just saw Heeds on your screen just a second ago. Vitality below Falcons, Virtus Pro. Falcons, big moves. Again, going from what, 15th place all the way up to 3rd after one game, Enigma.
Yeah, that is a massive jump from them. And, well, we've seen this historically. So they know they can get back into it regardless of the obstacles that they face. And this now will put them on the heater that will set them up for this afternoon. Of course, they're expecting top 4. This isn't a hope. This is a damn well demand out of the Falcons. And interesting in the last map, just seeing noobs put on and fry as much as they are. Like, this is one of the beauties of this roster. Dongi, we talk about him about one of the straightest shooters to ever touch the game. If he's having a slow map, you've got Soccer noobs in behind you. Those guys can put up double digits at will, and it makes them such a strong force, one that no one can hold down. You're still keeping Virtus Pro up there. Very glad to see that. But Spectre in 5th? I don't think anybody had that on their bucket list. It's going to be, again, they're landing in a very difficult spot to control. And what they're happy to do is just get mixy and get involved in all the madness. Certainly doing enough right now to keep themselves in the hunt.
Now, I love that we're seeing Spectre be able to continue to fry, but look at this Enigma. T1 in his 16th with only 4 points. 15th at least still has 23.2. You know, Team Cloud, you might be getting fried. Same thing with AG Global, but you got some points on the board that you can work with. T1, they kind of have to go back to back here with some huge games if they all of a sudden want to just enter the foray and be the top team that we know. Because I mean, when you have teams like Vitality, Falcons, Ravens, who are continuing game over game to put up 15, 20 points, right? I would consider that a decent game. Like, it's going to be so hard to play from behind here if you are T1. You got to go back to the drawing board. You got to figure out something, because you cannot let some of these teams get away from you, because we have 3 teams that are already over a third of the way towards our match point threshold.
Yeah, I mean, what, 3 total eliminations for T1 across 3 games. Just unacceptable, especially if you look at their performance during the EU qualifiers, where they won by a landslide in first place. But you do have to account, again, there was a lot of questions about him, especially with Spamgola, his first land, a younger player. Confidence was there online, on land, struggling to get his footing. And albeit there is some pressure when you are the top dog going into an event like this, especially from your region, naturally that puts a magnifying glass on you. You know, teams are going to be looking exactly what you're up to. What are you doing? What is making you successful, and how can we counter and shut you down? And well, they've effectively been shut down so far. 3 games in, it's not too late to turn the tide, turn things around. But with top level scores like Falcons was just able to get Vitality a game just a little bit earlier, 150 points isn't that far away, especially when you consider Ravens after 6 games is already at 66 points. Things start to get a little bit worrisome for sure, but overall still highly competitive. The top 4 race for a ticket to EWC very much in contention. The point spread, Enigma, isn't that big, right? So even from 10th place, so where Twisted Minds is currently at 4 fun just above them, like breaking into top 4, very realistic after game 3.
100%. Look, we got a lot of Warzone left this afternoon, and all these stories are great and they are worth discussing, of course, but BOL, Warzone flips on a dime. You could very much so see the teams towards the bottom go and have some heaters. T1 are capable of 30 and 40 point maps, just like the Falcons are. So don't get me wrong, if the Falcons continue to put up the kind of performance they did in the last map, we might be in for an early bath, but otherwise we're looking at, you know, potentially pushing 8, 10 drops here. So you've got the time to build in. T1 was speaking to Bubble yesterday. He said he's not too worried about if his team doesn't qualify necessarily because of the lack of LAN experience. Disruptor's only played 1 as well, so there's not a lot there. They believe in the long-term project, but that picture there is stinking. I need to see someone get some energy. I need to see someone talking to each other, lift them up a little bit, and get yourselves going this afternoon. It's all good to talk about a lack of experience. What you're seeing right now, that's not necessarily good experience, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, that's where I'm really looking at Echo, right? I think Echo being the vet of this team, this is where he needs to kind of infuse the confidence in his 2 players, right? We know what Spam and Disrupt are like when they're feeling themselves and they're taking some confident gunfights. This is where Echo needs to call on that experience of last year's World Series of Warzone, where, you know, they kind of surged from behind in order to get to where they needed to. And he needs to be talking to them like, listen, guys, yes, our drops haven't been great. This is what we need to do. This is how we tighten on up. You guys are some of the best shooters in the game. This is what we need to do if we're going to be able to maybe win this contest against Vitality, or come up with a new game plan, come up with a new strat that's going to be able to lead us to victory. Because I'm going to be honest with you guys, if I'm looking at this scoreboard, when I'm looking at the difference in points from 4th all the way down to 10th, it's like a difference of 10, okay? So you still have a lot of Warzone left to play here, that if you can just start getting 18, 20 points on the board from here on out, we could see a late game surge from T1 to enter into this conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as far as landing spots go, though, they might have been jumping around a little bit. So, Nick, where do they land currently? Where do you think they go in map 4?
I mean, this is a team that have built and practiced themselves around playing out of Train, but last map they've decided to chalk up that landing, that contest with Vitality, and head over towards Pond. Now, they'll have some experience there. We've seen them play incredibly wide at times, but they get a lot of free space in Europe. They won't get as much of that here on the global stage. The only problem with that is if you want to play south, you're hitting Vitality, have already been beating you. If you want to play across the map, you're hitting that mansion contest that is a nightmare. So they've got to kind of figure out their pathing very quickly if this is their designated choice for the rest of this afternoon.
Well, it's Ravens in first place. Can they hold on to it? Let's find out. Hopping into game number 4. Spider Tiff Ghost, take it away.
Thank you so much, Taylor Reflections Nobles, and our amazing analyst. Now, Tiff, so much we can talk about because, yes, the Falcons have flown high finally, and they've picked up a 38.4-point win. They're near the top. But I gotta say, we got a lot of birds at the top of the leaderboard because the Ravens esports are crushing it right now, and they're living up to their smack talk. They said they're going Mansion. They said they're coming for Shifty, and they've done it in back-to-back maps, and it's made Twisted Minds not really be in the main conversation way up there at the top.
Yeah, and look, this team is incredibly talented. For them to just have missed out by getting that auto qual to EWC, to DreamHack Birmingham here, to compete for that top 4 slot.
Yo, did I fall asleep? Chat, did I fall asleep? Yo, did I deadass fall asleep? How long did I fall asleep for, bro? Have they played the next game? I fell asleep for a game? Bro, they were taking forever. Holy shit. Bro, I fell asleep for an hour. My fault, chat. I was so tired, bro. Holy shit. How long they took? They took forever with the PC shit, bro. My fault, chat. I gave him my all, bro. I'm dead ass. I was struggling. Bro. Struggling. I'm here, though. I'm here.
Beating under Onyx. It's like the perfect head-to-head shot here.
Yeah, you know, it's funny because I think that's a great comparison. I think it's, you know, new versus old in terms of like veteran experience with Warzone competition. I will say, as we take a look at the leaderboard, obviously you don't see T1 there. We know they're at the bottom with basically 0 points.
For now.
But it doesn't feel like nerves.
Ravens
like,
first.
Oftentimes when we talk about new players, it's like,
well,
they're not used to land. I don't feel like that's the issue.
VP
the problem right now
Falcons
is that
third,
they're just
Vitality
under
second.
way too much fire from all of the teams on the west side of the map. And Vitality's playing really well as well. So I think that's something to keep in mind. If Vitality's playing well, T1's gonna have a tough time. And if you go Pond, which is free, and it worked for them kind of last map.
T1 has
the
4
problem
points.
Is you can't rotate to anywhere without going through what? Ravens Esports, Twisted Minds, or back down to Vitality, just in a different context. And AG had been landing Chapel, which means rotating to even mid-map isn't nearly possible. So yeah, it's a really tough spot
what
to
is
play
T1
from,
doing
frankly,
right now?
Pond, and we've been pulling Eastern zones the entire time. So just keep that in mind. But as a reminder on scoring, by the way, how this all works.
Tessie, I gave him my all. I literally just like
tournaments that have been happening, especially
I gave him my all. I was trying so hard to stay up.
Series. We've got
I was trying so hard
playing
to
for the
stay up.
150 match point threshold point total. Once you hit that, the next map, if you win it, you will win our full competition. And then our multipliers today, 1.6 for that first place position. And then you're really trying to play for top 5 because that's at 1.4x. You still get a little something if you get top 10 though, Tough.
Exactly, but it's still at the end of the day the flexibility that we're looking forward towards. If the Falcons can turn their story around in just one map with that 38-point game, then you know teams that are on kind of the other side of our leaderboard have the chance to be able to do that, because a 38-point game for T1 is going to put them into the 40s. It's going to put them into the fighting mix. They just
what
have
up, Ozzy?
to
How you doing,
get
man?
a good start, like you were saying.
Y'all's in that joint. Oh my god, that little 30-minute nap might have just saved me for the rest of the tournament. I'm no bullshit. It might have just saved me.
That central buy station in the center of the building, so getting your loadout weapons can be a little more challenging, right? So you're kind of favoring some good ground loot. We've heard the Dash talk about some meta and all of those things.
I couldn't really fall asleep last night for some reason.
That you're remaining flexible, that you're getting the resources that you need for that end game navigation, because once you get those pulls towards the end, you have to be able to maximize.
I'm a little late to the chat. Why is Swagg competing? I had a team in this.
Is such a difference maker. And as we look at the gentlemen on your screen, the little prince,
that I was like,
Enigma loves to say over there, standing up, getting, you know, some stretches in. Of course, we are still prepping to get into game number 4. Yeah, you gotta stay. I don't stay loose. That feels so weird to say, Gosh.
What? They gotta stay loose. You gotta, like, you know, do some arm circles or something.
Sure.
You know, if you've been sitting around
Cowboy, this is live.
Yeah, honestly,
this is the live broadcast.
Booth here, folks. Of course, if we can start the match,
like in person,
we want to make sure it's the most
Birmingham.
competitively, or I guess most filled with integrity, if you will. Our competitive integrity has to be at the top of our priority list. So we will take our time in order to make sure that is the case. But yeah, you know, Tiff, it's interesting. We've played 3 maps here, and
they played 3 maps in 3 hours.
Felt like a couple of our teams going back to a position that they liked on the map, trying it out.
Hey, that 1K gifted was insane.
In particular, I'm talking
100%.
about Ravens Esports trying out Mansion. It worked, so they decided to stay there for map 3. And then I'm talking about Los Corrillos, which is, I've been told I've been saying it wrong all day, so I will try to say it right.
Get better,
Samir tried Lumber, which is where they landed in the opens. It worked. And so they said, okay, let's do it again. And it kind of worked again. So, you know, it'll be fun to see. It'll be fun to see the contests happen at Mansion. It'll be fun to see the contests happen at Lumber. And then, of course, if we don't pull research, I expect to see AG Global go back to Chapel, because that obviously didn't work.
Yeah, so here's the deal. No shade on Los Corrillos, because I'm a huge fan of that team, but they are one of the only teams that has taken a win here that is not inside the top 4. Could have been the shift over towards Lumber. Of course, it's tough when you've got G2 and the Gentlemates breathing down your neck, and Falcons who land River, who decide to rotate on early, looking for every single kill on the entire map. And roaming the south side is the best path of resistance, or least path of resistance over towards Research Center, right? Because you're just looking to clean up the entirety as you rotate up. Now, as we think towards game number 4, I want to see a shakeup. I want to see something completely change. I called out Research. I'm gonna say I want a Mansion ending, Coach. I want to go to Mansion. Yeah, dude, that's where I want to go.
All right, Mansion ending, says Tiff. Well, you predicted the last one, so I'll be very curious to see if you predict this one. No, I would like to see some Western zones, and I think Danger actually said it perfectly for Vitality. Said, hey, look, Vitality's actually doing
Holy Ghost still here, bro. Nia and DME said we should have picked him up. He's currently in first right now, bro.
On the opposite side of the map. What about the zones on their side of the map? It is something, and a big question
Falk, I want Loy to win. Loy to win for sure.
One of the reasons they barely made it actually to this stage was because for the zones that pulled train, well, they weren't really getting any kills. So their average placement was 4.5, nearly 4th place on average every single map.
What up, hey? How you doing?
Because of that, they didn't find a lot of points.
Yeah, I want Sage and
but now we find them at the top of the leaderboard.
I was curious how that would look with the Gentlemates when we had that initial circle kind of pull towards the south on Lumber, because they were isolated in Lumber after winning a lot of those initial fights. And I'm tired. Like, there's been 3 or 4 minutes that have gone by that we're listening to the cast, and I'm seeing the Gentlemates on the map.
It's rough watching from NA.
Really
I'm dying. I literally
around.
just fell
You've even
asleep for
invested
game 3.
one player kind of moving up, crawling through some buildings, trying to find those engagements, and all you can do is make sure.
Yeah, and I don't even know, like, I don't know why Nia hit me back like that.
Get your numbers up. We got a lot of words to be played,
but we can't even talk. Like, I can't even sit down and have a conversation with you,
Game number 4. Thanks for staying patient. We'll see you in just a moment.
lock in, load up, and let's make
Why are you competing in these
history.
tournaments anymore? It's too much going on, man. Too much going on.
Big and fast and furious. Today is about legacy.
I gotta learn. I guess I gotta learn French.
You thought you were safe? Everyone
It's
who's
7 a.m. for
falling
me, but
into
it started at
these
4
guys'
a.m. I needed a nap.
Twisted minds! They do it to the very end! It was patience all the way through!
What up, Foster? How you doing? G, what's up, baby? First place gets 30 bands. Only 3 games played in 2.5 hours. Josh, they're killing me, bro, with that. Killing me. Killing me. Josh, when they said PC, when they said, bro, the reason why I went to go lay down is because they said 2 PC swaps. I said, let me just go take a quick 30-minute nap. Bro, I heard 2 PC swaps like this. I'm gonna go take it down. Full white, what's up, baby? Yeah, I mean, how bad was World Series? World Series was bad. Nah, Booyah said he can't compete. I talked to him last night, because I thought he was serious, like genuinely serious about playing. So I talked to him. He said, okay. Bro was gone. I was chopped. Jeez. I genuinely need a coffee, and I think I need a coffee now. Yo, Jiff, that's insane. How many times have you competed at LAN 3? Swagg, I missed the Market J. Wow, bro. I feel like only like OG old heads know about Market J. Like a lot of young people, like you, they don't know about Market J at all. He was a genuine legend in this space. Market J, what a name. What up, man? How you doing, G? What's up, man? Chat, where y'all watching this stream at? Home, work, school? Where y'all watching this at? I'm rooting for Lil A and Sage. My team got eliminated, so I got no skin in the game. Spectre, I wish I was at Starbucks right now, I swear to God.
Resurgence series is coming to the 2026 Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. 32 teams, $1 million on the line. Tickets are on sale now. Get yours. Get to Riyadh this summer and watch the
What up,
greatest
Spence? What's up, baby?
rise above. Welcome back in, everybody. Game 4 just around the corner. Thank you for your patience. We're figuring some things out there out on the stage. We definitely want all the competitors to have a clean way to get into the game, right? That's what it's all about. Competitive integrity. Of course, my name, Taylor Reflections, double joined by Dandro and Enigma. Great game number 4 about to be underway. One of the top leading teams that I've been really impressed with so far has been Spectre. Spectre is a team that Goj has been really, hot on recently. Currently in 5th place, looking to break into top 4, Dandro.
Yeah, they're looking really,
What up,
really
Rabies?
solid.
How you doing?
Some of
Headed
their
to church?
stats
Let me
so
know all
far
the
that they've
messages.
had. So, you know, in this lobby, and it's really been all Sariel, right? 19 kills so far across these first 3 maps. Has really been trying to put the team on their back. No
Jason Moose said
surprise,
he's
right?
here,
Because
he's
we've
here,
seen
he's
this
here.
young man absolutely being able to fry throughout this entire year. Came on through, had some people saying, yeah, maybe the Spectre roster can make something happen in qualifiers. They are that 5th place team, able to make it happen. Look really good so far. Very excited to see what they can do throughout the rest of our day.
And they definitely are performing well.
What up, Trey? What's up,
Naturally,
baby?
a team that we had to watch out for at the beginning. Goj called him, and he might be right. Top 4 could be well underway. But is there a team, Enigma, that's currently in that top page that you're like, it's a big surprise that they're actually doing as well as they are today?
I'll make it super snappy. It's Lotus 8. They're a team that, quite frankly, shouldn't be here. A lot of people expected them to get absolutely battered out of the open portion. They're now in 7th, sitting on the cusp. Havoc.
Are you gonna play Warzone?
Yeah,
after the tournament,
keep an eye on he's putting on.
Lotus 8 looking great. A lot of teams out there. We appreciate it. It's map 4. Let's get it underway. Spider Tiff Ghost, take it away.
Thank you so much, Taylor Reflections Noble and the desk. We've been doing a lot of yapping today, but I like the conjecture. I am a hypothetical Harry at heart, Tiff, and a lot of hypotheticals, but it's time to get into the action. Game 4 about to be underway. What do you want to see? You said Mansion, I think, in terms of the zone.
I do want to see Mansion. I also want to say onomatopoeia because you were saying a lot of big words there, Goj, and I wanted to get one in as well, okay? I wanted to feel special, feel smart, but yeah, I want to go Mansion, okay? I want to see some mess over there. I want to see Twisted Minds get into the action, and honestly, with Ravens Esports having a little bit of a death note their own, and they might have wrote Shifty in there looking like light,
good chairs, and the rest of the people get cafeteria chairs and their bullshit setups.
Only there. But I think this is the fight that I want to see.
Yo, like that shit is so ass.
Hitting Raven on one side, Twisted Minds on
like
the
legit
other.
Gentlemates, I think Falcons
champions on Twisted Minds. You
and I think some other teams get like
some
tier
teams
1
that are
setups.
vying for that position. They want to get there. They want to do it. And look at that crowd, baby.
I know, we got a crowd watching our main stage, and there's a lot going on at DreamHack, by the way. It was a lot of fun to see all the stuff happening with the CDL.
The cafeteria chairs are crazy.
Well today, and with the opens yesterday. So, yeah, DreamHack is a very cool spot there in Birmingham and getting a lot of value. But it's time for Game 4, folks. Enough yet. It's time to see what happens.
I clicked
Who's dropping where? We hit the buttons on the backside. Hopefully everything works out. As a reminder, we are playing for top 4, but there's also $100,000 on the line for this competition as well. Top 4 is huge to make it to EWC, but 100K and 30K for first. Good grief, Tiff.
That's a lot of money in this economy, let me tell you. And let's get into it, Goj, as we are cruising through. I'm ready to see the play line. I'm ready to see where we're heading. And I'm curious to see which team is going to net themselves a map win. Mind you, we're just getting in to game number 4.
Here we go, baby.
It is anyone's play.
Chat,
we still
who you
have
got
to
winning
get
this
to
match?
150.
Throw your predictions out right now. Who you got winning? I got a little way in there. Let's go. Low air sage. Low air sage.
Plane line, and Tiff, you are doing some weird
Yo, I fell asleep during map 3, Jay.
Just a mansion circle. Our entire bottom
I
half
fell
of the
asleep
map
during map 3.
and the top half of that first circle is off the map. And
nah, I stepped away for a second, because they had to do 2 PC swaps, so I just passed out.
Oh, gentlemates, where have you gone? Keep your eyes
Bro,
on
like
pond.
40
They
minutes.
have moved from lumber. They have gone to pond, which means T1 isn't there, and Los Carrillos over there getting messy at Mansion. This is the changeup that I was looking for.
Yeah, this is crazy. Gentlemates, they have done this in the past when it's a northern zone, especially northwestern zone. They will head up to pond. This isn't totally abnormal for them. However, I was expecting them to fight T1 off rip because T1 had been landing pond.
Heavily. What up, Y? How you doing, man?
T1 go all the way to Cole, and they're contesting Gooey because they're like, I guess we win that fight. I don't know what they're thinking. I respect the ego chow. We'll see if it pays off. We're going to take a quick look at him. It's looking like they're currently winning the fight, at least somewhat. One thing that hasn't changed is that off screen, you're seeing the kill feed pop through now.
Yo, T1 is getting shit on. Their last place.
And it does look like this is the team I was about to shout out. Los Carrillos.
Brother, they won EU by 100 points.
Third partying this fight, making things more messy.
Bro, Coach, where did you go during the break? Now
they got Echo, who's a World Series champion. They're just
look, they still have 2 self-reses, and you've got Creamy over here looking for that action. They're not the only teams that are here, but of course with the Twisted Minds, with trying to go through the streaks and work around. You've got multiple angles, but something that they're exercising right now is caution. They're not just blatantly full sending on this roof. They are on the hunt. They see that door closed. They know they're in the stairway. But what is the best way to pick them apart? You rip the plates off, and you just need 2 more bullets. Well, now it's going to be a full reset. The peak there, and Grimmy's not giving up on this.
Look at peak 15. Folks, that's HG Global. They had a tough start. They rotate over. They try to land over at Research. It doesn't work out for them. They go back to Chapel, and they're early rotating up here in a Mansion, thinking they maybe can get a piece of some of the action of what will be the chaos of Mansion. We see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams all around Mansion with Gentlemates close by. Kill feed lighting up, streaks landing on top, not doing much besides zoning people off from rotating across the top of Mansion and maybe catching somebody unaware from the backside. In the meantime, a lot of stuff going on, Tiff. Go for it.
There really is. You've got VP fighting Lotus 8. You've got Twisted Minds on your screen. AG Global have finally arrived, and it's going to put things into an interesting perspective. When you see FIFA go down, when you see Scummin go down, and you're saying, did they get one back with the Resurgence timer, and are they still alive? Because we're down 2 teams, and I would hate to see AG Global be one of them.
No, Scummin went to Europe.
That's a good shout. By the way, off screen, it looks like the Ego Chow might have paid off. T1, they land all the way on the east side of the map at Cole, and they wipe GUI, one of the first teams off the map, win Cole, and then they're pushed out by G2 from the south side. So G2's moved up into Cole, and T1's going to be up in Research. We'll figure out where they go from here in a second.
I slept just a little bit.
In the meantime, Research still getting extremely active with all the fighting happening. And Falcons, well, they had the entirety of the south side of the map alone again. So we see 2 pushed up here around mid-map over by Trainwreck, trying to move over towards G2 and what looks like 2 parts of 4Fun Esports who are in a blender. And we're going to have to chow everything to stay alive. And so far, so good. Bubble on the backside, keeping his team alive, playing anchor right now, still with 2 kills as 4Fun trying to stabilize.
All right, I'm getting word. FLS and AG confirmed fully out, and the Falcons are on the hunt for mid-map. Now, about this time, about 4 or 5 minutes in, 4Fun does normally end up in this vicinity, but the Falcons, with no one to chow off rip, have extended out this far, looking for any and all kills, and it's going to be one of them finding flanked. So Bubble and Juju still wrapping around and trying to navigate a rotation, but with T1 still in the mix, they actually bypass 4Fun on the right side.
Good God, this map's going to be extremely fast. We're already down to 14 teams, sure, but everybody's having to move up to basically just Mansion and Pond, and I guess Barn on the south side. So even Research is out of this next zone here for zone number 2. Everybody's going to have to rotate over across the bridge and get caught in transition. It's going to be a bloodbath at Research on the way out. You see 4Fun still alive, man. I will tip my hat to their resilience. The fact that they're still up and still fighting. With all the chaos of trying to play through mid-map is pretty impressive. See if they can try to stabilize with G2 hunting them down. I can expect G2 4Fun rather to finally fall here. As G2 finally pick up a couple kills. That'll be their 3rd or 4th now after a fight over at Cole.
Well, I believe, since I didn't see squad wipe, that there's probably some floaters from 4Fun. We'll confirm later. T1 racking up some kills on that feed, so we're starting to get the points on the board and doing what we need. For Light Unlimited, a quick flash here. You can see where we started. We did have Ravens that were north of the 60s, but it's okay, because Light's Unlimited still trying to hit the move. We know that we have this chaos over at Research Center, and you've got Gentlemen near the top of it. You have T1 that's up there looking to get messy. So cover your angles on the
yeah.
6, dude.
I respect it though. I respect it though. Like it's like I get
it's
you.
A great chow there to make sure you keep your teammate alive and she's able to pick up the res as well. VP's gonna be on your backside. The problem is, even if you do win out, even if you wipe VP here, you're gonna get cut off in transition. You got T1 on the north side, that's that purple 2, and on the south side you get G2 hunting for kills, trying to win out on the east. Really rotating in is gonna be brutal, but we'll see what they're able to do, as Gentlemen have been hanging out in Pond since the beginning. I don't think they hardly have a kill with their names, since they've been chilling here since the very beginning of the map, but hopefully they'll be able to pick some up in game ideally.
Now, here's the deal. There is a buy station in Pond. We need to get Gromalok back, and I love what Hollow is doing, is just kind of scouting out, looking to throw some damage, and it's Enkyo, the La Petite Prince, getting crazy, trying to get in there, finding flanked. 4Fun can't seem to get any grounds moving. We're not even into the top 10, Goj, but what we're doing is just trying to carve out a path. That's a big one. You saw that, right? Ravens are out.
Ravens Esports get wiped. A brief look there. The free came.
Raven got wiped. Wow.
No multiplier for them, but we
first
place. Gentleman's in trouble. Gentleman's maybe causing it, but Enkyo last life for his team. Hardly a kill and 0 kills to his name, but almost 1,000 damage. Gentlemates, they've got a couple, but hanging out in Pod, they've got to slow things down, chill in the shack. Wait for what is next.
Who's red?
Gentlemen should be fine to have a couple floaters. The problem is they won't have great loot. We're down to not very many teams comparatively to what we're used to at this circle. Our Resurgence timer is still active, by the way. We lost a lot of teams rotating over from Research as expected. Team 1 was in trouble. They regained around mid-map, but again, won't have great loot either. Really looking at teams like Twisted Minds,
they're balling this game. They're balling this game.
In the mid-map to have the best loot in a good position.
They are
on a high ground position, especially moving toward a mansion.
They're in mansion, I think.
4Fun out. And you've got T1 holding on. You jump to Echo's POV. Echo has no cash. We're a solo in a shack doing some shenanigans, and I'm not feeling good about it. But for the teams on your screen, gentle mates, we're back up in our numbers. We have the advantage, and we are going to full send that T1 squad. They have 4 points coming into this map, and we are going to deny them any chance to get even more. Down to Disrupt, and he immediately gets annihilated.
Yeah, that's a false positive there. He did get the double buyback, by the way. So T1 still in this lobby. I will say, though, VP are not. Virtus Pro down and out by the hands of Twisted Minds as they try to wrap around the north side of Mansion, and they get punished for it. Twisted Minds having to play the low side now because of all the chaos inside, but they're picking up the kills, which is what they want. Shifty finds more as he finds a couple members of T1, but also finds a couple members of G2, and unfortunately Almond does get cut down as G2 win out on the north, but it's only by 1 player. As they move around from Research, they went up from Lumber into Coal, win out of Research, and now they've wrapped over to Mansion, doing a fantastic job winning their engagements to get to this point. The problem is they're down to 1.
Down to 1, and another thing, if you're going to be calling out the 1, you've got to seek out that red one on your mini map. They are taking space, and for Disrupt,
I think so.
You're just laying low. You want to get into that top 5, make the most of the kills that you were able to acquire, and get up on that leaderboard. Who knows? Maybe you can make a Hail Mary play, have another buyback. But for the Los Carrillos, they have been your map 1 winners. They've been consistently towards that end game. And I think the pickup of Criminal God here on 5 was stellar, but now you've got to drop down, take a crazy fight, you get anxiety,
what a pinch, what a pinch.
This proves everything about Amir having the ability to create a stellar team.
Wow.
Yeah, good pickups, and as much as it looked like Criminal God just put on a huge blender of G2, it was a
I think it's Doggy now.
That's
Doggy now.
Played the trade from the backside, so nice pickup. But Genomates get wiped.
Yeah, it's
that's
news.
They went out the south side of the map. They rotate all the way up to the north, and now they're fighting Vitality. Again, our timer is still active, so we still got people respawning. We're now finally moving into the 4th circle. And so because of that, the Falcons, they've won out. All the way wrapping around the west. They move up and now are challenging Vitality. This is a huge fight to win the west. This is basically a fight for WinCon as they do wipe Vitality. The Falcons are on a tear right now. Donkey on 7, and they've got a fantastic position on the map, especially if the zone continues to pull outside of Mansion.
Donkey is not letting anything go. He's putting it all on the table. But when you think back, sure, Falcons have the west. Who has the east? It's the team on your screen. And as they're working towards the front side of Mansion, they're going to have to deal with a couple teams that are still situated in the vicinity. Spectre being one of them. Ghost, they've got the roof.
They've got the roof. Now a reminder, I think it was Disrupt on T1 that was hanging out in, I think they call it TikTok spot, but Creddy spot up top, hiding between the rooftops. And because of that, his teammates were able to respawn because the timer was still active. They all land there. Now they're just chilling, waiting for, I guess, top 5, which they do get. I don't know if they hardly have a kill to their name. They got a couple probably. Maybe more than I'm expecting, but...
Gosh.
Yeah.
Pause. Ain't no way. There is no way in hell that we are seeing pulls like this. Sure, you want to look at Mansion, but this is very similar to that Research in map number 3. You're telling me the Falcons get another damn pull. What?
Yo, she made me tweak.
Like I said, win condition on the outside of the map if it pulls outside of Mansion, which it does. They sit here waiting for it. They called it perfectly, kind of as per the usual for the Falcons. Shout out to Soka. Not sure who made the call. I'm expecting it's Soka. So they get the zone. Everybody's got to go to them. Now, what does Shifty do? We run at it immediately. We can't come in late.
Dog, you did not get blooded. You did not get blooded, Donkey.
Gets the cleanup. The Falcons may get the zone, but they got to win the zone to take it. T1 may play spoiler to backside of Twisted Minds if they're not careful, though. Yes, we're into the top 5. Now, all that matters is a win. So a deployable cover might be nice, but Shifty's on 11 kills. By the way,
why did Donkey just give him blood?
On sizable amount of kills, spam goal on double digits himself.
I think Shifty didn't use the cluster on them.
Getting a win here, 1.6 will go huge for their scores as Almond does pick one of T1 out of this lobby.
The best thing that they just did was they dropped a deployable cover to cover some angles there from Mansion. It allows Almond to extend
Oh my, go down. Almond sold.
You don't survive. It's
Oh
okay,
no,
though,
they just
because you
sold.
make
They
you get
just
eviscerated.
sold.
Los Carrillos coming in.
What was
they say
Almond
you
doing?
can throw the deployable. You can do what you want. But now a reset is needed. The pullback towards Mansion. The Falcons encroaching on that territory. And you see a final
Twisted Minds just sold that shit.
3v2, but the res means everybody was pretty weak. Z-Dark in trouble, loses some place but stays alive somehow. Donkey down with the 2 members of Falcons trying to hunt. This just feels like Romeo and Juliet.
What?
There's no fucking way you did that.
IGL, he wins the 1v2.
1v1.
Holy cow. Now a 2v1.
Oh my God.
Complete turn of the screen.
Ooh, big dick shit. Big dick shit.
What is happening?
Big dick shit.
They couldn't hear him though.
This is everything that we could have wanted for DreamHack Birmingham, baby.
Wow.
This is Warzone.
Wow. Amir just put his nuts on him.
Can
Oh
we
my
just see
god.
that one again? Because I need it. Because your drop 4 winners
no choice,
are
right?
potentially
Yeah,
your
I mean,
round
it's
1
just
winners.
he's ego
as
child. Fuck
because
it.
Amir, baby, when he jumps out, does he really clean up the 2 of them? I want it slow-mo. I need it more. Give me it
I
all.
was talking to Stephanie about that shit.
I'm all over the place, Dev. I'm going to be honest.
I need it.
What was a crazy fight. It really could have been 3 teams fighting each other, but instead,
He hit the
smartly,
big play.
we get a really
Look at
aggressive
this.
team. We find
Look at
ourselves in a
this.
2v3.
Oh my god,
Hisoka climbs up the balcony.
What?
Oh my god.
Like Romeo trying to find Juliet, but he finds a 2-piece instead.
I mean, low-key, Soka should have just shouldered this.
Down criminal guard.
Soka-
So it's
Soka
just
should have shouldered that.
Who flings himself out, leapfrogs
Nah,
over.
I mean, Soka just
Says, "What up,
didn't
my
have to do
guy?"
that. He could have just shouldered it, honestly.
Takes them down.
Wow. Yeah, Amir just proned out wins on Hisoka.
You grabbing a burrito?
When he was weak from the 2-piece, and then WWE
No,
style
this
over
it
the
is.
top suplex slams. And Los Carrillos.
I mean, they win that. They win that if he just shoulders it, bro.
Holy cow. Our first team to pick
Even
up
though he did
2
get the
map
2-piece,
wins.
he just
Is
gave
it
up the
land
immediate
finals here in
trade.
Birmingham, representing LATAM extremely well after a banger last map. Wow, that was crazy.
Okay, but here's the last stand. Now, I loved this, right? Falcons get the pull, and Twisted Minds immediately identify where they want to go. But instead of being a little conservative, because you can't survive, you've got streaks going on, you drop the deployable, you're trying to thrive in this scenario, but when you've got T1 still in Mansion holding an angle, as well as Los Carrillos, you have to fully commit to wiping Falcons and cutting off the angles from Mansion. That extension out causes them to fall a bit too early, right? And what it does, it allows Falcons some time to regain before they have to inevitably move back to Mansion.
Yeah, Twisted Minds did a really good job of rotating early, like you said. They tried to chow for what they thought could be win condition. The zone repulls. The zone repulls back, and because of the eco chow there, Shifty going down means the Falcons are relegated to only 2
I fell
players,
back and
which
see
makes it
who's
2v3
winning.
extremely
I
difficult
don't know
to
after
do.
this. We'll see
Or
what
at least
update.
so we thought. This is
Yo,
this
no
is such a
cap,
crazy
bro. That's
sequence,
that.
and it's
You
great
gotta
to be able to
understand how
see it from
tired I
this
was to
freaking
fall
observer
back to
perspective,
sleep for
because you
30
can actually
minutes.
see
I was just
that
like,
Noobs is playing this off
they
angle
said
from the backside,
they
playing
said double
patient,
PC
and
swap.
Ahsoka
I
just
said,
chows this. Noobs is trying to catch one in transition over the top, but can't find an
like,
angle to
what
put
am I-
enough
you know what I
damage
mean?
down
Like,
over the
it's
top of
five.
this
It
railing
was
somehow to help his
5:45
teammate out.
a.m. I
So
said, I'm gonna just
just
nap real
wins the
quick.
2.
But
But then Noobs is so far away that Amir catches Ahsoka peeking the angle, getting just a little overheating.
It's in
And
UK.
then Amir just suplexes him. I
Yeah,
guess
it's like 2
I think
p.m.,
Noobs
3
was
p.m.
plating or something. I don't know. That was wild.
It
What
was
up, Joel?
some nice
Faze
timing
is down
there.
one
It's
game.
recognizing that there's an
Oh, yeah, they're playing
opportunity
Optic,
that
right?
I am full sending this 1v1 right now. I'm going to end it
Well, they're
here,
playing
and I'm going to
SCB
have a
raid.
50% win rate at it. If
Stuff
you're
like I
taking
haven't seen
2
at
out
all.
of our 4-match wins, what is the name of Call of Duty Warzone
30
match
wins
point? It's
mean
get to
anything, or do you need
150
more?
and prove that you can win after that. And if you've
Depends
already
when it
won 2
finishes
maps
in
here today,
between my ad.
well, you can do it.
I might
Look,
not
it's
between
fantastic
this and
from
my
them. Winning
ad.
2 maps for them is giant because of the
Bullshit.
multipliers.
I don't know how
They
long this is
average
gonna go.
6.2 place. They average about 6th place through our open land finals, and they're doing a little bit better than that, I think,
What
this
about
time
SD?
around.
What's
Let's
up,
head
baby?
back to the desk and see what Taylor Reflections Noble and our amazing analysts have to say. Oh, wait, just kidding. Folks, we're going to head to a very short break because we're going to be rotating out. You're going to have Dan Enigma back for the cast. See you in just a second.
lock in, load up, and let's make
I'm not gonna lie, a
history.
coffee and a burrito sounds spectacular.
The shots are firing. Mike's coming thick and fast
A
and
breakfast
furious.
burrito sounds spectacular.
Today is about legacy. Guess what? You thought you were safe. Everyone who's falling into
Oh
this
my
guy's sight
God.
is dying. Twist and bite! They do it to the very end. It was patience all the way through.
Yeah, are they even gonna do Saudi?
What do you mean? Oh, yeah, for sure.
Now, I don't know how true everything is on online internet, so I could be wrong. Before I went to bed, I saw something. It could be true or not, for whatever reasons why. But I think if I'm wrong, chat, somebody don't fucking cook me. Don't be rude. Just say I'm wrong. But I think I saw that like Congress like got together without Trump and like basically ruled like whatever he had going on, and they all like came together and was like, yeah, we're gonna pay TSA now, because supposedly I think TMZ was on everyone's ass. They were like, yo, if you catch any congressman or woman flying on vacation or whatever, like fucking post pictures and send it to us and we'll post it. And so they saw like a few representatives like on flights.
For real?
And,
no way.
And I think like Delta was canceling all the special perks and packages for them. So they were like, nah, fuck that. Like, get TSA back working. Like they were doing that until TSA got paid.
So TSA is getting paid?
Yeah, they overruled it to pay, like whatever Trump was already ruling or whatever, they all got together and said, fuck that, we're gonna make sure they all get paid. And supposedly they did that vote last night or 2 nights ago. So the workers should be starting to get paid.
Hopefully, bro. I just
could be wrong though.
I just saw Lacey said that he had to wait. TSA at LAX was like fucking like 2 hours or some shit. But that just sounds horrific, man.
Bengals are ass. Jay, they suck so bad. Okay. Okay.
Can you someone said, can you please get BB Gaming and these turnies to pros to shut them up? Who's BB Gaming?
Wait, who the fuck is that? Oh, is that the one dude that like camps to play or some shit like that?
I don't know who it is.
I think that's him. It's for one pay period. We still in the same situation. They won't come back. Oh, never mind.
Cook.
I think it was one pay. They're doing only one pay period. They don't give a fuck about them niggas.
TSA here in Houston in 6 hours. I'm in Atlanta airport right now. 10 and 15 minute wait. TSA pre-check. Oh, that's not a bad, Los.
But that is bad.
For 10 to 15 minutes TSA.
Nigga, TSA pre-check, motherfucker. You supposed to go in, show your ID. You should be going in like, yeah, I'm about to hop on this flight. Go in, show your ID, especially your check out. Go in, show your ID, walk through.
32 teams, $1 million on the line. Tickets are on sale now.
Go in.
Get yours. Get to Riyadh this summer.
To have a line
watch
of
the
TSA
greatest
pre-check, I would be
rise
fucking.
above.
It's like the bougie side. It's like, ugh, like what the fuck? Move. That's how it is. Like, why we
to the Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence Series Grand Finals in Birmingham. We are 4 games in, and I tell you what, it's been exhilarating to watch these teams play.
I just came back from Chicago and Dallas. TSA was quick as fuck, less than 10 minutes. Then what are people talking about this? Is it like just certain airlines and shit?
They continue to excel, and obviously we got to highlight Deus Amir, who has been just stellar in picking his teams. Tiff, you were the first one to point that out, and not only winning a tournament recently before even Birmingham, but
where
now
can you watch this? Come to my TikTok.
Today,
or sorry, come to my Twitch, twitch.tv/Swagg.
First, let's talk T1 though. That was the big story at the very start of map number 4. They make a big adjustment, and it ends up paying off for a little bit.
Yeah, you know, they do make a big adjustment, and I'm curious that it worked. Like, they ego chow basically GUI. They think about the map, they They know where everybody lands. They're very smart players, and they go, I think we win this. And they were right. So they went out there. They get shoved out by G2, though. And when they get shoved out by G2, they kind of make a break for it all the way to Mansion. It kind of sort of works. They pick up kills in transition. I believe that one of their players, I want to say it was Disruptor or Spam. No, Spam had 10 kills. So they find kills, but then they just
Rager, he is,
yep. Which kind of works out for them because they need that multiplier. So overall, a better map for them, Taylor.
Rager.
Yeah, great map indeed. You know, adjustment had to be made. What they were doing before just simply was not working. I'm okay with incremental changes. Look, it's not the end of the world, Tip. If it doesn't work out here in Birmingham, I'm not selling them short. I'm just saying, I love that they're making adjustments. They still have Atlanta in the future if they decide to stay together and continue to move forward. Fun. Another good map coming out from them, at least decent start anyways.
Yeah, it's been really tough to navigate, okay? Especially if you're having some of these crazy pools like the Research in map number 3, like the Mansion in map number 4. You can have this contention point inside mid-map where they seem to find themselves. And even though you have Flank that survives and pushes up more for a regain and pawn to access that buy station, this is where Gentlemates were situated. And Gentlemates then have to deal with Skullface, with Blast, with Sage, who decide to say, we have to push. We know this is win condition and we have to clear this out. Of course, they're not alone. Twisted Minds, on the other hand, they have to fight from the Mansion side, which they have been doing map after map, and this time it was a little more difficult.
Yeah, this as we get towards the ending, it was pretty insane. First off, Tiff, shout out to you for calling not only the initial zone, but also Falcons getting blessed by zone towards the end. Well, I thought they were free and clear to take the win. Ultimately, ended up not falling their way. However, still a phenomenal game because Doggy was tearing it up, Coach.
Yeah, tearing it up. The Falcons did a great job. Nobody was near them on the south side, so they didn't do anything with that. But because of that, they did a great job of hunting the map for kills. But this moment right here changed the game for the Falcons. We see a really aggressive Twisted Minds, and by the way, Twisted Minds had a lot of points that game as well. They were also top 5, had a player on double digits, so a great game for them. But then we find ourselves in a 2v3 where the Falcons theoretically could win. It was going to be difficult. Ahsoka creeps up the balcony, picks up 2, and then he just overcooks a little bit. Why are we peeking the corner without putting a single plate in? We lose our life, and Hideo Samir suplexes Noobs off the top rope and wins the map to get their second. A great finish to a great
I don't think there's any keyboard and mouse players in this, right? Is Gooey? I think Gooey might be keyboard and mouse player. Other than that, yeah. I think Husker's retired or something. He's going to do Battlefield, and Battlefield got chopped cheese.
Behind them after their win. These guys are vibing at a level unlike anyone else. I would say besides Sage, his vibes are obviously peak, as we saw earlier after map 2. But well done to these boys. They are playing out of their mind, and clearly getting those games in yesterday ended up paying off tremendously. They'll walk away with 28.8 points, which is massive. Falcons continue their reign of terror. I believe
Los Corrillos is just hooping.
Should be in second place. We'll see. Twisted Minds make great headway, though, with their third place. And I do want to highlight, by the way, in that getting towards the tail end of things, you know, Shifty did make a great push towards the Falcons, and I thought he was going to challenge them super strong, and he did, but the zone shifted away. They ended up falling, which is unfortunate, but still a great game. And again,
I don't know. Chat, what does that name mean? Los Corrillos
on the board. Up to this game, they had a total of 3 eliminations, and map 4 they get 16.
Yeah, they're on par with what the Falcons are able to do. We saw them do that in their region on the online qualifiers. They shook out a couple of maps, and now they're returning to form, right? 22 points on top of the 4-ish that they had coming into this, puts them closer to 26. They're likely going to be mid-lobby. We'll check in with that later. But still, it's that comeback we needed. For Gentlemates to walk out in 7th there, it's not going to be what they wanted, but that regain situation that we saw over by Pawn, that's difficult when you had teams like VP, like Falcons, all heading that way.
Yeah, it's I think at any point these maps are going to be difficult, right? I mean, after all, it is Birmingham, it's land, and teams are making adjustments on the fly. Your POI is never a guarantee. I mean, that was made apparent in map 2 when Lumber saw 3 teams all of a sudden, right? And Gentlemates had to make that extreme adjustments and try and battle against them. But I'm curious, did Falcons do enough to get in the top 2? Let's take a peek.
That's from Puerto Rico? Oh, Los Corrillos, Puerto Rican?
Will be, but just barely over Furnace Pro. Ravens will fall down just a bit, but they're still cruising from the earlier performance.
Falcons at 77, Twisted Minds 63,
Falcons surprisingly
5th.
taking over first place, or top 4 highly competitive. But the race to the top 4 with 5th, 6th on down goes is still highly competitive.
They're Mexican, bro.
Really close. I mean, this is
I thought Criminal God was Puerto Rican.
We thought the leaderboard would be very tight. This is similar to what we saw in in the Open Land Finals just yesterday, where all the scores are
Amir's
really
next
close
to me,
together. There isn't somebody running away with this competition, right? We only have a 7-point lead.
I'm pretty sure Criminal got some
even
PR.
the spread from first to fifth, yes, it's 19 points, but at the end of the day, this doesn't look like NA Finals or EU Finals where there's a clear top two. This is still anybody's game, and you see even T1, they pick up their 20-some-odd point game. They jump back up into the race. Yes, they're in 15th. There's still an opportunity for them to qual, folks. There is nobody out of this competition now, which is good news if you're a fan of some of these teams near the bottom of the leaderboard.
Yeah, for sure. Still early goings. And after all, right, we have that 150-point threshold that still needs to be reached. Falcons, after all, are almost halfway there.
A little over.
Like the Three Amigos.
Just a little over halfway there. So plenty of time remains. I am sure of it. After all, that's only 4 games. And it's time to get started with our 5th one. So without further ado, Dandro Enigma, let's get it started.
Woo, okay, Taylor, I love how you guys set the stage in a beautiful way for what we are about to witness here for game number 5. Enigma, it's taken us 4 games to get even halfway over our match point threshold that's there. Kind of has me saying, if we keep it up at this rate, we have a lot of Warzone ahead of us, which, hey, I love that. I would rather not have any other way to spend my Sunday than watch some of the best fry out on Haven's Hollow.
Yeah, I was hoping to get back to the venue and catch some other action, but you know what? I'll also take like a 15
I'm live right now, man. I'm live.
where we've got lots of teams on match
We want
point.
to win
I'll
away.
take that all damn day. We were trying to predict it in the back, right? We're kind of like, I think it's going to 8, maybe 10. Right now, we are on course for way past that. Now, of course, teams like the Falcons could have bangers where they take big runs, but it's one of those where this is not as simple as it used to be back when we used to talk about the Falcons on match point, and they'd
4
basically
games
win
in 3 hours.
pretty much every map where they hit match point. It will be hotly contested, even when they get to that point. And again, we're only at 77.4 after 4. So some time yet, some Warzone to play. That will be comfort to those who've got off to slow starts. Looking at T1, Gentlemates, who finally started to build their way back in. But for some others, Vitality, VP started to slide a little bit after your early adrenaline. Gotta see them pick that momentum back up now and start to run to get themselves way
Yeah, that's their
into
chairs.
contention. Talking about
They
some
got
of
the little
players that are absolutely
cafeteria
fine,
joints.
by
They got
way.
the same
I'm
chairs as the
seeing
people in the venue.
Nuke's leading the lobby for kills with 26. The hell are we talking about there?
I mean, hey, that's just Big
Chop
Eddie
cheese.
coming on out every single map. Like you mentioned, it was a slow start for the Falcons for today, but Noobs just doing such a great job. I think maybe he gets overlooked. I saw Mixie making some tweets saying, hey, don't forget about Eddie on land as a beast that is here. And maybe I think sometimes everyone's like, oh, Noobs, he's such a great support player for Soka and Dongi. No, listen, this is what makes this roster insane. It is that any
They have
one
too much
of
money
those
for that,
3
way too
players
much.
can absolutely shoot. And when you have that ability to be able to get back on in, and no matter who's alive, you can feel confident you can get those kills, you're going to be feeling great. I mean, it's just a couple of bullets in that last map, Enigma, that changes the Falcons from 2nd to 1st. So I'm very excited. The Falcons are starting to heat up some of our mainstays through maps
All right,
number
here we go,
1
game
and
5,
2.
baby.
Need to figure it on out, put up some solid games here in map number 5 if they want to find their way closer to the top of that leaderboard.
Yeah, T1, by the way, landing off towards Cole again, and will instantly find 2 kills onto FLS, who's going to rotate away. So that must be the change up in plan. And, well, it certainly got better for them in the last map. Let's see if they continue that way through. Let's try to keep an eye on Los Crios as well, because obviously they're having one hell of a tournament. We'll land down by Gazebos as is working
think
so
wins
far,
this?
but
Probably
under pressure
Falcons.
again from the Ravens this time over on Main Street. Gentlemates square up with G2 at Lumbermill, as is tradition. Kill feed's going to show that Lotus 8 are having their way with Sariel's roster. Spectre team. Other than that, position to set yourself up. If you're Colony, need to build your way into today. It's been slow. Research Center, a hard one to control. And you will have company in Light Unlimited.
It's so interesting. We get here to map 5. It's kind of feel like we've been pedal to the metal, all gas, no brakes on these first 4 maps. Then we get here and it's just a little bit of calm, right? Yeah, we have these contests early on, a couple kills going on back and forth, but nothing really insane. We're here towards that mill side.
Again,
Obviously,
jumps.
Gooey and them get pushed out of their POI
They're in a
by
blender.
Team 1. You're trying regain at mill. If For Fun is there, trying to be able to bring you on down. A little bit of a flip as FLS has made his way on over towards the houses. Going to be looking on down. Can you catch any of these players? And you have a Falcons member who's actually come on over towards that For Fun roster as well. So maybe if you are careful, you can manage to get some guns, float your way back on over toward that milled side, and take down some of For Fun if needed. Over at Research, though, we continue to see Virtus Pro do what they do best.
Waldo, Colony, and Clown are just always quietly in it.
Loot on up. Float on over here towards Research.
Right?
Try to pick up some of these
quietly
kills.
in it. They won World Series last year, like always quietly in it.
Couple players going to land back in towards Research though. From Team Clown, Colony has 2. Good CVP here, putting pressure on underneath. Anchor's going to be sat up in servers, so this is essentially a free life. Although you'll give one of them up very, very quickly. Clown's going to look to third party. This hits the zip. Like a confirmed kill, 1 VP member, there goes the second. So Anchor doing their job. They'll feel like a bit of a waste. Clown's going to shimmy and shake here and try and get himself backed out for a second replay as Light Unlimited look to hit this.
Yeah, the Light Unlimited, they hear some of these shots. They want to slide on out, but they're just having to be a little bit cautious on the outside. Look at this. Destroy thinks he can maybe get a little bit of a cheeky angle, but nope, Clown does not let that happen. Absolutely brought on down, and that is a huge sigh of relief. I think if you are this squad 7 of Clown, Colony, and Waldo, you lose 1 to Dragons, unfortunately. So Waldo and Colony have to be very careful that Light Unlimited do not activate off of getting that 1 kill. It looks like they won't. Happy to trade blows back and forth. So we can see stabilization happening over there at Research, but look down towards Main Street here, Enigma. The Falcons starting to do what we know they can, and that's float off of that boat, try and take some of these kills on Main Street. But Havoc has something to say for Donkey. Cuts him down off that zip, but Noobs good for a solid trade. So not going to let it be for free. You gain some ground if you are the Falcons.
Yeah, that's going to put Lotus 8 into a very difficult situation. Complete regain there. Both players floating in out of the sky that live. Third will join them shortly on timer, but you will lack loot, especially compared to many of your rivals. Falcons just want to continue to set back up here. So we can take a look over at this Research battle that wages on. Trade coming on through. Watch Waldo knocked by Dragons. Clown gonna try and find the timing, get to his teammate, approach this 2v2 fight, but that rotation's got to begin, and there are several teams looking to hem you in, so this might be the end of both of these rosters if they're not careful.
This would be such a huge way to get VP back on into this game. It's been a little bit of a blender here.
Oh, destroying them by
for them in this early game, but look at the positioning. They've sort of lining themselves on up. They know that there are going to be 2 teams in this Research building, and that's exactly what happens.
Yep.
It's Adrian, X3 Ion in hand. Will catch Clown. That's 1 brought on down. Now, here for Virtus Pro, yeah, you're looking to hold out a lot of these teams, but you then still have another squad waiting in the wings. That's going to be Spectre lurking right on that outside area that we know and love that they can play out of. So you have to be very careful. VP has an opportunity to get some of these kills, but you could see Spectre come online. Authentics, just watch Waldo. That's there, and a lot of action happening on this eastern side of the map.
Certainly is, gentlemates. Can you come online now? Can you activate? Hallow's going to play the low ground. You're missing your Star Slayer for now, so it's all about tempering yourself. A little bit of restraint. Let your Prince back in on the action. He will flow straight down here. A couple of players from Team 5 maybe looking to threaten. Actually, looks like they've been backed out of Cold Depot. That's G2, who've largely given up this lumber mill fight for now. Not looking to play chalk for chalk. They're not having their way much either further north. Gentlemen, it's back to a 4-3. It's all about this hit. You don't have much in the way of intel. Trying to get that right now before you start to engage your opponents. Look at this. You might actually third party, and Gromlock will find Scythe, so you could get G2 out early here.
That would be huge for the Gentlemates. Hold that lumber mill side if possible. Still on Main Street. It's just the Falcons doing what the Falcons do best, and that is just get around this map as a 2 and just try and farm everything. Because look at this. I'm looking at the kill feed. Falcons are finding some. Soka at range on bow. X3 Ion in hand. He's still managing to find kills. And it's just Donkey and Noobs flying on forward, finding the kills that they need. You don't need to overheat. You go ahead, back on up. You got a guy on this train. That's certainly a call up from Soka. That's going to be flanked, and well, that looks like an early exit for fun. Had a great start to their day. Unfortunately now, though, here in map number 5, not exactly the best performance you'd like to see.
Certainly not confirmation as well, by the way. The G2 are also out of here. So they're pushed towards call, contested by T1. They lose that back down. Gentlemates third party it and say, get the hell out of our lobby. You've caused us enough grief. Ravens looking to squabble over the bank against Lotus 8. Now, Lotus 8, you've always got to be wary of Havoc here. He was
they're
really
struggling now.
Milsey not bad either. Catches King Chalk looking the wrong way. Puts him down. Nielsen back off to replay. Squad 15, they're going to be next door. So could third party this. That's AG Global. Torrid afternoon thus far. But a team that can come online in their moments. Nielsen just going to try and hold the stairs. Look at those pink arrows swarm. They smell blood in the water, and they may push that out.
AG Global, it's been a rough day for them. This could be the start And they make their way back up the leaderboard. While all this action was happening, other side of the map, Virtus Pro, unfortunately, wiped already very early on here in map number 5. And look at this. We get a quick little look. Dongi on 6, Noobs on 4. We've at least seen Soka's got at least 1 or 2 in the bag. Falcons very early on here, getting about towards the end of zone 3. Already hitting double digits on their kills. 15 I'm looking at right now. If I were to believe that. An insane start for them. As Niacin continuing to look in farm, finds FLS. It's a quick one and continues the shots down on range. Some of those AG global players. That's going to be the pressure that you're looking for. Make sure that they don't float on over towards these buildings. Gain control of one. Look to have somebody maybe look to scam flying in towards your building. Get some free kills.
Hell of a lot of bodies all drop at the same time. Spectre, FLS, Light Unlimited, all confirmed out at this point. So we go inside top 10. That's your next multiplier. Top 5, following that on. Enkyo's going to squeeze up. Find Disrupt,
what up,
spam,
What's up, baby?
T1 also dealt
T1
with out
wipes.
here. Frenchman starting to come online. UK fellas still have plenty of work to do. That will give them complete control of the east side of the map. They're going to have to get themselves across water because that circle's squeezing towards Main Street. And look who's here to try and take control of it. The Falcons, but they're up against Los Crillos.
Los Crillos trying to be able to fly on in. And they managed to find these kills. Amir does get dropped. So it's only going to be Criminal Guard and Z-Dark. Only 2 players left alive. And Doggy, he's might have made this raid. He tries to play on the outside.
The win.
But he's getting shot from at distance. Thankfully, Noob's going to slide on forward. It's
Win
good for a trade.
Noobs.
You find Z-Dark. Going to put Criminal God as the last player alive. I see another player getting dropped as well. And I think for the Falcons, they're saying, hey, this is getting a little bit too mixy for us. Let's go ahead. Let's back on up. Let's hold this line in the sand. We got Soka who can look on over us. Let's maybe get these rooftops, get some of these picks out of the sky, catch some of these players below us.
I mean, they're just,
bro,
they're just farming. They're just getting UEs and just going, bro. Soka's just getting them a UE and they're just going.
18-team party at Main Street. Falcons do the right thing. Back off from it. Let everybody else engage and just want to walk in a little bit with the circle now as we get towards the later stages. It's a full 3 looking pretty here, but Ravens will also have that full team. Circle's going to drag towards the north, so we're talking maybe white. Good position here might be held actually by Team 16 Vitality. They're controlling a lot of land mass. Dongi going to be the player to trade everything out. He's on 10, having his way.
They're just having their way, yo.
On if you're the Falcons.
That's such a great play right there. I mean, obviously Noobs is not expecting those 2 players from Clownwatch Waldo and Colony 2K, but Dongi just ready to swing and make that trade. So it's not even like a huge deal. Yeah, you'll burn some plates. Don't have to worry about too much, but immediately you put that squad into a little bit of a regain situation. They're not fully out. Cloud still floating in the air. Not too worried about that, but a lot of space given towards the Falcons. So they're pushing from that lower side. You can look up here towards the barn area. They've moved out of Mansion. They've made their way south. Twisted Mind's going to look to farm a lot of these players who are just trying to cross into Main Street in some way, shape, or form. And they're going to be at the hands of the Twisted Minds if possible. Only one more team needs to drop to put us into our top 5.
This position for moment's fantastic. Grandma's just lets you look out over the entirety of Main Street. Going to give you that height advantage, allow you to slowly work on down. It's also going to let you control Market and Blue, which is where the circle may drag. Just so many potential win conditions being put into your pocket, stacking those odds in your favor. We talk about luck. This is the preparation part where it needs to be opportunity. Dongi looking to flood inside a bowling here, being held up by Lotus 8.
Lotus 8, they would love to be able to find these kills. Noobs gets dropped. Soka very low HP. He's going to challenge the doorway, though. He finds one, snaps onto the second. Soka and Dongi, they make quick work of Lotus 8 to gain some ground, but look who is going to hold them on out.
What a playmaker, man.
Vitality. They would love to find these kills, bring down the Falcons, but you have Ravens soaring from above, looking to bring out the Talons, sink them into both of these teams, continue their climb. Top 5 now secure for both of these rosters. Skullface with the PA, he finds Soka, he finds Noobs. It's just Dongi, 13 kills to his name. He's gonna fly forward, but he's at the end of Skullface, who is going to cut down the Falcons.
Skullface just griefed them so hard. Skullface is grief.
Activate off the back of that. We'll outnumber this 3v2 and find the first in Blastity. So they're trying to rotate forward. Squad 3 rotating up now. They're looking to push this in from the north. That's Twisted Mind. Z-Smith on the hunt through the graves. Church going to slowly be engulfed. And oh my lord, you lose
Omen died to the cluster. Oh my god. Well. Sage got a 2-piece with the cluster.
From the skies.
Holy shit. Holy shit, Sage.
Out of here. Vitality, you lose one body, but clean up so many more in the process. Incredible streak usage. It's them, it's Ravens, it's Gentlemates.
The Stingers of Vitality You're gonna let them be felt towards Twisted Minds. A huge win,
Wow.
a huge team to get out of this lobby. That's gonna let them hold this entire north side of the map, and they gotta play out of the gas. And look who is on a rooftop down below. They're gonna have full sights of this. It's the Gentlemates. Enkyo keeping his eyes towards that sky, trying to catch any floaters flying on in, but this is gonna be a full surge against the Ravens. They want to take control of this building. Do you get any sort of information that lets you know there's a full 3 in front of you?
Wow.
Well, they've got 17 kills already. This could be a 20-kill banger, right? Now, Harlow will find the crack on the first. Look at the swarm come in. Glomalock with the first. Enkyo's going to read the trade. Finds the crack.
Wait, Vitality, Vitality.
3v3.
Vitality set up. No, Skullface got blooded.
But there is the opening knock from Glomalock, a huge pick.
Skullface getting taken on down. Blast and Sage play from the rooftop.
Oh my God.
Enkyo drop. Blast finds 2. Can Blast find 3? They're searching for it. It's one last player of the Gentlemates. No, they are there, but Skullface from below will be able to do it.
My God, Vitality just put on a fucking masterclass.
They started
A fucking masterclass.
Doesn't matter. A
Wow.
huge win against Twisted Minds lets them take the win
Wow.
of the map. Oh my God. Call it V for
Holy
victory.
shit.
Let's also call it V for vitality.
GG's,
ladies and
yo.
gentlemen.
Sage,
Putting
baby.
on control of what could have been a very chaotic circle was for many. A lot of kills in this one to
What a
talk
play,
about, but
Sage. I love
Vitality,
it.
the way they execute on that,
Sage
looked like
with
they were
that
dead
double,
and buried,
yo,
completely
that
honest.
double
Twisted Minds
cluster
rolled up
against
from
them
the
was
north.
crazy.
They were pinched in between 2 very big teams, not in a wonderful spot for it. But it's that earlier work that they put in, seize control of the buy, manage to pocket so many streaks. That gives them the buyout clause against Twisted Minds, and then they just spread out nice and wide, hold the north side so there's no one flanking round. We then trap players in from towards bowling, and everybody's funneled in front of them. That late reposition from the 2
I believe
remaining
so,
players
yeah.
from Blast and Sage to hit the rooftop, that's the difference maker. As soon as you lose Skull,
Spectral, that's my dog, man. Yeah, Sage and AJ stayed at my crib for like a whole summer, bro. We hung out all summer, man.
A
All
huge
summer, bro.
two-piece from Blast
Those are my dogs,
to try
man.
and get them right back on into it. It's a little bit, you know, it gets scary there for a second.
TikTok,
but it is
if you
just
guys want to see the full
positioning,
screen,
like
make
you
sure you come to my
mentioned.
Twitch,
It's Skullface down low. I see Blast get that
twitch.tv/Swagg.
huge
in my bio,
two-piece.
man.
He tries to take the fight to Hollow.
How come y'all not playing? I haven't seen
does
this.
get dropped, but it doesn't matter
but
because Skull
they didn't
is in the
qualify,
right
so.
place at the right time. But the end game of that enigma all came down to this right here. It is Shifty getting knocks with a cluster and getting the cleanup. And it's just a quick thinking from, of course, Vitality to realize there's only one player from that squad left alive. We have to go and find them. And they quickly bring down Z-Smith. And you can see just the immediate turn of the arrows to look at how they want to play the rest of the zone.
Not 100%. This was the moment where I thought they were going to die. They then basically bring everything out. Okay, we're just going to throw the kitchen sink at you, stop you collapsing on us. And it is that recognition. Okay, hang on a minute. We've managed to pick up 2 knocks through this. Let's flood that 3rd player. That will give us this northern control and the height advantage, and essentially let us play the other side of the sandwich.
Zach, thank you for the 9 months. Appreciate it, baby.
We let them 2 fight first, and we then play 3rd-party spoiler. So great stuff from them. Again, we talked about it online. Do we know these 3 boys?
What, the
shoot?
boys? I think they're all
Absolutely.
sleeping.
On
Jay
paper,
was
do we
here.
have them making the Esports World Cup without a shadow of a doubt? It's that decision making, it's that calm amongst the madness, the control of the chaos. They've lacked it at times. They've clearly put the work in for this land. You see the shoulder ups coming through. eBay's no doubt a huge part of the conversation that's going on between those boys, because they've come into today, they've come into Birmingham looking real bloody good. So far improved.
Yeah, I mean, I think a big piece of that too is that Gentlemates kind of move up at the exact same time that Vitality moved down. So it's these 2 teams are the ones that kind of just sandwich in the Ravens, bring them on and down. And it's just the Ravens can't really shoot on back, and it's just that collapse through the rest of the game of where Vitality just kind of make that realization, oh, hey, we got Gentlemates below us. We're looking at that top right. We can see that there's only 2 teams, you know, kind of remaining. We just heard this fight happen in this house below us. Let's go ahead. Let's hold that rooftop. Let's hold on through. Very, very curious about how our leaderboard looks, because I'm kind of taking a peek at some of these kills that we have sort of unofficially, you know, that are there. And while, yes, you love to see it, I believe it's 18-4 Vitality in that win. There's a couple other squads at Enigma that actually had more kills than
doing story
them. So
time?
we're gonna let all those
what?
scores get brought on
What
up.
story?
I know the desk probably has a lot of thoughts about that game, but wow, what a way to kickstart kind of the rest of our day here with game number 5 and Vitality taking a win. Let's bring the desk back.
Eval, what story time?
Thank you, Dantro and Enigma. Yeah, great game. One of the most exciting end zones we've seen, at least from my perspective. And a big game coming out for quite a few teams out there. Vitality, for example, right, Coach? The last time we really saw them was game number 2 with 20 total eliminations. It was our biggest game of the day. Granted, only 2 maps in. This time around, they'll get 18, but still gets a win, stays in the conversation, and staying very strong.
Yeah, I mean, Vitality getting another win is huge.
D, thank you for 37.
Very
Boogie,
well.
thank you for the 29, baby.
Looks like they're in final form. They've kind of figured out all of the pieces that weren't really fitting together during some moments in the qualifiers. So I'm loving it. It's great to see Vitality return to form. By the way, they had like 40 streaks. I don't know what that was at the end game. Picked up streak kills on, of course, Twisted Minds, and then added a little extra on top for the final fight to make the Ravens think twice about the way they were going to play it. But, Tiff, I think as we kind of circle all the way back to the beginning of this one, a couple quick notes, by the way. Ravens Esports, they go Main Street. They're no longer contesting Twisted Minds up at Mansion. And we do see Los Carrillos, they go back down to gazebos on the southwestern side of the map. So things shaking up a little bit. And then also we see Gentlemates win out in Lumber, which we hadn't seen.
Look, those are the kind of moments that you have to be able to maintain that flexibility we talked about. If that plane line is alluding to a different kind of circle that's across your normal drop spot, then you have to be confident in your rotational abilities to do this map from a different starting point. So to have that flexibility is everything that you need, especially on Call of Duty Warzone Match Point. Now, the team on your screen, they started heating up early. The fact that they breached north of 20 kills is to no one's surprise, but it's everything they needed to do to right the first 2 matches that didn't go their way, right?
So this is 150
the race to 150 is still on, and they were at 77 points prior to this. If they've breached triple digits, there's only so many more games, guys.
For sure. We know they know how to close out games, right? I mean, that's what Hisoka was brought onto the roster for originally during the World Series of Warzone last year, and it ended up or a couple years ago, ended up paying off. That LDBR was disgusting and ended up getting so many cleanups. Gentlemen, a chance to win the game, but falling short, as ultimately Vitality would at least hammer in the final nail, take them down, and get the win.
Usually 30 days to cap. I mean, it was last year, same thing, you know. If it goes 30 days, right now the timer is nasty, though.
It's feeling good. And,
that timer's nasty,
really
I'm not gonna lie.
Of the DNA of this roster for sure. But yeah, Falcons with 25, top 5, that is massive for them. The way that they pushed straight through Lotus 8 was really impressive, especially with the gas just being right behind them. We get that player cam, and it looks like Sage a little bit chill this time, but preoccupied. He's got somebody to talk to this time around. But that's the man right there. He loves to give his hugs. I'm telling you, he's lovely, loves to give out that love, and just so appreciative of again, the position that he's in. Beautiful history and a wonderful roster. So we are now 5 games completed. How many do we get? We don't know just yet until that point threshold is reached, but overall, we've seen a lot of the usual suspects end up at the top and continuing to perform at the top. Now, for the Gentlemates, great game from them. 19 total eliminations. Beautifully done, Goj.
Yeah, a great game from them. Obviously, making it to the final circle, getting a top 5 position. That's what you need. I will say, though, Falcons, they pick up probably 25 kills, and they also get a top 5 position as they sneak their way in and take down 6th place. So that was a giant game for them. I think, Tiff, you brought up the question, do they breach triple digits? I think assuredly, yes. They nearly did that with kills alone, let alone the multiplier. So they got that, and they're going to be up there. We still need 150, though, and then a win.
My shit been on 1440p.
Absolutely. Today, though, we have Vitality winning 2 maps. We have Los Carrillos winning 2 maps. And then we have the Falcons winning the other one. So those are our only winners through 5. 2 teams having 2 wins already is kind of crazy to say, to be honest.
Jet, I've never seen 1,000 gifted before, ever.
Yeah, it truly is. And honestly, the way Vitality's been doing it, they did it with 18, they did it with 20.
I've never seen it before.
That's the consistency that we're talking about. And on paper, when you look at this roster, of course, it's Sage, Blast, Skullface. Guys, Skullface used to grind back in the day and compete along Hisoka. Sage used to be a part of the dynasty alongside some heavy hitters that has won LAN championships, bro. And Blast, he's a demon in his own right. He's been in Call of Duty for God knows how long, and he is going to stay here, and he wants to be a Warzone LAN champ. So on paper, in theory, and proven, that team, albeit they had to fight in through the open, it was close, it was crazy, but that doesn't matter. What matters is this lobby here is top 4, and then for a little extra sauce, a LAN win and 30 grand.
30 grand is a lot of sauce as far as I'm concerned, right? That's a lot. I'll take 30 grand for sure.
Same,
now,
though.
It is,
Same.
Tiff, there's a lot we could spend 30 grand on. Okay, it's a lot. I'm thinking I'm thinking a lot of food.
I thought you were going to say shoot.
Still can't do more than you only do it that on desktop eval.
Can I add a quick note, by the way? Vitality, as much as we're like, wow, they made it through opens. As a reminder, this
I don't
is a
know
top
what Reflections
team on
was doing with
paper
his chop. Like my shit chop, but like
when they didn't make
to
it
have
through
bangs,
finals, right? So that is something to
it's
keep in mind
crazy.
for the folks
I
at
don't
home that are
know,
maybe
like,
just tuning in for this.
the bangs
Yes, they went through
crazy.
opens, but this originally was a team we
I
expected
don't know
to
what
do
happened
really well.
with
That's
that.
finally kind of getting to what we expected, Taylor.
The bangs is nutty,
Yeah, I
bro.
don't think you could look at this
I'm gonna
roster
be
and
honest,
not
bro.
expect them to do well. Game 5. Here's the results. Vitality, of course.
I don't
in
even
first
know.
with the
Like
most
he just
points.
like
Gentlemen just below them, and then Raven still, you know,
like that. Yo, if
very
I spawned in
consistent.
with that
they're a
shot,
team
y'all would
that has
never.
been
I
hovering in
would.
the
I would be
top
cooked
four.
for
At one point, they
eternity.
were in first place, but only by just after one game. But either way, Ravens very impressive as a whole. They keep the
Like,
momentum
I'd be
from their
cooked till
performance
eternity.
just
If I
yesterday.
showed up
We
with
do have
bangs
some
like that,
teams that are
over.
still towards the bottom. G2 Esports might have
You
started
see
off
Reflections
okay,
bangs,
but
bro?
they
Them shit, that shit is crazy.
get
I'm
up
not
into
gonna
the
lie.
forefront from the time
That shit is
being.
lethal.
Las Carrillo slow down just a little bit. Not too worried about them. AG
man
Global,
should
though,
have
I
bangs,
do
my
put
bugger.
them on alert at the moment, especially after 5 drops. And we can see
I'm
the
not-
other
I'm not
teams
gonna
like
say what that
Vitality,
wrong
Gentlemen,
is.
especially Falcons.
Damn, Falcons
Get
had 35 points,
mind
bro.
you, which is just
Holy
insane.
shit, dog. They could have got way
Top
more
five, and
too.
they
They're like
might be the
over
team
100
to
now.
break, actually, they will be the team to break 100 points. So they're getting dangerously close to 150. So now, Ghosh, if I'm any of those other rosters
You get coffee?
below, bottom, or top 4, I start to get a little bit worried. But more importantly, I start to get on high alert. What's not working? Okay, let's fix it because we don't have that much time.
Yeah, sure. I'll be very curious to see what the overall looks like. This is a great map from these top 3-4 teams, of course, but the Falcons pick up a 35-point game on a map they didn't even win. So yeah, that pushes them.
Yeah,
to
look, Falcons at
112.4
112.
points. They are far and above
Vitality
everybody else at this
87.
point, over
I mean,
eclipsing
Falcons are about
30
to
points
speed
ahead of
run to
Vitality,
fucking
of
match
course,
point.
securing that second position. Everybody else is
the
close
top
together,
four
though. I mean, you see a
automatically
spread of
against
8
the
points or
Yes,
so between
yes,
4th
yes.
and 5th, and then everybody else,
Yo.
you know, mostly all
Huge.
together. I would say down where Light Unlimited is and Lotus 8, that's where you start to get
7.
worried. I
They're
mean,
not
you're
far back.
62 points behind our leaders, but you're 30 points behind our kind of room for error, if you
You
will,
care about
of being
winning,
inside
you
the
care
top
about
4.
advancing.
You'd rather just get to WC. Yeah,
AG
I mean,
Global's in 16th.
I mean, you get 10
Again,
racks,
this is
I
a
guess. I
roster
mean,
that
winning is
stars
cool,
at these
but you want to
great
get to
players. These are,
EWC.
you know, FIFA Killer,
Going to
former
EWC is a
world
guaranteed.
champion. This is a
You
great team.
guarantee 5 banners.
Unfortunately,
Yeah, right.
it
Like,
isn't
just to
working
get
on
there is 5
Resurgence.
banners.
And yes,
Man,
they
yes.
made it here. Reminder, do I have to bring us back to our regional finals? They got turbo slammed. It's the exact same position of what happened in regional finals. They didn't make it because the competition was stout. They can't really find their place on the map. I don't love Chapel as a drop spot, and I don't think they're liking it either.
Yeah, they've gone through a couple of iterations.
I feel like his haircut wasn't bad
trying to find
before.
their
What-
identity, what works, what doesn't work. We got the pink hair for FIFA,
The
though, and
baby's
I believe in the
blowing
pink
you,
hair.
Blowing
Hey, look, it's not over till it's over. Still plenty of time for them
That
to
shit
catch
is
up. But time
blowing
might be
me.
running out. I mean, 112,
'Cause I'm
117
confused on
whatever
what
for
happened.
Falcons. Very impressive. Let's
trade
get
today?
Game 6 underway. Dandro Enigma, take it away.
Thank you, Taylor. I
Like,
think you
my
bring
shit
up the
is chopped, I
point,
know that,
Enigma,
but-
that I'm looking at the
We
most
may
is
or may
that the
not take a
Falcons,
nap
we
and
were
then
worried,
race.
right? They've come online, they've awoken.
Yeah,
they
I'll
are
probably, like I
finding
said,
these
if this
kills.
finishes,
25 and a
I don't know if it's
1.4
going to
is
be honest,
definitely
bro.
nothing to
If this
sneeze
don't
at
finish
because this
by-
feels more in line with what we have seen from the Falcons on the
Yeah,
line. and
I
a
would
lot of
say,
their
like, if
different
it's not finished by, like,
stages.
10,
They are
10:30,
sprinting
then I can
towards
nap.
that
But if it
150
goes into, like,
point
11:30,
Call of Duty Warzone
12,
match point
I gotta just pop a
threshold,
fucking
and
300
I think you maybe
milligram
are
dose
starting
and
to
get
now put
busy.
the rest of the lobby on alarm that this tournament might be ending sooner than you think.
100%. They are what, 25 points clear, something like that. And if you're just joining us, ladies and gentlemen, they had issues out of their control in the first 2 maps. So they are doing what they do best. There's a reason why we say that these boys are the best in their individual roles. Soka, known as the closer for a good reason. Dongi, arguably the best shooter we've ever seen. Noob's that guy that forever goes underrated. No one really talks about, you know, just how much he does.
I've
and how
never
much
done
he's achieved
Adderall.
over the
How
years.
turnt is it,
Those
though?
of us who know ball know he's very good. That being said, the roster I'm most impressed with thus far sit right there. Vitality. The growth that they have shown so far through this afternoon, it spells a lot of hard work, and I always tip my hat towards that. So looking to see them 3 continue. Ravens will sit in 3rd. That's a squad that is continuing to just impress everybody. No one really thought that they would get this far. Sure, you might get into this end pool, but this is where you tend to unravel and making it happen. And Twisted Minds will make a part top 4 as well. Still plenty of Warzone to go, no doubt. But you're right, Falcons putting the rest of the lobby on alert. One more big game like that, they could cross match point threshold, and then everyone knows it's a ticking time bomb. If your afternoon's been slow, you haven't got long to get it going.
you know, it wasn't too long that we had this conversation about the gap between
Adderall's legal meth
and some of these other teams, and unfortunately for Twisted Minds in
does Adderall get you like lock?
Create that gap. The closest team to them is Los Carrillos, Amir, Criminal Guard, and Z-Dark in 5th. But even then, they're still behind them by 8 or so points, right? And then behind them
how
is the
locked does Adderall get you?
68.2. So really strong opportunity here for some of these rosters where if we go another 2 or 3 games where if they start putting up 20 points a game, you might start to find yourself in the right position. But let's take a look. We're dropping on in, ladies and gentlemen, to map number 6. We are heading east, and it looks like a lot of these players have also seen that same map that we are, as about 90% of our lobby has landed within zone. Look at this, Vitality, free. Twisted Minds, free. And the Falcons, it's just a little battle with the Ravens at Main Street. Everybody else is fighting across the river here. This is a little insane.
Yeah, Vitality and Twisted Minds and Kush are going to be putting their feet up for half of this one. Ninko going to be alerted to the presence of several players. Not a surprise there. Going to be contested by 2. Slightly north of here will be T1 looking to fight again with Team FLS. For once not going their way, you see Melvin pick up Echo in the kill feed. Research, or servers currently, squad 15 are going to be here. Usually a landing spot for Virtus Pro, but AG Global have taken control for now. Virtus Pro, you do have one buddy here, but the rest of you demoted to the parking lot, and the Scummin finds a kill. You need several more if you are this team. This really has to be the heater afternoon. To kickstart their afternoon. Otherwise, I don't see a route back in. Nuke with the X3 Ion gets a crack. FIFA kill cleans up for the knock. That's the start you want.
Oh, looking down below.
Oh, good knock.
Virtus Pro, they actually kind of swing on out. They maybe think that player is playing a little bit more down, but no, gonna be able to have the Ion in hand and just holding the top side. Oki, he's doing such a great job scumming there for a little bit of extra damage. You find Destroy and Grimy.
No, VP White.
On the bottom in our first squad
VP White
here in map number 6. Virtus Pro. A little bit too much heat over there in Research. They get dropped. And for fun, they're going to be at the other end of the hands of Ravens Esports. All of our top teams here, Enigma, already finding falter.
Ravens, though, might be in the spot bother here. Their anchor is under pressure from Falcons trying to flee them right now. So if you are Nielsen, if you are Kingshot, you got to slow down for a second because you're worried you're about to lose Heeds in this. Destabilize your entire setup, but Kingshot sends in a PA, finds a knock, and Heeds will be there to clean it up. And Heeds stays alive amongst all this as well.
What?
Which means if you are Dongy, got to get the hell out of there. Back up. Reset this
How did he
situation.
not get that trade?
It shows that Ravens is why they do so well, able to live through moments like that. 1 month ago, that squad's losing your anchor and having to slow down. This time, deal with it. Great support in from the boys.
Yeah, it's really just everybody playing the role that they should. I said the fraggers moving on out, finding some of those for fun eliminations. Heat staying alive when getting pushed by a very formidable player in Dongy. Absolutely crazy. For Twisted Minds, they've made their way out of Mansion, realizing that how far east this zone is pulling. We got to start moving sooner rather than later. You know you have squads that play out of this train car area. It's going to be huge, especially when you have Almond looking above you, giving you some of that recon. The drone ahead, so you're gonna clear out basically ahead of you. Realize that probably nobody's over here at Barn either, and I don't mind a little bit of the slower play here. They don't have to get thrown into that research mix right now. Go ahead, get that advanced UAV, get everything else you need, because when you try and make this rotation on in, you want to know exactly where everybody is.
Who knows where another player is? He's going to find one member of
FLS.
So turning a bird.
Just
Good
got
work
fucking
out of FLS
cooked.
himself. Yes and no, we'll clean up Melvin.
I mean, he just didn't think the guy would Eagle Chow.
Damage is in initially, crack. Great work, but a trade come in, sets it into a 1v1. Nielsen, do you decide to fly at this? We decide to play for the cleanup, and your teammate will get back in. But for now, the two standing players haven't found each other. One on the roof, one below. Pause, let your boys back in, figure it out from there.
Starting to just get a lay of the land. You have a one lone member of FLS that's here. I think Niasen's going to be the one to find it. Before fun, they're still just trying to regain at this coal side. Flanked, peeks his head just a little bit. Niasen says, no, I'm not gonna let you stay alive here for too long. Brings him on down, and well, for the Ravens, it's just holding on, but look at the kill feed, my friend. As we are just getting a nice little look on over. It's Vitality down here on top of the Falcons. Oh my God. Skullface finds Soka, not before he gets the buyback on Dongi, but what a move from Vitality to move on over towards the boat. You take down 2 members of the Falcons, you force Dongi into the water that's there. That is a huge swing from the winners of map number 5.
Certainly is. Dongi gonna have to play anchor for a minute. Role you never want to see him in. Los Couriers have done incredibly well here, by the way, and they'll find 2 plays of the Gentlemates looking for a wipe. In fact, they'll get complete control of stacks. They're gonna hold the right side of Lumber Mill.
Makes sense.
After great work, they were in a regame blender for a while, trying to bounce between basically Lumber and Coal to just stay in the fight, and have now seized control of a massive portion of the map, doing very well. Elsewhere, Light Unlimited out, FLS out. Bodies starting to fall as everyone gets squeezed together. Falcons will have control back of boat. How the hell they've gotten that for free? I guess you've rotated in early if your Vitality.
I might shower after
that
this.
may allow a regain over there.
Wait, what?
That being said,
I haven't showered.
Squad 5 are going to be here keeping you under pressure as G2. Not the best afternoon for them. And well, with Dongi getting that kill, it gets a little bit worse.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Dongi, this is about as much as you can hope for. At least get that kill. You got the boys back on in. It's a little bit of a reset here from the Falcons. I love that you called that out. Vitality has already wrapped on over towards the Lumber Mill side. They wanted to get off boat. They wanted to get into zone early, and it's Noobs trying to be able to dance around here towards the side. He's gonna be able to find one, but Sea-Dark is there to play a little bit of spoiler.
Wait, are they wipes?
All of a sudden, the Falcons have found the ire of 2 different teams, and just like that, Los Correos, Vitality, they will cut down the Falcons, but the fight isn't over yet. Blast flying on through the mid side. You got 1 player up above you. Can you win this fight? You sure as hell can. Sea-Dark dropped onto the inside. Can you find one more? No, because Criminal God is there for the trade. Sage, boots on the ground, has managed to find his way here, but with no cash in hand. You have the buy station, but no means to get your boys back on in. You take the fight. The armor crack is there. The stims come on out, and it's just not enough, but you survive long enough for Skullface to spawn back in towards the sky. And while this fight is going, so many teams are dropping in the back.
Certainly are. T1, Falcons, G2, Gentlemates all out of there. Los Correos gaining control of Lumber Mill. That'll give them the south side of the circle and allow them to just walk forward with the gas. A wonderful place to be for the team. They've already won 2 maps today.
What a win.
Skullman finds Heeds. That will be the Ravens dealt with. And AG Global are finally going to see a late circle in this one. That being said, Twisted Minds, they're going to activate off the back of that and start to move towards center zone, gaining control of Coal Depot.
Oh, Twisted, though. They know that there are players that landed on over here. Blast gun in hand. He's ripping. It's nice 2 armor cracks. Unfortunately for him, it's too wide of a shoulder. Sage is not going to be there in time to make a trade. He tries to jump on down. He tries to find one more, and Sage will get dealt with. And just like that, Vitality go from winning a map to getting taken out in 6th, just barely missing out on that 1.4 times multiplier.
Wow.
Get a little bit of a look though, Enigma, as we come on down.
Those
Finally, we have just squads
hooping.
of 3 remaining. And as I'm looking at
yo,
this,
T1
we can see
got
4 fun.
yo,
It's a little bit of a
T1 is
regame, but
stinking
Twisted
it up
Minds,
out
they
here.
have complete control of Coal.
Los Correos have 16
T1 is
kills. Get me
stinking
the
it
mere
up.
POV when they rotate in. These guys
We all
have
heard
been
in Vegas,
flying.
you put your money on them.
22.4 points already. Likely going to
They are
be in a
stinking
great
it up.
position as they rotate up from the south. The one thing against them is going to be the height. This is very much so a depressed position. You're coming up, you're having to fight squads that are going to be on headies. But the way Dark and Crimmy are shooting, you can't count them out. Juju's going to hold the heady, try and back them down. Crack comes through. You lose Bubble in the process. However, Juju has no plates here. Neither does Flanked. The Los Correos are coming. They're squeezing. And there you go. That's a big wipe. You'll gain control of so much of the landmass. There will be a knock that comes through, but can you get Dark back on his feet? You do. So you're 4-3, holding a big portion of this next circle.
Such a clean fight from Amir and Co.
Wow.
They just make their way on up. They see 4 Fun just trapped in this train car, and they deal with them handedly. The problem is, though, is that you're now going to face the exact same problem that 4 Fun was facing, which is that you have Twisted Minds and Cole that are looking down below you and are looking to gatekeep you. But thankfully, it looks like a couple of smokes in hand and immunity. They're going to cover this cross that you play from this bottom side of Cole.
What a pop.
And I'm looking at, you have these 2 teams from down below, the other 2 squads sitting up towards Research. So we could kind of see 2 different fights breaking on out and then a final collide towards the end. But for Twisted Minds, I think it's about playing patiently, hold some of these Cole rooftops, just get any amount of information you can work off of.
Los Correos have so many kills right now, they can afford to just slow this down. The best thing for them really is going and getting that extra multiplier, so they can just play up that east side if they wish and let everything else unfold in front of them. It's not exactly a nice place to be, but it might be better if you just let these other 3 teams engage each other for a moment.
Is Faze going to losers? Or is that over?
A little bit of a Los Correos member there.
That was the grand finals?
Situation scouting out towards Coal Depot. That's what you're going to get here for Twisted Minds. You fill your boots, get yourself an advanced UAV in the air. We only saw 3 pops. I'm going to assume that that was 4. And that will give you the information on everybody that you can try and control this end circle.
What's crazy here, Enigma, Los Criollos currently sitting on 18, I believe is what we said. 19 now at this point. Other squads in this, Twisted Minds is only on 5, Clowns on 8, and AG Global's on 10, make it 11. With the X3 Ion from Scummin coming on out there. So it's just, Los Criollos has done the work. They've gotten the 1.4, they've gotten the kills. They just need to secure this 1.6. But you have to be careful because I think this is what I was worried about. You wait too long, some of these teams are going to start to kind of throw some shoulders, look down at you from research. When they realize that they can't take this fight in front of them, they have to look elsewhere. And while some of these shots are coming on out, Twisted Minds, they're deciding, hey, we're getting a little bit too antsy. It's Z-Smith, it's Shifty, it's a wide swing. You bring down Z-Dark, you bring down Criminal God, but look at this. You have 2 members from Squad 7 still sitting on out here. Shifty still got the angle. Watch Waldo deleted. Z-Smith finds Clown. A 2 quick back-to-back squad wipes leaves Twisted Minds and just 1 other team left in this lobby.
AG Global, they'll be up towards servers, should have the rooftop to look over. That will disappear once this next circle closes, but for now it should be able to. And you can see 1 player trying to reposition forward. This will give you the scouting information that you need. Look out.
Nutty Wick, I appreciate you, man. Yet right now is better. Yeah, Avalon tournaments are tomorrow, Tuesday and Wednesday, so it'll be fun.
2-on-1. If your one gets isolated here, you lose that numbers parity. So Scummin, he's got to set himself up very carefully here, and I like the decision to just drop back in. Let Oki try and go to work with that XR3 Ion. We've already seen him be effective with it. But slow it down. Figure out your next move if you're both of these teams.
I mean, realistically, AG Global, they have power position right now. They have the height. They can look down at this Cole side. Very curious to see what is Twisted Minds going to be able to do to make their way out and into this zone. Gas is going to start encroaching here and here a little bit. PA ripping up over the top. There's some smokes that come on out. Oki's going to send out some of those shots. So the comms coming on through that they're there. But look at this wrap towards the other side. It's 2 members of Twisted Minds. They're trying to isolate Oki if they can. But just the X3 Ion is backing them down so much. You have to play on this wall. Teammates going to be able to jump off that rooftop, get on in. They're moving their way on up. This is a lot of ground being given to Twisted Minds, but the zone going to pull off to the other side.
You gotta be careful though with the economy here. If there's a 1 wave of fight, you've basically got FIFA kill and Oki. You can't fully replenish your plate. Scummy needs to be dropping these out, but you've no opportunity to regain. We get together here. Oki's gonna try and just bob up and down, bit of whack-a-mole, just trying to keep a look at things. You gotta play this like Oki gets isolated. The crack comes through, there's the trade, but I think you lose another all on FIFA kill.
It's a pinstripe kill feed to get down to the final moments here. Oki knocked, FIFA kill still alive. 2 members of Twisted Minds are here. The shots coming on out. Actually, all 3 members of Twisted are alive. How the hell do you play out a Cole and get your way all the up towards research? And just like that, it's FIFA kill and a dream. Just trying to stay alive here, but it's the 3 members of Twisted Minds. They are on the hunt. You're gonna get pushed off of this. Skynades come on through. Bring FIFA down very low.
They just got back down.
This is all but done and dusted here, folks. You're just gonna have no opportunity to stay alive. FIFA killing Gas, no gas mask in hand. You can see the health ticking away, looking for anything at it. He might just try and maybe give this one up to Gas if possible, because maybe it's 1 extra point that you don't give to Twisted. But they're on the hunt, man. They're flying in Gas. They want to be able to bring him on down. 2 stims, please. Are we gonna be able to find him? What are we doing here, boys?
Yeah,
this is a dream from FIFA kill. Not really got much hope in hell, and there you go, cleaned up in the end. Twisted Minds with a fantastic map when they needed it. They were sat right on that cusp, sat in 4th place.
I wonder who that was.
Coming into that drop, and well, they go big in the end. That play out of Cole is impressive to me. They were very patient with it, very much so understood what they were up against. We've got Oki with an XR3 Ion. We've got Scummin and FIFA Kill who can play height if they wish. We can't allow them that. That PA splits them in half, and from there, it never felt like you managed to get back together if you are AG Global. Twisted Minds, get that opening knock, then just play around each other with the trade situation. Self-res comes through as well, and that allows you to swap.
At least 2-1 are doing better than Faze in this finals. All right, Jess.
We knew they'd never be very far away from the top 4. Map win while sitting in 4th. That's going to have them looking pretty running through the back half today.
Yeah, I mean, this was a squad that we really needed to start kind of putting up some points, especially when we look at the top half of our leaderboard and seeing that so many of those squads were the first to exit this game. So with Twisted Minds being able to come on through, I believe that was 14 kills and a win, puts them at 22.4. That is a very solid game. Los Carrillos also with some insane kills. They get into that 1.4 multiplier. I think it's 26.6 points from them. Really solid work there for AG Global. We've had some questions about them, but this could be the start. And then where maybe if they can do this a couple more times in these games, it'll be A-OK. Look at just a glimpse of those final moments there. With realistically what just kind of comes down to FIFA Kill being alive and showing off maybe a little bit of tech for those of you at home, which is how to survive in gas way longer than you should. It's called maybe having a muni box and some stims.
Yeah, while we watch FIFA Kill try and turn it into a heal off and praise the gods for something out of a box, it's a great bounce back for them, sure. Like this has been a tough afternoon. Yesterday I was speaking to Thief towards the end. They only just qualified through. Not technically when it comes to the points, but he was very nervous watching over his shoulder a bit. And the problem with this team is their floor. They just can have games where they get essentially insta-wiped. And when you're looking to be world champions, when you are, if you're FIFA Kill, a current world champion, you can't afford to have those kind of games. So that's what they've got to lift themselves out of. Moments like this where you're just trying to make the best of a bad situation. Got to be doing more of that. It's a great thing right now, but I worry you're leaving it a bit too little, too late. We need some mega games from this point. Twisted Minds, of course, going to lift them way up. Los Carrillos, you said it yourself, a banger of a map. Rotating, took complete control of Lumber Mill, moved forward. Yes, you're only getting yourself inside top 5. Crimmy goes for maybe a bit of an over-egregious chow, but we'll give it to him because that boy's frying today. But they're going to be sitting real good inside that top 4. Great stuff out of them.
Yeah, I mean, we did ask FIFA Kill before. He did say before qualifiers that he would have pink hair on land. What did you trying to hide it here with your hat, my boy? You gotta own that, okay? You gotta really own it. He also does no preference for dogs or cats, and that maybe also concerns me just a little bit. That's there. But when we kind of talk about the final few remaining teams in that lobby Enigma, like you mentioned, it came on down. We had Twisted Minds, we had Los Carrillos. That's currently your 4th and 5th team. So if you're Los Carrillos, that's a huge game for you, a potential to overtake that 4th game slot. But Twisted Minds being able to lock on in, being able to take that W keeps them, I think, believing in that 3rd place spot, at least keeping it close, making sure that they are not letting this slip away from them. It is an absolutely crazy moment to be able to see just so many of these teams, you know, here in map number 6, dude, that we're already here, still finding form, still finding the purchase to be able to get these kills and to get these points on the board. We are just heating up, it feels like, ladies and gentlemen. So we're gonna go ahead and go to a quick break. When we come back, we're gonna break down that map number 6, take a look at the scores, hopefully, and tee us up for map number 7. So don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back after the break.
Lock in, load up, and let's make history. Doggy from above, the shots are firing. Fights coming thick and fast and furious. Today is about legacy. Guess what? You thought you were safe? Everyone who's falling into this guy's sights is dying. Twisted Minds! They do it to the very end. It was patience all the way through.
don't usually do this, but Chris is like 100 viewers right now. I'm gonna shut up. But what y'all have for breakfast this morning? Tell me. What y'all have for breakfast? Let me see for you takes. Cause I know this nigga be on this shit all day talking about bullshit. Got tuna salad and some eggs. Yeah, tuna salad for breakfast, crazy. Diff, I see you over there too, bro. What you have for breakfast, nigga? I'm talking to y'all. Fuck. You know what? I think Chris got me like loaded. I ain't gonna lie, cause that nigga never hears me, and it's kind of racist, but it's cool though. I ain't mad at him. I ain't mad at him. Ooh, granola, tuna salad, and toast. Racist got it. Am I bugging? What's a carne asada breakfast burrito? What the fuck is in that? I can't hear you. You can hear me fine on TikTok? I'm not gonna lie, I was talking to my chat and Swagg's chat. I was talking to Swagg nights, but them niggas is rude. I was trying to see what niggas got. I was trying to see what niggas all have for breakfast. You feel me? But I only talk to my niggas. Right? I like smooth gang anyway. Y'all niggas is more cool. Yeah. Okay. Carne asada, potato, eggs, and cheese. Can I start eating breakfast burritos now? Cause I like egg, but I don't like cheese. The ladder and top of the deal. Why not no Frank's? You want to put it in Frank's? Brady has sausage biscuits. Hey yo, Brady, what was the bev? Please don't tell me you ate that shit raw dog, Brody. By the way, chat, every single meal you eat, you need to have a bev. I need to point that out. I don't give a fuck if you eating grapes. Have a water or juice. There's no reason why you should have any type of meal with no bev. And I get it, I don't eat sausage and cheese. That does not give you the excuse to raw dog your fucking throats eating a fucking bacon, egg, and cheese or a fucking In-N-Out burger with In-N-Out sauce. Like, nigga, get a bev. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I don't care if the sandwich or the burrito or whatever is saucy. Get a bev. Or you choke on shit. You don't eat sauces. I do eat sauces, but I don't like all the sauces you like. I don't do like the Thousand Island and shit. Like, this is the thing about me. Like, niggas will get a burger and they'll get the spread and the cheese. I'll just not have spread and cheese. I'll have ketchup and mustard and pickle. I still have sauce. It's just not the sauce you want. There's a lot of gaslight in this community, you feel me, to make them feel better about them being big backs. At the end of the day, we all big backs in our own certain way. It's okay. You had Dr. Pepper with sausage biscuits. That sounds insane, but I love that for you. I just had three tacos de asada with whole beans and rice. You could be shit. Tapatio been in my mom's house since I was a kid. I had iced coffee and water, wash it down. I had weed and water for breakfast. That's fine. At least you had a bev. At least you had a fucking bev. That's valid though for Shirley. I know. Chat, don't let nobody tell you about your food takes. You eat what you eat. At the end of the day, it's your body, and what you put in there is for you. If you eat everything in sight and you fat, it makes sense. If you don't eat as much, but you skinny, it makes sense. If you don't eat as much, if you eat everything in sight but not the same way as everybody, you still fat, it makes sense. Bro, enjoy your body, enjoy your one life. Don't let nobody else say something about you. And also, chat, take a shit in the morning. Don't go all day without shitting, bro. That's how you be constipated and uptight. Don't be doing that shit. Take a shit, bro. Go poo poo. You still got a bev. Yeah, weed and water. By the way, every time I smoke, I drink water too, cause that should be hurting. I don't like coughing like that. Eating and drinking at the same time expands your stomach. Okay. I get that I'm fat. I don't care. Bro, there's no way I can eat a sandwich. There's no way I can eat chips and not have a bev next to me. I drink water. And it's still not gonna matter, but like, there's just no way. I still need a boo-boo right now. Desert, what you waiting on? The permission? What the fuck is you doing? Get your ass up and go poop. I'm so glad like my body wakes me up now. Like when I need to go use the bathroom. Like I get waking up out of my sleep knowing I got a shit. It's spelled boo-boo. It's alright, man. I understand, Desert. You can't have a dry mouth for some smoke? Never. Nigga, I don't like my lips chapped. I gotta have bliss sticks always on me. What you mean? Just had a burrito with hot sauce. Okay, Chad, what's the best hot sauce? Because I'm a Frank's type of nigga. But that may be because I'm black. Is Frank's really ass? I've had the Tapatio. The Tapatio cool, but it don't. I feel like that shit is straight. Like, I'm just like eating like a red chili pepper. I feel like that shit is just a lot. Reading chat? Yeah, I was asking y'all what y'all have for breakfast over there. Oh, but Chris lost like 100 viewers, so I'm about to shut the fuck up. I'm gonna leave y'all alone, so I'm doing this viewership. Tabasco chug. Frank's isn't hot sauce. I hate when Alabama niggas think they always know everything. Shut the fuck up. What the fuck is Frank's then? A red sauce nigga that says hot sauce on the label? I had one pancake. What type of pancake is it? You need some homemade Mexican hot sauce. This is the thing, I'm black. So like I didn't have like a Mexican hot sauce. By the way, that sounds way too spicy for me. Because y'all like putting mad spices in that shit. That shit was cooking. Hot sauce and race might be correlated. No pun intended, that's what I'm saying. Frank's goated next to Louisiana. It's considered a wing sauce. It's a buffalo. Dep, shut the fuck up. Oh my God, bro. Like, it's niggas like you that really get me tight. Stop trying to be all like, it's considered this. Shut your Karen ass up. I didn't ask you to be the hot sauce police, nigga. It's hot sauce. Frank's Louisiana order as hot sauce. I don't care. They got a buffalo side of it too. Don't care. I'm talking about the hot sauce, nigga. Have fun at church, man. All right. Are you getting food out there or no? I need coffee. Oh, we make something? Actually, I'm gonna take a nap. I ain't gonna lie. So there's stuff in there. I'll make it later. I don't know. I'll probably do black coffee.
The Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence series is coming to the 2026 Esports World Cup.
Chad, have they played a match?
32 teams.
Have they played a match?
On the line. Tickets are on sale.
They haven't played?
Get yours. Get to Rio this summer and watch the
Why are you
greatest
giggling?
rise above.
Because it was just there was a funny moment. I was just yelling at Jeff.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence Series Grand Finals in Birmingham. I'm Taylor Reflection. I'm joined by Dandro and Enigma. We've got 6 completed games. Many more to come, but some teams are definitely getting close to surpassing that 150-point threshold. We might be nearing the end for teams that are obviously below top 4. They need to step it up because time might be running short.
Oh no, I'm just saying I need a shower though to at least get me through this shit.
Los Grios had an excellent game. They've been
I don't know, bro.
all day today. Twisted Minds, though, and AG had a great performance. Matter of fact, Twisted Minds taking the win. Nice to see them waking up here.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what you want to see if you are a Twisted Minds fan, right? Like we mentioned before into the break. That was a really big game for potentially Los Carrillos to be able to get themselves up over the hump, maybe kind of leapfrog, feel a little bit better about where they're sitting on that standing. But Twisted Minds getting that win, and especially going from, I think they had like 5 kills, and then they ended the game with 14. Like they pick up 9 kills in that end game zone.
He was saying that he already getting like a bunch of free shit.
What you want to have happen if you are some of these teams. So
all this stuff was free. Like this whole fit, all the Nike shit was free.
The ability to fry out from Los Carrillos.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they've been on fire. Latin America standing proud, and we are proud of the boys too. I mean, they have come in and they look comfortable and they look dominant. We get towards the tail end, actually.
Well, I mean, we're in partnership with Faze as far as having our own team, 100%. You know, and I think one of the reasons for that is because Faze has a team in Esports World Cup. Like they're like a club, you know.
So where Twisted Minds really started to heat up, and I'm loving the snipers from a distance as well. This AG roster, Enigma, they've been on the struggle bus today, hit or miss, but I'm hoping this is the turnaround point for them. We thought it was going to be a couple games earlier, but I'm hoping this is the time it sticks.
Yeah, 100%.
This guy
this
fucking
is a team that will have a lot of
sandwich
fans
with the Cologne fit. You're an asshole, buddy.
Okay, this is a young man we've had our eyes on for a few years. Kind of feels like he's on that cusp of turning into a very strong player, but that's the consistency that we're looking for. Brings coming over from the US. It's just been a weird kind of time for this team. Sometimes they seem to barely be able to want to talk to each other. Other times it seems like they're riding high on a vibe. It's all about them now taking what was a solid map there in drop 6 and run through the rest of the afternoon, scooping as many points as they can on the way. Really run with the wind in their sails.
Come on, Bears, be positive over here, G.
Shifty. No one's going to be surprised to see these boys lighting up our screens. Obviously, two of them current Esports World Cup champion. Shifty looking to cement his claim as the greatest of all time this year. These three want to be in Riyadh. They will be in Riyadh, in fact, regardless of their finishing position.
That was dead as my caption did. Might be one of the worst.
Everyone going back to back.
Yeah, I guess that would be the narrative.
That might be one of the worst captions I've ever seen in my life.
He's going to undisputably be the best in Warzone history.
It's a great talking point, right? I mean, he's been able to win across multiple rosters, multiple different flavors.
Force match points 150.
Kind of, we hold Diaz Biffle currently in that regard, and well, Shifty, he might be on his way to be able to usurp that throne that's there. So we'd love to be able to see it happen. I mean, this is a great roster. When I kind of saw them come in here together, it's like, wow, I feel for Aiden because I loved Aiden on this team, but there's not many people that you could sub in on this Twisted Minds roster who would be what we consider a quote-unquote upgrade, maybe. Shifty is maybe one of the only few people who is able to do that. Really, really crazy. And you can see here 14 kills in that last game with that 1.6, netting them 22.4. Really like what we see out of them.
Yeah, great work coming out from Twisted Minds, especially at a critical time. You know, Nick, but this game that I take away from it was an opportunity for those teams who weren't in first, aka not the Falcons, to get some much-needed points to scale themselves up the leaderboard.
Sorry, you have to repeat the question. I lost you there for a second, my friend. Audio stuff.
Oh, you're good. I was just saying, like, this game, for me personally, was for every team outside of the Falcons who were in first place to kind of catch up, right? Because Falcons, they end up dropping the ball a little bit, challenged by Vitality. But for other rosters, you know, example, Twisted Minds, right? Able to get up the leaderboard. Los Carrillos. Good game for them.
No Blaze.
Yeah, 100%.
Who's like one of your favorite players to watch?
In fact, they're doing a great job of just moving up through that south side, taking control of a very hotly contested spot. And that's going to breed confidence into them. We've talked quite often about Amir. Well, it used to be Castillo and T-Dog, and where that roster kind of sat. Fantastic on big map, would struggle when it came to Resurgence.
How old is Doggy? 20?
Castillo goes his way. He was there playing through the unfortunately qualified for today. Amir and Cole get through with Crimmy, and he's proving why he was picked up. This team are putting on, doing a very strong job right now, and looking like that team.
Spam has a 0.7 KD in this lobby.
To get through, you've still got a fair bit of
they're
work
in
to do, but it's
T1 is in last
of them for the day,
place,
and also their ability to win those hot drops. We've not seen that from them before. They're usually a little bit timid and on the front foot through this afternoon.
Let me ask a question, D'Angelo. Vitality finally challenging Falcons. I say finally, wasn't necessarily their burden, but they end up going over towards boats and really put a hurting on them. They ultimately get eliminated. Is this kind of a sneak peek to what we can expect for the future? Because Falcons getting closer to that match point, our teams like Vitality going to start challenging them.
Oh, you made some black coffee? Chat, how do y'all like your coffee?
Just because they're getting closer to that point. I think Vitality is just finding themselves in the best position on the map. And no surprise to see that Falcons also is putting themselves in the best position on the map. And that's why you're starting to see a lot of that battle come on out, right? Vitality make a great read in that last game of just saying, hey, we need to be able to get over to Lumbermill. The easiest way to do that is through boat, and they just play it beautifully in order to get there. And reminder, folks, I know it's top 4, make it on, but Vitality is only, they're less than 5 points behind Ravens Esports, currently in 4th. So definitely still in this running when it comes to being one of our top teams, potentially making their way to 4th. They've done a great job so far on the day. They have to keep up this momentum if they want to be in that top 4.
18 years old.
Actually, it's a team effort to get to the top, but sometimes the individuals need to be highlighted. Let's see who's leading the charge right now. Enigma, before I believe it was Noobs. He still stays on top. Not exactly. Shifty takes it. but he's going to have to share the top spot.
Certainly shall. Nielsen continuing his fine form from yesterday. We've spoken about this boy Suli and how
that boy
he has
Nielsen
evolved
does
online.
hoop though. He talks his shit, but I respect
again,
it.
This is all about him claiming that he's the best player of all time. Currently sits between him and Soccer in a lot of people's opinions of active players. And now Shifty's trying to win without either Biffle or Soka, and going the right way about it, proving that, well, he has got a motor mouth, but he backs it up out there, and he's delivering. In behind, Noobs is still going to be there. Hell of a performance out of him, considering that you've got Donkey and Soka usually to lead that line. He's really putting on. Surprise player in fourth, though. Dragons? That guy's putting on, and no one saw that coming.
That is it. See that. It is, isn't it? But I mean, come on, my boy's tearing it up, and Doggy just behind him in 5th place. That's your top 5 at least. And chat, let us know any big surprises from the kill leaders overall as a whole. Nice to see Shifty up there, though. Again, you know, I could still go back to the World Series Warzone Global Finals in London after they won, and I went up to him, and he said, you know, I just want one more win. That's all I want. Then we'll right off into the sunset.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. Watching Rebirth comp is way better than watching Haven's Hollow. I love watching. I love watching Rebirth, bro.
How many more games we got? I don't know. 117 is currently where we're at for the Falcons. They're getting dangerously close. I'm thinking 3 more games to 150. Let's find out. This time, Spider Tiff goes. Take it away.
You like Big Map?
Thank you so much, Taylor Reflections Noble, and our amazing guests. Now, Tiff, it is time for Game 7.
Big Map is
I finally think that we're in the conversation.
I don't know, bro. It's pretty tough.
A game where a team could breach our 150 point
threshold.
Yeah.
Also, it's just like if you like, it's so hard, man.
33 points, if I did my math correctly, and if they're able to get that, they will be past 150 and could play for the win in the next one. What do you think? You think they drop a banger?
Is it true that, like, did I hear some?
I mean, I thought they would have done that last map. They were really going through the momentum, but of course, you know, they didn't necessarily get some things going, and that's okay, right? Because it's not like someone has breached 150. They're looking to be the first team to do it. Now, what it did do, and it had this effect on the lobby, that we just had this insanely quick paced lobby, right? It died out insanely quicker. There was so much space left in the end game, and everyone was attacking each other. And that frenzy is going to keep happening as all of the teams that are, you know, further outside, further down the leaderboard, trying to get to 150. Because what happens is, as soon as we reach that threshold, the leaderboard freezes after we win, right? And if you're not in the top 4, you're not advancing directly onto EWC. You've got to go to Atlanta, you've got to ride it out, begin the gauntlet all over again. Which, you want the money, you want the glory, you want to call yourself a land champ, baby, whether it's DreamHack Birmingham, whether it's Atlanta and DreamHack, whether it's most importantly that EWC land champ.
Yeah, 100%. Quick reminder, by the way, $100,000 on the line, like Tiff said. Everybody's getting
definitely not
a
what they
little
used
bit of
to do.
something to make it to the finals today.
I don't know. It just feels
like to top 4 to make it to EWC, and then 30K if you get first. That's 10 bands apiece for our team at the top. Big question is, who will it be? Will it be the Falcons, or will somebody else start catching up to them? The leaderboard is pretty mixy, and our room for error, our margin for error is growing thinner and thinner, but it is Call of Duty Warzone match point format, which means we could play 12 games. We could play 15 games or more. We could wrap it up here in 8 or 9, depending on how the Falcons do in this map. Moving into map 7. Big question in my mind, Tiff, is
here we go, here we go, here we go.
What is our plane line?
Look at that plane line, Gosh. We are in for a wild map as we pull it on up. We ride through with some of our teams. We've got the early contest moving on. But you have to switch things up. Vitality and T1 at train station.
Yeah, again, it's a Western zone, which means train station is going to be hotly contested in general at some point. I wasn't expecting T1 to come back here, but it sure makes a lot of sense. They still have a lot of, not ego, but they've got a lot of skill. They've won all the other tournaments, and they're not winning today. They go back and challenge. It looks like they've actually pushed off the competition. The Ravens are over here at Chapel, getting really mixy as well. Looks like Kiriko's over here. We have shifted some things up, folks, and already the Ravens continue to play spoiler to their competition. Winning some gunfights, but there's 3 teams in the area. Looks like Deus Amir's over here. Los Clarios is over here with AG. It is utter chaos around Train and Chapel.
You know where else is chaos? Right here on your screen. Pond, VP, Gentle Mace, and it's gonna get nasty.
Oh, VP landed here.
Ground loot that's around here, some angles. Enkyo's got a pistol and a damn dream. Like, we are trying to hold on because VP has proven how formidable they were in those first few matches. So Enkyo dancing around, holding angles, drops Adrian. That's a clean one. What does he do? He makes the great escape, and Hollow is there for the backup alongside Grom, who falls.
Wait.
No, Hollow gets picked apart.
Oh my God.
You have got to survive, and you are surrounded.
Oh, I think they're getting wipes. I think they're wipes. They're wipes. Wait, are they wipes?
No. Wait for it.
They're wipes.
No, Gentlemates are gone.
Gentlemates are wipes. Holy shit. Little fucking A, baby. Let's go.
Finals. They
Come on,
Research. When the zone pulls this far west, that's too far of a rotation to make.
You know what place they were?
Gentlemates go down first.
But Gentlemates, I think they're
number 7. Disaster for the Frenchmen. See if they can regain it. Future ones for now. VP will breathe. Are you excited? They won an early engagement and hopefully start creeping their way up the leaderboard. We got to go check out some more action though. Dragons leading this Lotus 18 by a gigantic margin in the kill category. Saw them in the top 5 in individual kills, but the team's in 11th. That team's got a lot of work to do.
Especially if you want to be in the top 4, and that's where it needs to be. Shifty, though, over here, Twisted Minds sets his sights with a PA straight onto the face of Spectre. Still hasn't dealt the finishing blow. They're currently hunting for him. Takes some damage right there because they don't care. Oh my God, wait a second. Authentics. Okay.
Shifty's not losing that. By the way, in that interview, I think the desk briefly brought it up. He got interviewed by Pulse Check earlier. Basically said it feels like I'm playing pubs. Everybody's scared, we're not, and therefore we win. Which, hey, you know, fair enough. Shifty is top of the individual fragger leaderboard, having a great day. We'll see what they're able to do.
Yeah, he did say that about Ravens Esports. He definitely did. Good thing to note, Ravens Esports alive for the time being in Main Street. Vitality, this is the reset of ages. We have become one with the water, the way of the wind, and I don't blame them because the way the circle's pulling, they're going to have to emerge themselves. But all this is doing is allowing T1 the time and space to spread out and hunt them down.
No, Criminal got in deep trouble, almost makes the great escape off the rooftops. Unfortunately, Amir can't get his trade, but Z-Dark's there to do the thing that Amir could not. So we pick up 1, and again, this is classic. This goes back to
smooth armor. You just wake up.
Dace and Mir and Co, Los Correos, they move down to gazebos again and are going to play this southwestern side of the map based on the zone. They're kind of showing us the way Haven's Hollow is, I don't know if meant to be played is the correct term, but the way it can be played, which is your drop spot is highly variable based on the zone, and they're doing a great job of it. They went out on the southwestern side currently, still got a lot of work to do in Main Street, and they harried some folks up at Train. But back to Twisted Minds we go, and unfortunately Authentic's not going to make it out of the zone on that one. Shifty finds another.
You cannot escape Shifty if you're authentic. So you see Twisted Minds up there
Vitality,
at Falcons on the south side. They start putting their
Falcons.
kind of thorns over in that gazebo side. You have Los Crios, that number 14, just ahead of them. Now, Vitality has been on the move, just kind of farming that Resurgence timer as their rotations, trying
Global
to
has the most point and the most kills in
ground
this.
on land. I want to see them give some weapons, and they're going to have to inevitably take this fight against Light Unlimited and potentially Los Crios.
Speaking of teams we haven't really talked too much about on this map, AG Global.
Nah, Biffle's not here, chat.
Kills, by the way.
What up, Mike? What's up, baby?
Or Main Street, rather. And they are fighting for their lives, and it's working. Something has clicked for them in the second half.
Yeah, that new AR is just ass. It has no aura.
These points, even after around a 20-point game, they're still pretty far down the leaderboard. They need these bad. G2 has been pretty quiet after the first couple drops, but they're all 3 alive, moving out through Trainwreck, moving into Main Street on the backside of Ravens and AG Global. G2 not out of the weeds yet, especially when they lose sight.
Destroy disconnected. I did see that in kill feed.
Fuck. Rotating through Barn, picking up kills because they can. They've got a lot of ground to work with. Their anchors playing back by Pond and of course Mansion. But they're alone up there.
Like, why are they dealing with that?
Around this barn area,
they're on land. They're on land dealing with that,
Team
man.
13 running for their lives and running for the hills. Millsy goes down. Twisted Minds are hunting down their prey. It does look like pubs for them currently.
How?
On 8.
8 is massive. It truly is. If
you're
north of 100 points for Twisted Minds, if you're hunting down the Falcons, this is a performance that is going to do just that for you. But your goal is to find even more kills. You pushed out G2. They found themselves at the helm of Ravens Esports. And even then, this is where the remainder of Lotus 8 went. So you've got multiple teams surrounding you, and that one hurts. That one hurts for Ravens Esports at the hands of Big Man.
Just getting some intel, but G2 is trying to figure out what they're going to do against Ravens. Again, G2 is in 12th overall, by the way. They started out pretty solid and now really struggling to find any points. This map could change it all if they can win their fight in Main Street, but we move over to Vitality, who lost the fight at train station. They've had to regain. They found a few kills along the way, but they're chilling in the water, waiting on a few more zones to figure out where they need to go. We also see Los Carrillos over in the water as well. And who are pushing everybody into the water and pushing them out of the south side? It's the Falcons. We'll show you them in a little while because the Ravens in G2 are about to engage. G2 trying to rotate to New, get into a better position. The Ravens down to a solo, just waiting, lurking, hoping their teammates come flying back in here shortly. I'm sure those timers are getting quite low.
And the thing is, that information went the way of G2. Look what happens. We're down to a solo. And now you're getting even more information, and this time it's given to you by Nielsen. Now, here's the deal, though. He did enough to get his 2 teammates back on in, but we need weapons that they're going to feel comfortable.
Oh, my God.
So good angle of taking down anxiety like that. Sure, you get a bit of punishment there. You're alive, and that's all that matters.
Big man, yeah, big man, and just, I don't know.
Shoots straight. Finds 2 members of G2 just trying to figure out where these 2 new players of the Ravens are. They caused enough distraction for Nice to pick up 2, and now G2's down to a solo trying to do the exact same thing the Ravens just did, which is hide in a corner and wait for my teammates to fly back in, so hopefully we can piece something together. Now we're missing 4 teams, still 12 teams on the map. The Falcons have won out on the south side. These 2 teams are going to rotate straight into the Falcons, or maybe they won't even get there. The Falcons are on the hunt. You can see them, that red one. Falcons finding angles off screen. That's Nuge finding FLS. On screen, Dongi hunting down these 2 teams who have been chalking each other. And Ahsoka is picking up kills.
Yeah, he is. They are basically putting pressure on the surrounding teams, and Ahsoka is giving them the intel they need to make sure that they can attack in full force. Love that Noobs is just out here in a distance hunting. Don't think he's gonna get credited with that one, but still G2 under fire.
Yeah, Falcons doing a really good job of winning out the south side. They've pushed everybody else into the water.
Falcons got 130 points right now.
FLS all just swim
here we
around
go.
Out there trying to figure out where
they have a big game here. They might hit match point.
Out on the land, crossing bridge now.
They might hit it. They might hit it this game. Depends how many kills they pick up.
They're gonna cycle up to the north. They don't want to fight the
They're at
Falcons.
130 right now.
Twisted Minds are up there on double-digit kills, holding down the top side of the map.
Twisted Minds is actually. Oh my God.
Through the middle. And on the opposite
Grimy
side
and
of the zone,
no, yeah, Destroy's still there.
The
I think Destroy broke his legs.
They win train station and welcome back.
T1.
Return to form. T1,
there we go,
we've been waiting
T1.
for you. You win your original POI and spams on 11.
Yeah, this seems to be the T1 that we have seen historically based on the online qualifier performances. So good to see them putting some numbers up. I believe they're on about 19 kills. 19 Gosh. That is insane, right? Because I'm looking at 9th place overall as we run. That's 1.2x multiplier. So we want to make the most of this. Getting into top 5 is the absolute
Vitality
mission. And honestly, a win is what they need.
By the way, Vitality just got full wiped, and I do believe they might have gotten 10th, so they do get a little bit of multiplier, but I don't think they had a ton of kills, because reminder, they lost to T1 on train. They were just shoved out into the water. They've been trying to make the best of the bad situation. We do see Amir in the water, full team of 3 in the water, finding a couple kills. This is some wild war zone.
Yeah, they're getting more kills.
Wet and wild and wacky out here in the water, as we were just swimming and dolphin diving up and down, catching a breath of air and hiding again. This is a way to play, and for now, it is the right way to play. But on the other side of the zone, a big gunfight. Twisted Mind trying to get aggressive.
Oh my God, T1 just knocked them.
2. Shifty in deep trouble as a solo. T1 getting aggressive. They need to win desperately. A most wanted flags that can do a lot. But
oh my God, he almost 2-pieced them.
Shifty, all 3 go down.
Wow.
Well-placed PA and a great follow-up. T1
wow.
Back into original form. A huge map on their hands.
Twisted Minds out, T1 up, breaking 20+ kills. They set their sights straight onto G2. The battle of the road. You've got Spam and Disrupt kind of leading the charge, taking angles.
Look at them all tweaking.
Streaks. Hopefully we can
see that? Like the way, bro. Right there. That's gonna be that all
firing
snaking,
signal.
all, you know what I mean? Just like on it, yeah.
They can't. But when that circle pulls back, we don't actually need to go forward. Everyone has to push towards them, including the duo of Ravens Esports.
Every time I try
this zone, by the way, you can't even see it on the minimap because it's all the way on the water. I believe it's actually Virtus Pro just holding dead center.
Wow.
On the edge of zone.
Dude, hey, they're on one. T1's on one right now.
Out of here. G2 falling not in the top 5 is bad news if you're a G2 fan.
Where is
the top 10?
They're all up. Oh, they're all up.
Falcons, the only team probably with Twisted Minds out, definitely that could make it to a
oh, they're all up. Holy shit.
They likely need to win the map to do that. They take down Dragons.
Yeah, they need to win the map. They need to win the map.
But the 1.6 could push them across the finish line here to get to 150.
This is going to be so interesting. Virtus Pro up there, Los Carrillos in the water, T1 main train, and it's going to be the Falcons.
Wait, I think Adrian and them are still there.
The thing is, who's going to target each other first? Because right now the Falcons are focused on Los Carrillos in the water.
That's right, and Virtus Pro is still alive. Again, Virtus Pro won against Gentlemates up at Pond, and because of that, it's given a mistake inside the top 5. Spam doesn't barely misses them. That could have been some free kills, and the zone does pull back. T1, the Falcons gonna get right.
Oh my god.
T1
oh my god.
Ego chows a full 2 out in the open and loses
oh my god.
because of it. Oh, that is a young man's chow yet again, this time from T1, and he gets punished for it. We do have a most.
They gotta double that. They gotta double that. Double that. Double that. Double that. Double that.
No,
they're gonna hit match point.
Kill him before it pops. Echo
they're
is
gonna
down.
hit match point.
They desperately needed the win, but still a great game from T1. Could have a chance in this event. Unfortunately for everybody else, the Falcons are frying. They wipe all of T1, and now they've got Virtus Pro in their sights. And down below, you've got Los Carrillos and Hisoka's fighting them as well.
And we're down to the final 3 teams, the final 6 players, and 3 of them are the Falcons looking to net themselves another win.
100%.
This is their game to lose, basically just hunting.
Wait, who got knocked? Wait, we're trolling.
There on the rooftop.
Oh my god.
So what does Nuke do? He grabs the nade, tries to anchor down, uses the bait.
Wait, they all self. They all self.
Now look at the self-res coming through for the Falcons.
Wow.
Perfect cross hold from the Falcons at perfect time. VP fall.
They hit match point.
The hero of the Falcons.
Wow.
The Falcons soar high as they win the map on a 1.6, and I believe they got enough kills to cross 150 points.
Fucking match point, bro. They got it.
Close. We'll let the admins do the math, but the Falcons dominate the map, win out on the south side. T1 mostly win out in the mid map, with Twisted Minds winning out most of the top. But once Mansion was
I wonder how
out of
Adrian
zone,
did. They were doing.
Twisted Minds
Like
had
how
to
many kills they had.
T1, and they couldn't get the better of their opponents. A well-placed PA. Twisted Minds falls. It was T1 really versus the Falcons when it came down to the final fights. And then when the Falcons took down T1, they had power position. It was their game to win.
It truly was, Goj, and the way that they just turned that very end game around just goes to show you why Soka is the closer, right? Why the Falcons have the capabilities to move things around and just net themselves a win. They've won 2 matches. Like, this is insane. Of course, Vitality has won 2, Los Carrillos has won 2, Twisted Minds is grabbing some wins. We have multiple game-winning teams.
You think Shifty lands on them?
This is going to have to be to perfection if
yeah,
you're
you have
not
to.
the Falcons, because there is a really good chance, Goj, that they just broke 150, and you can see it.
This is gonna be exciting.
Face right
what, 10 points
there.
on that point?
We are coming down
Nah,
to
Shifty
the
number
most
like 20,
minute details
so.
of numbers and math that I'm not even going to try to do right now.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Let's take a look back on this final moment. Again, this is where T1 had a power position mid-map, right? And we had Los Carrillos, to their credit, by the way, they get to top 5. They basically played in the water since there were like 12 teams alive. I mean, they were
How's the Faze boys doing? We lost an open qualifier,
again,
man. Chop
achieved the
cheese.
second highest multiplier. So I tip it. I mean, Vamos indeed. Los Carrillos is crushing it right now to be able to survive. Unfortunately, this is just too difficult.
Would I be mad if they ended here?
So the Falcons are the team to watch. They push over to T1, spam over Chows for sure. I think
I'd
maybe he thought he had all the
hit
intel,
the
which he
meanest
did.
3-hour
Chow,
net.
and he goes down, and now they have player advantage, and it was a matter of time. I thought there was maybe a world where Echo could get this most wanted off in time, or sorry, the flag off in time, but because of that, he goes down, and now the Falcons have the map to win. VP almost clutch up here when they take down 2 members of the Falcons. I didn't exactly see why, if it was a well-placed nade, if it was a streak over the top. So I'd be curious to tip and see if we see it from here. We see a streak does fall.
T-Bone, I'm in the
But
Twitch.
this is where Soka goes on the roof. So Soka's out on the roof right there holding angles. I believe Adrian is the one who's going to
Damn,
find
I get to watch the Duke and
He
what's it
grabs
called game?
Dongy from different. Now, the timing of trying to
Duke,
get to the
UConn?
roof
Who do you
is
think
what
wins, Duke or
cost them,
UConn?
because Noobs is on the other side, kind of creating that triangular effect, holding those angles to protect the Bulls from coming through.
Yeah, they just both won their ones, and then Noobs had the great cross. And this time, Noobs was in the perfect place at the perfect time. You know, I think back to the moment with Deus Amir earlier in this competition. He was just a hair too slow. He was not going to let that happen this time around. This is the Falcons we know and love. They have been crushing it this whole competition.
Ghosted game, man. Thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate it, baby.
Was near flawless from them. Great execution, great win. This puts them poised and ready to win this whole event.
Where can I
Honestly,
watch
it's
this? Come to
really
my
fun
Twitch,
to see
twitch.tv/swag, TikTok. Links in my bio. Type in chat, you're from TikTok. My dog Diff has a gift for you.
Whether it was Virtus Pro, basically, you think back to some of our earlier matches of the day, starting outside of Research Center, grabbing a ton of kills. It's been so cool. And honestly, we begin potentially the area of our tournament where we get to say one more game.
TikTok. My dog Diff said the first person that types and says they're from TikTok, they get a gift.
The ranks of some other teams now with a couple wins under their belt in the same competition, and it's looking like there's only a couple teams that can win the map right now until somebody proves us wrong. And again, I will tip it to T1. They go back to train, they win their early engagement, and they get their lick back. It just feels like a little too late comparatively. They do pick up a lot of kills, so they'll maybe be in the running if this goes long. If the Falcons breached 150 points in that game, I can't see it taking more than 2 to 3 games until they get another win. And with that in mind, if that's the case, I don't think that's enough runway for T1 to catch back up and then get 200 points and then get a win after that before the Falcons get there first. That is a long way to go. So my eyes go to the rest of the leaderboard at the top. I'm looking at the Twisted Minds. I'm looking at Vitality, who may be bumped out if they're not careful with how that one went down. But folks, we're going to head back to the desk. Taylor, Reflections, Noble, Dandro, Enigma, talk to me about that map. Our first far western zone, and things certainly changed.
Yeah, they changed in some ways, remain the same in others. It's Falcons taking the win and potentially reaching the 150-point threshold, setting themselves up for winning one more game, which means they would be the winners of our Birmingham Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence Series Grand Finals. Big moves from them. T1 waking up, yes, but I gotta agree with Ghosh. I think it's a little bit too late, but we don't know how this is going to end up playing out. Dandro, Falcons get the job done this time around. I don't believe they were challenged by Vitality, which frees them up to have a better end game.
Kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, when you kind of look at where that zone is going to pull and you look like the teams that are between Falcons and where that end game is going to happen, really not too many squads you have to worry about, right? Like Los Criollos is a big one, and obviously Ravens is another. But I think they just do such a great job of realizing they can pull up and be able to get there. For so many other teams, though, kind of harkening back to the beginning of that map, it's just such weird changes and drop spots. And I'm going to be honest with you, I love this. This is the exact type of thing, the exact type of small changes that you need to make as a team, where there's so many of these rosters who are saying, hey, if zone pulls to the opposite side of our POI, we're not going to force it. We're going to go somebody else and try and play out of there. And you can even see for rosters like VP, that worked very well in that last game.
By the way,
land Pond House, they take down Gentlemates, and then they're
able to probably like noon, one more time.
Any other teams other than Falcons, Enigma, that you look at and you said, okay, this was a good performance. Naturally, you got several up there. I feel like our cams were just kind of nonstop on either Los Criollos or Falcons.
I think we got an individual one that showed why this Ravens esports team are doing very well. There's a moment where Nielsen, who's usually the fragger for the team, is by himself in Main Street. He's got to tuck himself in. He's being hunted. I forget by which team, but it was a big roster. And he's kind of trapped there towards Arcade. And he's like looking to tuck himself in, buy time for his boys to get back in. He does that, but then as his boys are flying in towards Bank, he actually steps out and drops one of the G2 players they came up against. And it's one of those moments where it's like, that turns the entire tide of that fight. You stay in longer, you get a couple extra points, and it's just raising your floor. This could have been a map where you guys bow out early. Suddenly there's pressure from teams running up behind you. It's just going to keep you in a nice little flow that even when you don't have those big bang out maps, you're putting yourself in the best spot to get through to Esports World Cup. Nielsen having himself a breakout tournament.
I own a team that was in this tournament.
Nuke, Hisoka from the Falcons, drop 7 winners.
No, they didn't make the. They didn't get past the open qualifier. I have a team in this.
I mean, they're quite literally half a point or a point away. I mean, that's how close they are. They did everything in their power. They're locked in. And Hisoka at one point, and they do hit match point. Falcons, it's official. They're on match point. I'm not going to lie to you, Chad. I thought it was going to take 2 or 3 games. Dandro, he said, hey, pause. It might only take 1 because it's Falcons, right? And imagine if the first 2 games weren't chalked for them. They might have already hit it. They might have already won the tournament. Point is, they are incredible. Dandro, Hisoka for the chat. And for those members who might not know, he was brought onto this roster because he is considered the closer.
Yeah, I mean, all the way back, you know, of course, into, you know, last year when they formed that roster of him, Shifty, and Biffle, it was kind of like, you know, we needed an IGL to really kind of help us, direct us where we need to go.
Out here?
And that was where he earned that nickname in this exact format, the closer, for a reason. You had Shifty and Biffle on that old Falcons roster who would fry out your way to get to this point where you're just trying to win a game, and now you need somebody like Soka to be able to come on in and help direct you and help put you in the best case scenario to win those maps. Now, this year, it's a little bit different story, right? It's a brand new team, but you have Noobs and Dongi backing you up, and it's a lot of the same stuff. If you don't remember, Dongi last year on that Virtus Pro roster, he was the IGL and top fragger for that team. So sometimes in those end game moments, you'll see Dongi is the one who's trying to help make some calls, feed information to Soka, so that way he can make the best call possible, and Noobs is doing the same thing as well. I think that if you're in this lobby, it's very scary that this is the first team that crossed threshold. There's a number of teams. Have they been there? You probably, okay, we got 2 or 3 maybe until we got to really start to get worried.
Jay, man, you think they get landed on hella?
Like, this team's really good at acing up events. That's when you cross the threshold in one game and win the very next game. I think you have to be very scared for some of the teams in this lobby that the Falcons are the ones to cross threshold.
Bro, honest to God, I don't think, and again, I'll hand it to you in a second, I do not think Doggy has looked away from his monitor. Probably that was the first time I saw it just a second ago. That dude is locked.
Yeah, no, this guy is a phenomenal talent, of course, and what Dan's saying there is, we talk about him as one of his greatest shooters, and trust me, if you've never seen his POV, go and check it out. He's one of those as well. He's able to talk, think about the game,
I don't think so either.
Player. But the person that I want to bring up is Noobs, not just because he's having himself an incredible tournament on the slaying side of things. We all talk about him,
the only person who's going to land on Soka is Shifty. It's the only team that will do it. But it's also like, are you asking Shifty and them to like...
They've hit match point. The reason they get
Chalk
match
their
point
whole
is because
shit?
of Noobs in that last map. You had a great map until that point, sure, but you will scrape
I don't
over
know.
by 1 kill being
Diff, you
needed.
think Shifty lands on them?
2 right at the end
I don't think they do.
Backs off, plays coverage as his 2 teammates are not.
This ain't EWC, so I feel like he's not going to do it.
Over. That allows his boys to self-res, and they play cleanup kills. If that doesn't happen, we aren't talking match point right now. We aren't talking about Eddie, Soka, and Dongi looking like they're about to ace this thing out. So yeah, he's having himself an afternoon, and that smile's going. I don't know if he's listening to us or if Soka's just giving him the gas, but either way, he deserves to be very happy right now.
Those boys have been chilling, man, and I tell you what, he's been smiling after game 3, man. Noobs he's been in his bag. Love it. Look, he's a veteran, all right? He was at one point on one of the most historic rosters, TBE, and now looking to obviously be on another historic roster, which is Falcons, and kind of make this roster his. I believe in him fully. He's been flying and frying all day today. This is a huge addition, I think, to his Soka's repertoire. Of course, alongside that of Doggy, they have been absolutely on fire. I can't wait to see how this next game is going to end up going. I've got some narratives to push for this roster, especially if they are officially on match point, which I do believe I'm 99% certain they are. We'll have the scoreboard in just a second, but you know, this is a roster that when they do get to match points, of course, a little bit different.
Brandon, you come to my Twitch. We're watching it on full screen.
Let's go back, though, to when they were on the struggle bus. Map number 3, they just come off the back of map 1 and map 2. Things were not looking good for them. A player wasn't loading in. You think they're put in the blender. There's a lot of doubts now from chat. They were like, oh, is this the Falcons roster that we expect to see for them? Denjo, they go into map 3 and they turn that narrative on its head instantly by getting a tremendous win.
That shit is fucking chopped, yo.
You want to see if you are a Falcons, you know, obviously.
Yo, nah, that's crazy.
You know, obviously, we know that this is a team that you know, will walk into any tournament. They're confident.
Bro, he went like this.
Nobody on the map can gun them, and they're kind of almost true in it, right? Like
he went like that. Like my shit is chopped. Look, I'm gonna keep reiterating it. I know my shit's chopped, but his shit is more chopped.
Turns out they're still gonna keep shooting like exactly how we know and love. Where, like you mentioned,
he went
it's
to
map 1,
great
map
clips.
2, not great due to some technical issues. A-okay.
I seen that shot at great clips.
The first map they are a full 3 roster, and it's the first map that they come out flying. Currently, our number 1 game of the day in terms of kills, dropping 24 in the win in that game. And it's for the reason you're seeing right here. They clear out Boat, they get a lot of kills mainstream, and it's just this wrap on over into Lumber to clear out so many of these teams and just kind of just drop one squad after another to get them to that point. And this is, I think, was the spark they needed to realize, hey, we can get back into this tournament. We can be the top dogs. We can be able to be the first team.
There is levels to being chopped, and his shit is the highest level. Up there with Max's shit. You see Max's perm?
The mental was there. You're
This
talking
shit
about
is
veterans
insane.
on all
That
accounts.
nigga don't care though. He doing whatever the fuck he want right
Yeah,
now.
yeah,
For this
sure.
roster quite well. And again, the closer. Can he close it out now that he is on that match point? I firmly believe that they can in this introduction of Doggy, which is just a brilliant player. Always locked, never blinks the guy.
All night.
Yo, the perm is hilarious though. No bullshit.
Plain and simple. All right. They have match one guy.
No, you didn't have to do anything.
I had to. It's contractually obligated to drop it out there to Dogwick. Now, it's a great roster. They're here. And the question is, do they get challenged? They were challenged once. Do they get challenged again to try and shut them down? And I got to tell you guys, historically, teams that are on match point, Danjo, they don't get challenged.
Well,
Where do you even get a perm done? Who does that?
It's kind of dumb to really go out of your way and try and chow them, right? I think if anything, if you are one of these other rosters, you just have to realize that maybe they're playing a little bit passive, right? Because they're playing for the win right now. So we saw in that one game where a team like Team Vitality was able to kind of swoop on in and throw them into the blender. That's what I want to see more. I want to see more of teams not being afraid to push boat if they need to, if that's the best position. Unfortunately, when I look at this list of teams, and so
Bro,
far what we've
Lacey and Drew
seen
in a
is
blender. They're at the Houston
there's only a couple of
TSA
squads
check.
that I think have the capabilities of doing that, right? Vitality's one, Los Carrillos is another one, Twisted Minds, and maybe Ravens, right? Are the only squads I can maybe think of that could potentially do that. So you're gonna have to kind of wait and see, you know, are you gonna be in a position to make that play and execute on it if you want to try and keep this tournament going?
Big game from the Falcons, 35.2 coming out from them, but nice to see T1 wake up. Question is it a little bit too late, Enigma?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, it might be a case of, we've talked about, sorry, excuse me. Cough coming through there. It was a long day in the venue yesterday, all right?
That's
12
right.
hours of shouting at the players playing. But T1, yeah, look, the thing is for them, they talked about this yesterday. It's a case of they have very little LAN experience. Obviously, Echo a LAN champion, but Spam, this is first.
I will eat. Yeah, that was a good one, man. That was
If
a
it
good
doesn't
one.
go well, that's one thing. Did they expect it to go this poorly? No, I don't think so. But if you can build through this afternoon and manage to turn yourself
VP's
into a
in sixth.
respectable performance, then
Like I
that's
said, you just
certainly
gotta get
experience,
top
that's certainly
four.
gain, that's progress.
You gotta get top four for
I don't think you get close to
EWC.
match point now. I think we get close before that. I agree with what Goj said before. I will say, looking at those drop 7 results, though, Twisted Minds were on a heater. 17 kills to drop in 8th is a ridiculous performance. They managed to see themselves through to the later stages of that one. They could have been putting up anything north of 30 points. So yeah, great stuff out of them. A couple of teams going big right now, but I will say Vitality's dropping in 9th. They get blessed by the fact that Gentlemates have a bad game because they're right on that cusp of potentially getting through. They don't want to be looking over their shoulder. So Gentlemates getting nothing.
Hey, get
that's going to
down.
help them a lot.
Yeah, that's right. Well, you
You
got to
doing
also
too
account
much.
for Ravens still trying to
Get down.
keep Vitality and Gentlemates both the same.
Y'all
They've
see this
been
nigga, bro?
highly consistent all day today. So good on them for doing so.
Yo.
The Twisted Minds do get away with the bag. You know, obviously those 20 points
Be
going to be
doing
huge
shit.
for them. We take a look. There it is. Falcons have officially
doing
reached the
shit.
match points, which means, chat, now they just need to win a game. If they win this next game, they are your champions. Wherever the other teams landed, well, that's where they landed. If you're outside of top 4, that's it.
Damn, yeah, I'm gonna be honest,
It
this
is, and a
VP
very
shot, bro.
Well. Let's asterisk that and put
They're
a
so
very
far
important
out.
note here, my friend. We're on match point. If Twisted Minds finish inside the top 4, they are already qualified to EWC as defending champions. That qualification position
think Twisted
moves
Minds ought to be
down
there.
1, so it would now include Vitality. So that suddenly changes the conversation a hell of a lot. And again, going back to that last map, Vitality.
wants camera
poor
time. Is he
performance,
still
sure.
above
The
me?
fact that Gentlemates dropped nothing. If they dropped like a 25, 30-point game, there, as we know they're very capable of, they'd have been right up behind them, shouting for that final potential
Where's
spot.
T1?
Okay, that's
Did they shoot
definitely a
up?
good point, especially with them having a 30-point lead over the team just below them, Virtus Pro.
They shot
So
up.
they are sitting in a great spot at the moment. For the other rosters down there, 11th through 16th, time is definitely running short, depending on
shot
how
up,
many
damn.
games we get. You go back to EWC last year, we had, 6 teams on match point. We could still get to that very moment, but only time will tell. Falcons are on fire. Twisted Minds, the closest ones, potentially hit it, Dan.
Yeah, and I think that's really the key thing to think here, that if Falcons don't ace this, very real possibility that with them playing maybe a little bit more passive, not having to go out and find as many kills there, that could open up the map for a team like Twisted Minds who, you know, they only need 26 points if they want to be able to cross that threshold and to be able to get on in there. And that's where conversations get very, very interesting. And if we keep going, man, don't count T1 out yet. They were 16th going into that last game.
He parted his hair, like,
they're
look
now
at this
currently
shit.
sitting in 8th. We could see some streaks happen. I don't know. I've seen miracles. They've been great. All I know is that we are going to have some great Warzone coming on.
Part of the Red Sea.
Not over till it's over. Anything is possible. 7 games done. 8 game about to come your way. Falcons on match point. Will they close it out or will we get more? Let's find out. Spider Tiff Coach, take it away.
Thank you so much, Taylor Reflections, and our amazing desk. Tiff, is this gonna be the final game? Holy cow. Also, great point from Enigma. The fact that we're kind of playing for top 5 with Twisted Minds up there because of that spot that's already assured. It's actually a huge value add. It actually makes T1's chances still possible.
What a Vader, what's up, baby?
On them, but they were our top seed or one of our top 2 seeds.
That's not a 2-pay.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and agree with some of the things the desk were saying, Goj. If it doesn't end here, we are in for a crazy journey. And I can't imagine the caliber of a lobby that we have here today on LAN for DreamHack Birmingham, that they're going to allow this to happen. I don't think that they're going to go out of their way to necessarily land on the Falcons, but I think they're going to be really cognizant that that team does usually take up a lot of space at boat at the start of each and every map. And the way they just kind of filter out, determining on where that circle goes and pulls.
Come on, man. As soon as they hit match point, they're gonna start doing this shit.
The area.
Milk
this
it.
is the beginning of the end.
Beginning of the end. We're in the end game. The question is, how long will the end game last? Folks, we see you in the venue. We wish we were there with you, but it has been a blast to commentate and analyze this amazing event. Job's not finished, though. The Falcons are thinking the same. They said, well, we did the first part. Now it's time for the second part.
What up, Girardi?
And will they ace? Like Danjo said, it is a technical ace. If they get to match point,
Here
then
we go.
win the next game that follows it. A tall order, but they do have some room for error. They do have some margin as they are the only team that have breached the threshold. They're not going to change their game plan, Tiff. The big question is, will anybody else change theirs?
You're going to have to, right? We know that there's multiple teams that have already proven they can win. I'm looking at Twisted Minds. I'm looking at Los Carrillos. I'm looking at Vitality, a team that I thought had the potential to nab some wins.
Bro.
Honestly, VP, T1, Gentlemates. Look, I'm going to even throw AG Global in there. It's been an interesting run for them here today, but they're doing everything that they can to kind of carve back from those initial. Honestly, I don't even know why I'm excluding Ravens Esports from that conversation. They have an average placement of 6. The best performance they've had all day was 3rd. They're still in triple digits. Could they hit match point this game? Probably not. Within the next 2, they could. And I think that's why it's so important for the Falcons.
I did that bitch as a side quest.
Pro right there on the left-hand side of your screen, currently situated in 6th. Their average placement just inside the top 10 goes. Not where you want to be. We know they have the fragging potential. We saw their best performance in the most recent game with that 3rd place. So let's get crazy. Let's get into it. Oh my God.
Listen, I know our casters.
They're milking it. Stop milking it.
Bring up the fact that I'm looking at individual kill tallies. Okay, we showed them not too long ago. Noobs is at the top of that list. He is our top fragger on the day with 47 kills through 7 games. Shifty in 2nd at 45, and Niasen is at 43. Okay, those are your top 3 fraggers on the day. And so a big shout out to the desk talking about and hyping up Niasen. He is having a breakout tournament. We've known this player is really strong, had a crazy end to yesterday's open, and today is putting on a show for us as well. So you were right in calling out Ravens Esports. They still have a great chance here.
They truly do. You got the Gentlemates on the screen now. Not going to be too happy with their performance, right? A ton of big tournaments. They've been in 2nd place. Now, mind you, this is just looking to qualify for that major one in Riyadh, right? That EWC, the former Twisted Minds being that most recent LAN championship there. But it's all about getting there. And that's right, guys. If you're just tuning in, match point activated for the Falcons. And I feel like Noobs on your screen over there. By the way, 96% kill efficiency quickly, and he's just like, yeah, that's me. That's me. I did that.
Yeah, that means he's putting down a crazy amount of damage, but that damage is being converted into kills. So he is being extremely efficient with the bullets that he throws down range. A big shout out to the Falcons, obviously the team to watch, and we'll be watching a lot of them in this map because nearly any engagement where their anchor is in trouble, we have to pay attention to. Otherwise, though, I want to highlight some of those other teams.
No more letting Adrian play on any team but Faze. Pay the kid.
About 26 points to breach our threshold.
Yeah, I don't fucking.
Gotta shout out our Latin.
I don't make. I have a boss.
By Los Carrillos.
I got a boss when it comes to that shit.
Right? So they only need what 31.4 points. That's definitely feasible for them. Ravens Esports holding down our 4th place position at 110. They need a 40-point game.
There's a reason why you don't see Optic,
but still technically possible. Everybody else is close.
I convinced Faze to even have a Warzone team. There's a reason why they don't have a Warzone team, bro.
And they have almost a 30-point margin over Virtus Pro, who's in 6th, by the way. So this is, here's a look at it in the top right. This is our top 5, and technically speaking, if the tournament were to end right now with nobody else getting any points, these top 5 would make EWC because Twisted Minds already have an assured spot.
When it comes to the esports shit, I have a boss.
Just off of this list, Tiff, that I just mentioned, Virtus Pro, they're 77.8 points. They have a lot of work to do, and they desperately need the Falcons to not win here if they want a chance to make EWC.
They're milking the fuck out of this match point shit, bro. They're scared that it's gonna be the last game
that we've played thus far. Is the point sponging that has been occurring inside our top 5. This is why it's been so difficult for our teams that are situated outside the top 5 to be able to breach that gap. You mentioned Virtus Pro being about 38-ish points back from the 5th place position. That's a full game. That's like saying, hey, our top 5 just, you know, hey, don't play this one. VP's got a points jump that we've got to get. And that's saying they got a banger game to do so, right? That's where things are going to get difficult. Lotus 8, you could say the same thing. Now, how is T1 going to keep counteracting that? They had their best game in map number 7 with 36.4 points. You're going to need multiple ones of those to breach that, right?
Yeah.
And if you want your qual now and you don't want a qual in Atlanta, you got to do something about it.
Well, look, and as much as we're kind of hypothetical
here,
again,
let's go.
Worth mentioning the 6th through 10th spot have a spread of 5.2 points. 6th is 77.8. 10th is 72.6. That's how close.
Spectre.
That's how close. Yeah, that's Spectre in 10th. Gentlematers are in there. T1's in there. Lotus 8's in there. Virtus Pro. That's how tense and tight the mid pack is. Which means if the Falcons don't close out soon and we keep going for a little while, all of those teams will absolutely have a chance to still make EWC off of this, event alone. So, yeah, a lot of what ifs, a lot of question marks, but the main one that we continue to have to bring ourselves back to is, will the Falcons ace? And so I am excited to see what happens for a team like Virtus Pro, who's got great energy, but unfortunately couldn't get things going today. And again, the other big what if that I brought up is, where do people land now? Now that the Falcons are on match point, does that change anything for anybody? If you're at the bottom of the leaderboard, maybe it does. Maybe you want to keep this thing going. AG Global, they kind of went for broke last game, Tiff, and they got 9 kills, I think it was, in like 3 minutes, but then they got broke. They got full wiped early. So I don't know.
Okay, so here's the deal. You want to know that if like the bottom teams on the leaderboard are going to maybe do something crazy. As we look here at VP, real quick, they're locked in. Gentlemates, you know what? They're in that kind of cluster you were talking about. But for fun in 12th place, AG Global, G2, Clown, FLS's team. These are the teams that are south of 70 points on the leaderboard. They have nothing to lose and everything to gain. None of them have gotten a win yet in our series.
Bro, they are
the
fucking yapping,
are
brother.
Definitely there. Hell, you've got AG Global, FIFA Kill.
This
He's
is fucking
won
crazy.
before.
This
that
is
team
the
is
worst
stellar.
yap
Just hasn't
session.
found their footing
This is
just
the
yet.
worst
Bubble,
yap
Flank,
session
and
of
Juju
all
coming in
fucking
for fun.
time, bro.
They won
They are
through the open, and they're in 12. They've just
yapping,
struggled
bro.
to get a hold
And I
on that
understand.
mid-map
I
scenario.
blame the production. I don't blame them,
because
the production's probably in there saying, keep yapping. Keep fucking yapping.
Esports was talking
We're
about
pressing this ad
potentially
revenue button right
challenging the
here. Keep
Falcons on
fucking.
both. You have nothing to lose, guys.
Yeah,
you
true.
literally
I don't
could
blame
go
them. I blame the
boat.
production because I know
That's
the production
true. You can see
in
for fun, return to form there and go boat.
Yo,
And,
what
you know,
else can
to
they
be
go
fair,
talk
talking about for
bro?
fun is about as expected for them, in my opinion. They win the open land because nobody else is at boat, and they're a really strong team. But they haven't really had a home this competition, and so, or in the finals rather, and because of that, they've been struggling a bit. Could go back to boat, go chalk for chalk, and see what happens. Fun conversations, and we need to continue them because, of course, we want to make sure this potentially final lobby is as sound as possible. So let's bring back in Taylor. Let's bring back in our analysts.
Music is ass too. They just be yapping for the vibe.
Gentlemen,
Yay, thank you.
fun conversation starter.
What?
Falcons have 1-2. Vitality's 1-2. Los Carrillos has run 1-2. And we have one more team, Twisted Minds, that have won our 7th map. Other than that, we have no other winners. Do you really see anybody else winning maps today?
It's a good question. It's a good question. For me, I would say no. Personally, I'm saying no. I'm saying no. I think that's it. I really do. Does Falcons win this next one? Honestly, I don't know. But I would say, I think Twisted Minds most likely is going to be the closest. Los Carrillos has kind of taken my heart. My favorite personally, out of all the teams that have competed today, they've been on fire. I don't know. Nigma, you got a different opinion?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I would love my Gentlemates to get one, but I think the team I'm going to lean towards is going to be T1. They realistically should have had one in that last map. I think that you get caught a little bit between trying to pick 3 or 4 fights. You're a little bit too aggressive there through the end. I think if you don't get that, and if Spam isn't a little over egregious with the chow there.
Look at his hair. Look at his haircut.
Kills, fully earned that, right? But it's one of those where I think you actually get the zone pull straight after, and you're just very unfortunate. All the timing works like that, and then Echo's got a most wanted in his back pocket, tells everyone where he is. If that doesn't happen, you probably close that map out. You just hold the wall. So yeah, I mean, they're getting better through this afternoon. Too little, too late to win it. Too little, too late to get to top 4. That's how I'm feeling right now.
The parted was what was killing me.
Win here, you never know. You can make it happen. So I'd love to see that be the case.
I mean, I think it would feel good, right, for T1 to get a win, at least on land,
given
that they do have a younger member on their team. First land event. This would be a big moment for them to finally feel like what it is to win on land, and then they can carry that over into Atlanta if they don't make it into top 4 today. But as far as kill leaders go, we've had a lot of shining stars throughout the entirety of today's competition, and Noobs continues to be
I'm not fighting my barber. Shut up.
Who's leading the charge at 47?
Yeah, I mean, he's just absolutely shooting. Shifty isn't too far behind, though, and neither is Nice, and then we kind of have
I paid $250 for my haircut. Am I getting
really
scammed or not?
I'm a stat nerd, okay? But one thing I want to bring up is I've been tracking something that we like to call kill efficiency, which is essentially your total damage divided by your number of kills that you have. Noobs is currently sitting at, let me just double check here. What's the number? Oh, it's like 92%, okay?
How much is your hair?
You can almost think about that as like your percentage chance to get a kill when you start shooting, okay? So when Noobs is finding those openings, he's starting those shots.
How much y'all pay for a haircut?
He's going to get a kill. It's going to be crazy, and that's realistically why he's able to be up here towards the top 447. Compare that to Shifty, on the other hand, who's right behind him. I mean, you're just basically looking at Shifty's putting out an insane amount of damage, but he's not able to convert them into kills.
They're milking it, man.
Just kind of shows you both sides of the coin there, where Shifty, he's shooting at anything that moves. Noobs, he's a little bit more calculated when he's trying to be able to get those kills, and that's why we see these two players at the top. Really interesting stuff to be able to see that. But when we look at this overall kill leaderboard, it's no surprising to see that obviously a lot of the players that are on our top overall kill leaderboard are in a lot of our top teams.
Yeah, I mean, but
I think TikTok
is 7th and 6th place. I mean, they've been highly consistent all day today, carrying Latin America. Currently in 3rd, Amir, nowhere to be. Where's he at? He's not on this list, actually, surprisingly. So clearly, look, again, he knows how to put together an incredible roster. Clearly, Criminal God, Z-Dark know exactly what they're doing here, Nigma.
Yeah, I certainly do. I mean, look, Amir's job is to hide out and just let his boys continue to do the job of the slaying, the heavy lifting, and Z-Dark and Crimmy are certainly doing that. And honestly, this continues to prove that Crimmy was the correct pickup for this team. I mean, look, we all love Castillo, obviously. That band has been together for so long, the longest team in Warzone history. But look, they needed to make some changes if they really wanted to contest and try and win things. And Criminal God is putting on in his first LAN environment. Beautiful stuff to see. But a player that I am really surprised about, I keep looking at this list, blinking and checking the data in the back. Dragons is in 4th. His team have not been doing great, so that guy has been putting on. I mean, look, I think they're doing a little bit better now. I think they're up towards 7th, but that's that really close cluster where one bad map here could drop you to like 12th. And basically, he's doing a lot of the work himself. You're going to get a quick look here. No, Lotus 8 in 7th. So, I mean, look. Light Unlimited, they're underneath this.
No, 20 bucks for a haircut, you're scamming. Like, in this economy, you're scamming.
Insane performance individually.
It is definitely so. I mean, he's doing everything in his power to try and get his team across the finish line. Still a bit of a gap, right? Especially from 6th place on down. 5th place, realistic. For them to break in the top 4. But I don't know, Ravens, Los Carrillos, Twisted Mind's been so highly consistent. It's going to be very tough to break into that. After all, Falcons, your first team on the match point. Guys, we're getting closer to the end, so what's up for grabs? Naturally, top 4 we talked about a spot at EWC, but we got $1.2 million guaranteed for this Warzone Resurgence series, including $100,000 up for grabs in this tournament today. We're talking $30,000 for first place, a ton of money. Naturally, Falcons a front runner to get that. However, Twisted Minds, Los Carrillos, Ravens knocking on the door to potentially take the first place themselves. Either way, they'll be walking away with some money, some cash.
How much should the haircut be?
And I do mean good effort. They have been playing stellar all day today. Overall, good stuff. Chat predictions. What are we thinking? Does Falcons get the win here? Do they close out the tournament? Anybody else starts to catch up? Anything is possible. Chat, get your predictions. Let's find out. Coach Tiff, take it away.
Thank you so much. Fun conversations from Taylor Reflections, though, and our amazing desk. Now, Tiff, I bring us back to the age-old question: will it be this map? I don't know that we technically gave predictions yet, so I think it's time that we jump into that, or at least I'm going to.
Go ahead, Coach, because
I don't want to. Yeah, you go for it. I already did my predictions. Okay, I predicted some zones. I'm done. I've used up all the magic I've got. Got it. I don't have any curses associated with my
bro, they are still yapping. They are milking this match point shit. I'm lowering my fucking top.
I truly think nobody's going to actually contest them at boat, which means they have a free south side of the map, which means I think they probably do win this map. I think they ace. I have a feeling. I have a gut feeling that the Falcons ace this map, especially if we get a zone that's easier for them to play inside of. I think that they win.
I just want to let you know, we have a crowd in Birmingham, and you just blasted across their speakers that you think the Falcons and any team are going to sit here and ace. I love that energy out of you. I really do. I don't know where we're going, Goj. All I know is Soka's going to do his best that he can to close it out, to raise Dongy into that land championship position, as well as Noobs alongside that. And Soka, yet again, reclaiming victory for the Falcons. Mind you,
where are they actually starting? Are they actually starting? Are they actually starting?
The past couple of lands, getting second place, that was the breakup between him and Shifty on the Falcons. They were sick of second place, dude. They're looking for wins. Will it come here, or will one of our other 15 teams go for broke? Turn it on. Like, I'm saying, I need some crazy moments here, okay? We saw that happen in some of those earlier moments where I was calling. I was like, I need
at like 1 o'clock
to hit the riverboat.
Tiff, there is
so they won't be on at 1?
Clip that is infamous of you and I casting on land.
Yes.
And the Falcons
at the time, I'll do it.
Reach match
what time?
Above and beyond everybody else, right? And we are this.
What time is the second half of the joint?
For people to land on them. I will not do it this time around, but I'm internally doing it. We'll see if anybody decides to chow the Falcons as our plane line rides in, and we don't know if this will be the last map, but it's certainly going to be a good map as we hop into map number 8 and take a look at the zone. They did it.
Surprise me.
Wait,
who's challenging them?
In the south side
is dead.
4 Fun shout him.
The south side zone, 4 Fun in deep trouble. They're not full wiped yet, but at least they're contested. Our zone pulls south, could go back to Lumber. We'll see what happens.
Oh God.
This is similar to what we looked at, right?
Why did Falcons just let him have it?
But it's Resurgence, baby.
Falcons just
cut off one head, they're gonna keep coming back, and you know what? Flanked finds Noobs. Now
why they get bullied?
2 knocks, right? He didn't actually get the fulls, they self-res. And this is where things get a little messy, right?
Why did they just get bullied?
Very messy. 4 Fun trying to spoil the Falcons' play, and they're actually able to do just that. The
Why did
Falcons
4
are in a
Fun just do
blender,
that?
and they're trying to regain. See Donkey go down. And here comes Noobs trying to figure out where do we go from here. We'll continue to check in with the Falcons as we need. 4 Fun have 1 out on boat technically as of right now, which means the Falcons in a blender is good news for everybody else. Back at research though, the classic. AG decided to change things back up. Let's go back to research. They did this in the qualifiers. They did this yesterday. And they're back here again. Fifco's gonna line them all out, but he can't knock them all down because unfortunately there's 3 of them, and that's just too many bullets spread across too many people. FIFA kill goes down, and AG Global, as per the usual, in a bit of trouble. Of course, we love these gentlemen. We want to see them succeed, but today is not their day. Got to take a look at some of the other fights happening on the map. Twisted Minds, by the way, completely free and clear in Mansion. There's nobody within a country mile.
You know why? That's because Ravens went south. Ravens went to third party.
Can we watch the Falcons? I don't want to watch anybody else. Put on the fucking Falcons.
The Ravens pretty much have the entire south side of the map as well to play around with.
Why am I watching a 15-place team?
They move up from the barn area. They move through mid-map. They move through Chapel, and they move down to Main Street. AG Global's not there. For Fun's not there. They have a huge area of the map to deal with. The only other team that maybe has more real estate right now than the two teams we mentioned is Vitality. There is nobody on the western side of the map at all. Vitality is chilling, looting up.
Bro, why am I understand we're watching Los Corrillos, but they're in a blender. Put it on the Falcons, bro.
Yeah, so I also thought they had a good spacing over here at Lumber. Sure, Gentlemates are going to be on that west side of Lumber, but you do have G2 to contend with. But these are some nice moments where you're going to see Los Corrillos pick up the needed kills that they're going to have to get to be able to breach 150. And if there are other teams that are going to be holding the Falcons at bay, then the rest of the teams that need to catch to 150 have the chance to do so. Now, here's going to be the biggest issue, right? You said Vitality on the west side alone. We're still not in the next circle. We're really close. Ravens Esports, with their switch up on the drop, are likely going to be the gatekeepers.
Fuck! That's exactly right. By the way, just to keep you all assuaded, Falcons are alive and they have regained on the south side of Main Street. So we'll check in with them if they're in trouble. But for now, we'll take a look at some of the action. Dragons, who's been top fragger for this team, really the only fragger for this team. Not necessarily a flame, it is Resurgence after all. You need your entry fragger. Unfortunately, they can't get much going aside from that. Constant action, and back to Main Street we go. Vitality is aggressively rotated over here. The Ravens have been hanging out here, Tiff. And again, the Falcons are just on the south side of that. You do see them, red 1. That's your Falcons on the outside of this fight.
Yeah, but they don't have to get involved, mind you. They just have to win the map and blast. Okay, you find flanked. You get a little bit of vengeance for the boys that fell earlier, but now you have to set your sights towards the Ravens, who are getting their third player back on the map. So in final form, I think it's smart. Hey, maybe we're running into some issues here. This isn't our best fight. We're going to back on up. But look who's right there. Falcons get loadout. They're comfortable weapons. You know that was Noobs holding the angle right there on the roof, right?
Yeah, this is a big regain from them. Be able to play outside of Main Street now, having loadout. They can actually play the game, which is nice. They still have a lot of work to do. What was a nice zone for them before Fun has spoiled.
I don't know.
So now they have to rotate in late. They could come in late enough to actually catch Vitality.
They're just grabbing it.
Blast knows that they're over here somewhere. He doesn't know exactly where they are. And, Noobs maybe shot a hair too early. But actually throwing some shots is fine because Vitality's going to be checking their back, and the Falcons are going to rotate further south back towards the boat.
Here's my problem. With the circle pulling towards the east, really favoring coal and lumber, this is going to be difficult, not only for the teams that have been duking it out inside of Research. We see some interesting moments there for Spectre, but good thing you have Authentics out on the outskirts, kind of working towards that Resurgence timer to get his teammates back on him.
What the fuck am I saying?
Right? For Fun, they're on the boat again, and the Falcons love to rotate through the south side.
Here.
And Dongy is going to have to go on the hunt.
Oh my god, they got a blood on them. Oh my god.
Gosh, this is
They got control.
What in the world? Just
they got control, man. They got control.
Donnie's gonna line them all up and knock them all down with the help of his teammates. Good grief. For Fun in an absolute blender. What
they're about to win.
Fantastic
they're gonna win, bro.
At the beginning of this map.
They're gonna win.
And then they just get lost. The Falcons break them apart and eat them for
they're ready for that fire sale, baby.
Golly, the Falcons have complete control of the boat now. And they're in control of the south side or southwestern side of the zone.
Right, but where do you go from here? The closest team to you on that lumber mill side of things is going to be Gentlemates. They have control of the main building. Up north of you, as you can see in the distance, you're going to have Ravens, you're going to have Vitality, and one member of G2. And the likelihood of them kind of swinging around, probably going to happen.
Woo! Criminal God. Showing us he's got more than some beams.
Huh?
Got great shots there. New snipe.
Okay, if this match ends, I'm going to take a nap before I have to do my ad.
Okay. Spectre VP still going at it up there in the north. The brawl of Research Center is going to go on for some time. It's going to evict a lot of teams down towards that coal depot where you do have some heavy hitting squads going at it. I'm looking at AG Global
Doggy shooting like me
and
for real.
T1. Some of the teams that have the capabilities to net themselves a map win are in a good position,
Why
but
the
you're
fuck
putting
you
them
just assume I was talking about
head-to-head
bad?
for a power POI.
You see Los Carrillos.
What?
They've got complete control of the bottom right-hand corner of Lumber.
What?
You see
I know,
Gentleman's still
I
alive
have
in
3
main
hours.
Lumber. G2 in an utter blender yet again. The Falcons gonna have to rotate in, and luckily for them, G2 has been picked apart.
Yeah, in
so
3
this solo's
hours.
not gonna do too much to them. You see,
Yeah, I know.
rotate through. Behind them, the Ravens have played spoiler to Vitality, completely putting Vitality in the Resurgence blender as well. They're having to fly back in, and it looks like Vitality may actually land boat, so we'll watch out for that. If they don't land boat, I don't know where they go, frankly.
Where Falcons in a
The anchor of the
blender?
Falcons tip is still at boat and now may be in trouble, but the other two have rotated all the way into Lumber, are going to be running into the Gentlemaids. Got to swing back over to Lumber if we can. The Raven's important, but Ahsoka gets landed on by Vitality.
Ahsoka landed by Vitality.
Great move, high IQ play from Vitality. You're putting the blender, and now the Falcons in deep trouble. We lose noobs. It is all down to Doggy, who does get the buyback.
And that's so important because if
Oh, he
you
got
are
a
going to
blood.
start having some players,
He got a
you've got to get your
blood. He
players
got a
back.
blood
Zeno
for
there
him.
had that most wanted on his back.
Oh,
He's going to be really
my
sought
God, he's
after
taking
Doggy.
a war.
He's looking to get the pings, looking to evict the
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Still alive.
Holy
Falcons
shit.
are able to restabilize and take down 2
Wow,
of the
that's
3 members
Oh my
of Los
God.
Carrillos,
They
but
took
here out in the
Lumber.
water should be fine. The Falcons have been put in a
Oh, they
blender
took
tip, and
Lumber.
somehow they still come out in one piece.
But what I'm saying is, they have the south side. They have the south
make that shit
compound
look so
of
easy.
Lumber Mill.
Wow.
What is going to happen? Sure, Los Carrillos is going to keep spawning back on over there, but they're not going to immediately land back on Lumber, back on the Falcons. You do have Gentlemates across
has
the way.
2,
Your
Adrian
biggest
has
contenders are
Philly
going
cheese.
to come from
Philly-
T1
Philly
just to the
cheese.
northeast. But they have
Philly
to cross
cheese.
through open terrain. VP, they still have a huge rotation through Twisted Minds at Cole. This is not going
Where's
to be
Twisted
easy
Minds?
for anyone except potentially Gentlemates or the Falcons to close this out.
Yep. Falcons have bottom
Did they
right hand
just
corner of the
land
map. This
on,
next zone is going to dictate
Spam's
that.
going-
We see
Spam's
Twisted
going
Minds
crazy
complete control of
again.
Cole, like you said, T1 on a bit of a banger, actually. 9 kills here for Spam yet again. He's been crushing it in the latter half of this competition.
For real talk,
Just
the
a matter of
Falcons,
whether or
everything
not
they
it's
know,
too
no
late.
cap.
Wait, somebody got
VP's still alive, by the way.
Somebody got knocked from
Twisted Minds on the north
East.
side, but have to rotate into zone.
Why Neas'
Spectre
team?
is still alive.
Yeah,
Maybe
one of
going to
them
play a
is
bit of
knocked
spoiler
still.
to T1.
I see, yeah, it's
doubt
only
they
2.
rotate
It
around
is,
that
yeah,
side,
I
but
see it.
Maybe could catch
Only
T1
2
in
people on
transition. We'll
Falcons.
see.
Donkey
The
got-
Falcons
Donkey
are
got
going to creep
knocked.
into zone.
The best part about Lumber Mill, there's 2 buy
Is this still
stations.
Resurgence?
Gentlemates hold one, Falcon
trying to
holds
get 'em up.
another. And
So
look
guys,
what
the money.
Gentlemates are doing. They're sending one
when does it
player out,
close?
looking to
At
get
4?
Nixie.
It already
The smokes
closed.
come down. They're still looking for angles, trying to do what needs to be done. Even investing their anchor, giving up their main building. We're shifting to the north. We still have to go to Cole after this.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
The
He got a
one more
blood.
game, and look who's trying to hold on. It's Soka dancing around. He's got the money to hit the buyback, but we've got to
He
get
dead.
to the buy
He
station.
dead.
And Gentlemates,
Wow.
do not let you.
Another
We get
game.
one
Another
more
game.
At least one more.
Wow.
Gentlemans have stopped them. The
Chris, don't
Falcons.
say wow.
What a
Like you're
wild
happy
comeback
for
to
that?
restabilization.
I'm not. I was really hoping it was over, though, Cap. To be honest.
A crazy map, but the Falcons do not do it, which means we have at
I was
least one
not.
more, and this is a great map for Twisted
I was
Minds
praying-
to
I was
catch
praying it
back
was
up
over.
and breach this threshold potentially. Here comes VP, though, on a tear, out for some blood, because they desperately need it outside of contention for EWC, and they're trying to assure their spot there by winning this fight. Unfortunately, they've got Shifty running out of bullets. I just want to say they're not getting it. VP winning a big fight right now. 2 more players still alive, and Allman gonna have to do it by himself for now.
Oh my God.
Catch back up and get back onto the map. Flying in, trying to help out his teammate.
Wait, there's
T1 is moving in on this. They have sensed the
VP,
chaos in Cole,
VP,
and they are
VP,
reacting to it.
VP.
Just on the outskirts, look at that. The sandwich that they have created. I don't know if it's super smart for them, but here's the deal. There's only 2 of them because one member of T1 has already just flown back in from zone. They're committing to going back to their team, but VP is looking strong.
Was that Grimy or
on 9,
Adrian shit
looking
on
for double
Shifty?
digits. We were asking for a comeback, and they're giving us one.
Yeah, Virtus Pro desperately
Wait,
needed
Spam's
these
still alive.
points. Again, they were like 30 points outside of contention for a top 5 position. Here's Spam just picking up a few more kills. Again, T1 having another banger, so they're going to be in contention as well. Now, Ravens holding this cross.
Is everybody a Terminator skin?
Potentially between these two teams and zone. Already inside of zone is the Gentlemen.
Bro, look.
They've won out Falcons. They took down the Falcons, and now they have zone
Oh my God! Hey!
Wait. Map as everybody else each other. Virtus Pro, again on a heater, almost 20 kills between the three of them. In a crazy encounter, Destroy is now alone with two members of Ravens trying to rotate in late. They didn't account for Destroy out here by himself, but he can't take them both at the same time.
He knocked him. He knocked him.
Barely breathing heat.
Damn.
The other down and waiting for a res, which he actually may be able to stick because of the zone pull.
They got
the Ravens could win this map. Gentleman's in trouble off screen, fighting out. Vitality's long gone now, and G2 are down to a solo, Gentlemate's down to a solo, and a team of two Ravens with the zone pull. The Ravens esports have a chance and a likelihood to win this map.
And Hollow immediately takes that G2 player in their sights through the ankles, but the utility comes through. Scythe eliminates him, and now a 2v1. The Ravens are looking to end this one out.
Wait, these and them were like
clutch win against Destroy.
No, they were like third.
Has set them up for success and picking up the res. No thirst from Destroy means the Ravens will win this. No
another
problem.
game.
Returning to form a bit, making it to the top 5, but it's just not enough to take down Ravens Esports from getting 6 in the qualifiers, missing out on a direct spot.
I'm pretty.
Yeah,
these are. Who the fuck?
To going nuclear in the final map in the open land finals to get to this stage. I'm telling you.
Was that them? Was that them?
No.
But we do look at VP there on the left. Adrian and Grimy. Destroy just got up. He's like, I gotta take a walk after that one. We absolutely fragged out. But to end that one with a 1.4x multi to go alongside those kills is going to be nice. Now, here's the deal though. We got a new winner. We got another game. And for Ravens Esports, kind of wild.
Exactly
they about to
right.
yap
Ravens
again?
Esports, they've actually had a great day today.
Are they about to yap again?
Like you said. But again, they just crazy moments to get to this stage, and they are in final form. And this team is so strong. And to get a win with a sizable amount of kills, we'll take a look back on how they did it.
Cassie, TikTok be so funny.
But they desperately
anytime she comes in, they be coping saying that's my sister.
Nearly secure their spot, pending how long it takes.
I be seeing the coping in the chat, like, bro, that shit is sad.
Be very curious to see where our leaderboard is at. But shout out to T1 as well. Spam on double
the
digits again as a
crazy.
solo means
is that your sister?
Another good map, which will put them into contention. And if we got down to it, we were looking for top 5, right? That's the multiplier that matters. Gentlemates did all the work on the south side of the map at Lumber, Tev.
No, nigga, that's my wife.
Lumber, I thought they were going to win this map, but look who it is. Vitality skating around on the outside in the zone. Vitality end up chalking Gentlemates.
They do.
No, Cassie, I get it. You know what I'm saying? I get why they like tweet. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? I tweet. You know what I mean?
Look at this.
If I tweet, they tweet. You know what I mean?
I love where they even
but it's the cope that be hitting. It's the cope that be getting.
He's there on the silo on the outskirts of Lumber. Someone does fly back in a Vitality through the window, and that kind of triggers that last member of Gentlemates to roll up in there.
They said be back in 55 minutes. Oh, hell no.
His team had already been eviscerated by that. He does kind of take the win there on Vitality, but it leaves them with minimal numbers and no real way to get the team back. So you have to go on as a solo.
Yeah,
but they're about to milk this shit, man.
There. They got to top 5 and they pick up 2 more kills. Put Gentlemates in a terrible position now as a solo. Of course, Side well placed grenade. I mean, fantastic job there. Side picks up second place position. But then it's a 1v2. They set up the perfect trap. Ravens Esports not going to scam this one. They've got zone pull. They've got high ground. They got player advantage. You've got everything you need to win this one, and they're able to do
okay, let's do a timer. Let's see how long they take to start it. Who wants to put a bet on it?
They needed it in order to secure their spot to EWC. It's not fully secured, but it's much more assured at this point, Tiff, based on a scoreline like that.
Okay.
I said it was the beginning of the end, Ghost, and you thought it was the end. And I'm so
I'll
happy
say,
to
okay,
say
you
that
say
we are
10
literally
minutes,
going
I say
again. We get one more game, and I know
I say
Dan
12.
and Enigma are going to be
5
so
gifted?
amped to be able to commentate. Now, do I think it ends in the next 2 matches? Yes.
Not for me.
Do I want it to end? No.
I don't know where this leaderboard is at, though. Did anybody else actually breach match point? I don't know, but folks, we're going to head to a very short break. When we come back, we got at least one more game. You're not going to want to miss it.
Find them niggas.
lock in, load up, and let's make history.
I invested in this shit.
Jogging from above, the shots are firing. Fights coming thick and fast.
Are you in the red or something?
Today is about legacy.
No, this month I'm in the green, but it's not like the green thing.
Guess what? You thought you were safe? Everyone who's falling into
How you gonna feel on the How you gonna feel on the 15th?
I wish we got paid every 2 weeks, bro. I really do. We got paid every 2 weeks.
Patience all the way through.
On the 15th, I'm gonna feel. You know how I'm gonna feel, Chris? How do I do it again? That's my mindset. I don't like chilling with you. That's the worst time to chill. You gotta keep pushing that shit. BRB in 3 minutes. Well, so that already adds to me. That helps me out. That costs me on the phone. Hey Diff, I'm about to have somebody in here write me a really strong letter to send to them. A professional letter to send to Xbox.
I'm gonna go potty real quick. That coffee just smacked me.
If you really love it, it may concern. It may concern. Yo, chat, real quick. Can I ask what state or what country y'all watching from on this 10 a.m. morning on Sunday? Y'all tell me what state or what country y'all watching from? Please respond at your earliest convenience. Is that Rhode Island? R.I.? Rhode Island. Yo, this is cool. Super flag. Illinois. Yo, Jog, it's going down. It's been 3 months. Chris Chat. Cali, North Carolina. Wait, chat. So where's my overseas niggas at? The only big one, Texas. I feel like Texas, the only good city in Texas is Houston. Am I bugging? New Jersey, Iran, Big Bama. I still gotta go to Cali or Chicago. PA. Okay, chat. Fuck the Call of Duty shit, cause they're going, yeah. Did anybody watch that Japan race last night though? For F1? Did anybody see how Charles Leclerc just trolled? Nobody saw how Leclerc just trolled last night? Trolled my nigga Lewis Hamilton? Nah? Ass. How about the UFC? I watched this morning. I did see UFC, that girl get knocked the fuck out and then she just took her airways for 3 seconds. I hope she don't got brain damage. I swear to God, that girl choked her out so hard and like she lost air for about 3 seconds in her brain and maybe got brain damage. I pray it didn't happen. My goal is done.
The Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence series is coming to the 2026 Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. 32 teams, $1 million on the line. Tickets are on sale now. Get yours. Get to Riyadh this summer and watch the greatest rise above.
So me and probably like 50,000 people.
Well, we didn't hit it match points. Unfortunately for the Falcons, it's going to have to wait just a little bit longer because they get challenged left and right and ultimately end up falling. Good news, though, for the teams looking to come up and get a match point themselves. The longer this goes, well, the more teams reach the match point threshold. Therefore, the more teams have a chance to win today's competition.
Yeah, 100%. Now, do I think Twisted Minds, who was the closest to get there, actually got there? I doubt it.
They're just short.
I think they're just short, and nobody else was really in contention. So that means Falcons essentially are going to be the only team on match point yet again. Will it be an ace? No. But are they the only team that can win this tournament? The next one? Yes. So kind of the same story. However, it started here, and Tip called it out perfectly. She said, for fun, go return to home. This is what you did in the opens. Go to boat and Shallow Falcons. They do just that. Somehow the Falcons restabilize. They fight for their life through Main Street. They rotate all the way over to Lumber, and they actually win out on the southwest southeastern side of Lumber until finally the Jailmates knocked them down. And this is the moment where they're fighting the Jailmates. They finally lose, and I was like, golly, how many more times can they skate out on 1 HP?
Yeah, if they would have won that, Tiff, I mean, I would have lost my mind because they were battling through the blender the entirety of that game, but they almost made good work of it. But again, that opens up the doors for other rosters to catch up. For example, Twisted Minds or maybe even Virtus Pro.
There's a lot of teams, I think, that still have the capability to get their first win. And I even added Ravens Esports there at the end, right? I was like, wait a second, why am I missing this team? This is a team that is fully capable of doing it. Now, need I remind you, Gentlemates still have not gotten a win here today. But another French team has managed to do so. Nias and King Chalk and Heeds. They've been playing so crazy good all day. The fact that they came in from the open, that allowed them to get momentum, get experience on the land setups, and just kind of carry that forward. Prior to this, their average placing, 6.5, right? But that consistency in a nice 27.2 point game, sure, it's probably not enough to breach a 150. That's okay. But what they are doing is getting one step closer and denying the Falcons the capability to do so. And look at that, the Falcons were only able to acquire 8.4 points. So sure, For Fun might have chalked their game, but they also chalked the Falcons from not only not getting a win, but not acquiring any points either.
That's a fact. You know, you got to look at Virtus Pro. They had a wonderful game, which was much needed. They were about 30 points behind that, breaking into top 4. Now they inch closer and closer. Still a little bit to go. But again, if these games continue on, even if we get 2 more games, which we're thinking that to be the case, Tiff, I mean, we don't know just yet, but I know you write the scripts. They can catch up. We got the official on this quick leaderboard overall. So again, Falcons still on match point. Twisted Minds will be short. Ravens, though, will also be just behind that. Twisted Mind Los Koreas. Now, of course, the bubble teams, Vitality, Virtus Pro, Gentlemates, as close as you could possibly be. Yeah, as many games as we get, that means more teams start to enter into top 4 race, but also into the match point goes. It's close.
It's very close.
They still haven't started it?
Twisted Minds are inside the top 4. It really means that we have 5 spots, which means Vitality's there. Virtus Pro just outside looking in, but a couple folks creeping in closer. Whew, I am ready for this next game, Taylor, because it is a very tight race.
Oh, I stopped my timer on accident. How long has it been?
Again, not to be hypothetical, Harry, but what if the Falcons just
I went and took the number 2. My fault, man. My shit was jumping.
What if, right? Kane Brown wrote a song, What If?
I don't know why it stopped. I don't know why it stopped.
Let's get it going. Dandro, Enigma, let's see if they can close it out.
I think Tiff had the best question there, Enigma. What if we go 1 more game? Because that, to me, is what I'm looking at. Yeah, the Falcons are poised where if they win this, we end the tournament. Fantastic.
Max,
but guess what? There's a lot of people waiting in the wings. And if we go 1 more game, man,
So
Twisted Minds, Ravens,
they're grumpy. They just got Paul George and fucking bro back.
Also cross that threshold.
What that mean?
Yeah, it feels like we've got about 3 different wars
both
going
their
on
first
right now,
games
and
back.
also fronts.
Fucking Embiid had 40 and Paul George had 30.
Unhinged, but you do have obviously the
Tyrese Maxey's not even
right
back,
now, but
bro.
then it's also that battle for the bubble of getting in, because like we said, it moves to 5th now essentially. With Twisted Minds basically guaranteed through in those top 4. Vitality 119, VP 105, Gentlemates 101, just had a 28-point banger.
It's defensively for them, honestly.
They have risen like a phoenix from the ashes. So it's now looking at all of those teams and be like, okay, well, which one of you wants 5th, gentlemen, and can it be better than that? So many different squads, because again,
this is Tyrese Maxey's coming out party, bro.
If the Falcons win this next game, they go top, they take $30,000, they march on to EWC, sure. The rest of the
Paul George got to understand, he just got to like let Maxey do the leading.
Ravens, Los Koreas, you're just looking to have a solid game. If you're Vitality, VP, Gentlemates, T1, you need a banger here. You need a heater to put you potentially inside that top 5. The Falcons win this next map, you can still get yourself to Saudi Arabia. You've just got to go massive right now. And you saw how much it meant to Gentlemates in that last map. They got the knock on the Falcons. They knew they needed more time this afternoon, so they went on the hunt.
I think they'll probably trade for Embiid, bro, honestly.
Some of that composure is exactly what you were looking for from these rosters. Gentlemates starting to heat up. Virtus Pro starting to heat up. Vitality still finding success in here as well. Our gap is closing on in for some of our teams here as we look to maybe end our tournament here in map number 9. Enigma, I think the other big storyline that we got to talk about is obviously the Falcons Falcons in that last game. They get a little bit shaky, maybe put themselves in a position they don't need to be. So my question is, do they right the course? Do they correct their wrongs here in map number 9? It's a very Western zone pull, and look, already we got some fights brewing across the map. That contested train station still happening, and well, a new contest that's been brewing. It's the Gentleman's versus Virtus Pro, and it looks like VP
on the ass. VP on the
A couple of
ass.
interesting changes in the landings there. You talked
Let's
about
go,
that
Chad. Let's see if they
VP1,
do
but
it.
Also a T1 giving up Cole and heading back on over. I've got to ask the questions about that later on, but we'll move on forward for now. So much to talk about, and of course,
Oh yeah, all they have to do is get top 5. I just realized that. So Twisted Minds is in the top 5.
Coming through. Ravens going to set
top
themselves up in Main
No,
Street
so
as they
Twisted
select
Minds already has an
lane
automatic
damage into
bid
for fun.
to EWC. So
got
top
send it
5
towards
if
Falcons
Twisted
last time
Minds
round,
in it,
but
get it. So
it,
VP gets number
went
5 and
horribly
Twisted
south
Minds
for
is in the top
and Main
5.
Street's gonna continue to be
VP
hot property,
gets in
hot
as well.
commodity, and Ravens, they're mopping up.
I think this is a great
That's
call
all-
from the
hey,
Ravens.
that's
I think
the
they
way in.
realized
That's the way
that
in.
For Fun
Twisted
probably
Minds is
landed on top of
shifting
Falcons
them.
in that last game. Says, hey, we can flex down a little bit here at Main Street and just kind of shoot up over the top, over to
Are they-
boat, and
are
that's
they
exactly
top 5
what
right now,
happens,
Josh?
For Fun, they get put it in the blender. Half of them are fighting the
Are
Falcons,
they
half of them
fifth?
are fighting
No,
Ravens
sixth,
Esports.
sixth.
I think
There's
they are
no
sixth. They were down by a
opportunity
lot,
to
to
kind
be
of get
honest.
their feet underneath them. You can see them flying in from the sky on the minimap there of the Falcons players, and it's just they have to just go basically into Narnia and try and regain.
They gotta
It's
have
just gonna
another
be
nuclear game,
so
brother.
tough in order to make it happen. For, of course, Spectre, though, it's been a little bit of a hot start already here at Research. You might win out the POI, but you got to get moving here quick. And, well, I don't know if taking this fight against Team 7 is exactly the best way to do it.
Certainly won't be a Switch and gets knocked.
Why are we
Sariel's going to try and provide the
watching
trade.
this, bro?
Cracks in. EGRT's lovely, but it won't wallbang anything. And you're going to have to find a different position here. As a player from Squad 13, that is Lotus 8, sits over the top. Sariel is just about going to get out, but needs to buy time.
Chris,
Get Swizzen
Yeah.
back into the mix. You will at
put
least
on the teams that matter
be
right
in
now.
research.
The only
Maybe
team
get
that
lost
fucking
pretty well
matters
here.
is literally
And Swizzen
Falcons.
will
I don't know why we're
spawn
watching
back
these
in.
guys.
Let's give you an update on where a couple of bubble teams are right now. Gentlemates trying to regain in
Why
Main
can't Twisted
Street.
Minds compete if they already have a
Control
ticket?
Pond House.
Check mark.
Whereas
I mean, they're
T1,
still playing for bread at the end
also
of
in
the
a bit
day.
of a regain blender, but did just square up with VP.
It doesn't mean you make the finals.
Only
You
one
don't
player
go
alive
out.
for that
Ooh.
team right now. They're in a difficult position. All their hot momentum cut early in this one.
Yeah, you made a great
This is
call
a-
out.
this is a
They made
practice
such a
one
great
about
job
the momentum
contesting
run
at Cole.
to go
They
into
win,
EWC.
of course, one of those fights early on here at Train Station against Vitality, maybe feeling themselves a little bit. They come right back at Train, and unfortunately for them, I think it's just too many people on this side of the map. It's a little bit of a, they lose that initial fight against Vitality. They're trying to regain, not expecting Virtus Pro maybe to also try and make their presence known coming on in from that pond side. Look at this,
like they
Vitality
kinda
starting to
focus on too
circle
hard.
around. You got two members of Virtus Pro trying to take these shots on the players in the water if possible. I don't mind this destroy. Looking out over the top,
525
trying to
away
maybe
from
cut
the
those
hot
players
chip,
down. You
old
had one
son.
last member
Proto.
of Vitality.
Don't
We can
nobody
live
get me
things
there,
up in
please.
the air.
I
Here
don't
we
want to do the
come, so
hot
know
chip.
exactly
Thank you.
where these members of Virtus Pro are sitting, but you're
I
not
don't
doing
want to do the hot
crazy
shit.
right now. Go ahead, back on if you are Virtus Pro, realizing, hey, we are in a strong spot. We continue to fry out. We have a great map. We can put ourselves up on that leaderboard.
Especially like that second,
Without a shadow of a doubt.
competitive side of the tournament.
All the teams jostling for position. Lobby still very healthy. Obviously slowed down by the fact that, well, the Falcons, they aren't going to get aggressive here. They don't need to. They'll start to punch a path at some point, but for now, can just back off. Essentially playing two anchors on the boat.
Hot chip is 15-5.
Likes of For Fun. They're going to play the smart game. G2 tries to get out. Can be tagged up here. Could fall. Knocks Millsy. There will be another player from Lotus 8 in, and 2 potentially flying through the sky. Big man's done well. Yeah, there's that G2
Twisted needs to
roster
get
in.
kills though.
It's Clown actually that may try and hold him as he looks to escape.
Oh, they're
here
10
across
points
into
off.
Mill is where you want to get to next. You do have the PA. That's going to
Falcons got to win it here, or two
opposing
teams
players
are on
that are
match
maybe trying to
point.
be a bit of a pain in the ass, and your boys will land. Honestly, I go for Mill here. You've got about 7 grand in the pocket. Try putting to use this buy station.
See the PA come out, try and hopefully buy you some space to make some moves, but Big Man doesn't even need to try and move, just found, I don't mind this. Can you catch one? Trying to push on over. You're gonna get some good damage, but meanwhile at Barn, T1 looks like a regain, and we've seen them chow this team at Cole. Looks like it's going to be a play at Barn now. Disrupt's able to find Melvin, but the trades are there. Echo gets dropped, and I think that might be a T1 wipe, my friend. No, actually it's not. I see one player floating in the sky. It looks close, but it wasn't there. But either way, T1 is still in a blender. Yeah, it's Spam, still alive. Just hanging out in this cubby hole. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, to update you guys, Falcons in a great spot. Twisted Minds are currently doing their thing. I was trying to play back out of mansion. For Ravens, they're still doing their thing in Main Street,
they weren't
down the bank.
Why were they moving or something?
In the water.
Nah,
all the teams after that, the best one right now, Vitality, putting themselves in a good spot. 7 kills and complete control of train station. That's your biggest threat. But reminder, it does drop to 5 teams. If we are
Big men them are blenders, they are getting shit on this list.
But that opens it up for the likes of VP, Gentlemates. But none of those teams particularly progressing right now, and neither are G2. It's been a weird afternoon for them. Solid start, faded off. Big man's got to do his worst, and well, he gets cleaned up just in the nick of time. Anxiety will spawn back in, but I don't know how long you're still for this world, my friend.
Yeah, he's already tagged up too, coming on in. Maybe can make something happen towards that boat side. I don't think he even has cash to go for one of those buybacks. It's a tough situation. As we kind of look towards the southern side of the map, Ravens are starting to flex up towards that church area, and the Falcons are still alive, but they're sort of flirting with danger though, because Los Corrillos, they've managed to control of the bridge, and well, if you try and make this cross and you're not aware of their positioning, you could very easily get cut down. But for the Falcons, they realize we don't have to do anything just yet. They can basically ride this edge of zone if they need to. You're playing for info. You're trying to throw some shoulders where you can. Donkey has an idea that there's maybe somebody over here on this bridge in the hut, and is gonna maybe try and hold it on out. Nice little look at
where are Falcons at?
As we start to see where this pulls, and we're going back towards the north.
They need to flip the map.
This could bode very well for Virtus Pro.
Everything I
they need to flip that map. Look at that map, bro. Oh my god. Pawn is completely open.
Looks like they are gone out of here. They were sat at 119 points coming into this. You're going to see them in the top 5 overall with 128. VP will come into about 15 points back. So VP do have that big map, and then Falcons win. That could be the difference maker. That could be the moment that gets them to EWC.
That's a huge win there. Tacked out on
I think VP wiped Vitality, didn't they?
Second, this is a huge fight. King Shot goes wide.
They did wipe him
for the cut down though, but it's a full onto Anxiety. He's last one alive. He has to fly back towards this buy station. Can he hit it? Get the buyback on in? Looks like he will be able to. King Shock, welcome back to the lobby, my friend. We're missing 6 teams here. You've made it into the top 10. 1.2 multiplier activated for all squads in this roster. But to be honest with you, the multiplier might not matter, because you can see the Falcons are still alive and they're making their way towards church.
Ravens need 1 more kill to cross threshold and put themselves on match point. For Twisted, it's at least 4, so multiplier will do a lot of the work for you. Falcons, of course, looking to close. Nuke's going to be on your front here. He's been the Star Slayer for them this afternoon.
You go Dongy now.
On the initial engagement, Gentleman's going to be in 2v3 here. Initial trade, though, on Dongy, 2v2 sets.
Oh my god. They got 2 knocks. Where's Soka? Come on, Soka. No, Soka. Wait, Grimy and Emmer. Oh no, Falcons wiped. Falcons wiped.
I don't think they're going to be able to stay alive.
Falcons wiped.
Falcons are out. But if so, we might be
I don't know.
one more game, ladies and gentlemen. As the zone starts second straight to everybody and the fights start breaking out. King Chalk still alive, coming back on in.
Ravens are about to hit match point. Twisted Minds about to hit match point.
You got to clear them out to get your way on into the zone.
Los Corrillos might hit it.
Keep your dreams alive.
I was so confused.
Falcons dead. We'll see one more game. Ravens crush threshold. Gentlemates out. A lot of movement going on right now. Vitality are done, of course. Los Corrillos are out as well. So all those teams will freeze for the moment. Twisted Minds will have bodies alive on the northern side of the map, although it's in a little bit of a regain blender situation for them. So it all comes down there.
Oh my god, Adrian and them are going nuclear.
Got a bit of a rotation on. Squad 10 is going to be Team GUI. They've had a torrid afternoon. They're starting to rotate in, but under pressure immediately from G2. 2 teams that haven't had much of much.
Oh my god.
So VP then, moving over from train. If they get sent to zone, if they get over towards church here, they're looking very pretty.
So if they were up 12.
Huge game for VP.
They were up 12, right?
Between GUI and G2.
Yeah, they will take top 5. You're right. They will take top 5. If they get 3 more kills, they'll take top 5. Yeah.
27k in hand. Double buyback. You're gonna be feeling okay with it. No shots coming on in. You can even get a loadout if you wanted to. Nope. It looks like it's going to be a UAV probably. Not too worried. And just like that, blink of an eye, Enigma. As we get to the top 5, Twisted Minds still in it.
VP needed 15 more than Vitality this game, so they needed what, 20,
we have Ravens Esports
24?
joining the Falcons, it's also the
Yeah, they need like
Twisted
6 more
Minds.
points.
For Los Correos, they were taken out too early in this map. They're going to be on the outside.
They need like 6 more points to pass
This
them.
could be a huge map for all of these teams remaining. Heeds, last one alive from Ravens, lurking on the outside. We got 3 members of G2
Top 5, that's the most
looking
pressing
down at you.
They already account for it, by the way.
You do, but
In
you're
the
going to
score
take
right there,
Swagg with
yeah.
you onto the exit. A huge kill, but it's not going to be able to get any more. Ravens will get taken on out, but you've done the damage that you need to.
Certainly have. 3 teams will be on threshold for that next map.
I don't
Closing
think
out
they're
here,
dead.
4 teams. Twisted Minds and
No,
Virtus
no,
Pro
no,
starting
no,
to
no,
engage on the north side. Virtus Pro win this. Virtus Pro go big. They could put themselves.
Oh yeah, they
within
are.
that top
They're chilling.
5. However, Twisted
Oh, they're
Minds,
chilling.
They want to win this whole thing as well. And they want to do it with as many points as possible. So
They're in a
expect
great
it to be very
spot.
difficult foe to face, and the zone's going to go straight to Twisted, who've wrapped wide in order to control this entire north side. VP will have to head towards them, but there's very little cover. You sparse safety between what you currently sit and where you need to get to.
I don't even know if VP have this realization that Twisted Minds is right at their back. You're going to hear this LDBR going off. You're going to hear these shots go on through as it's a huge regain for Team GUI. Melvin, FLS, as they've now started to make their way over to Church. Feels like they've probably only fought G2 in this entire map. Couple of shots go on out. You'll maybe back on up. You don't want to try and take this, but look who's come on over to join the fight. It is none other than Twisted Minds. Z-Smith's
Oh
going
my
to be able to
God.
catch anxiety. Cuts them on down, but all 3 members of GUI, FLS, Melvin, they start to make their way on in. Shifty Shun, he's going to be able to find Melvin. Z-Smith's there for the trade. Shifty will get full, but Z-Smith goes huge, and he's actually able to get the 3rd. Scythe is still alive, cleans them
VP
on
wins
up.
this.
A few of our teams fall just like that. It is all 3 members of Virtus Pro alive and just 2 solos.
You have 15 kills already.
Oh
You want the 2
my
remainders.
God.
There's the first. It's
Oh
only Scythe,
my
and
God.
he won't be here for very long. Virtus Pro could make the jump right now.
Dude, oh my God.
Out of them. Here in the most recent drop, Donkey being put to the sword will fall early. Destroy though on his feet.
Oh my God. Come on, let's
You can hear him. You can see him going absolutely nuts in the arena. Incredible stuff from them.
Come on,
Again, the difference maker Grimy under so much pressure. Coming into this event, are you overcharging? Are you doing too much? You're setting your teammates up for failure. He's going to put himself on.
Nope, I think they put a good lead at
the map when Virtus Pro needed the most.
They got a good lead.
This is the type
Hey, whatever
of
that
game
Marius shit is, that shit's
love
going
to
crazy.
see. If you are a fan of any of these 3
The
members,
Marius board.
not only are they able to fry out, they put themselves in the best position possible. They take over Train, right? They're getting some of these shots onto Vitality. They win that huge first contest against the Gentlemates in order to secure that. This is a team that's been known for running research. So the fact that they have sort of a backup plan B of being able to land at this pod house, win that initial contest, and dovetail that into a map win is huge for their confidence.
Faze should have signed. Okay, chat. I'm gonna say this right now. Y'all keep saying should have signed Lil Wayne. Nigga, I got a boss. Niggas, VP throwing
you are Twisted Minds or Ravens Esports right now because you've done enough to cross the threshold to join the Falcons.
Y'all gotta understand, bro. Let me break down the org situation for y'all.
Because it all centered around Church.
Tier 1 top orgs like Hunity, Optic, Faze, different things like that. Bro, they are not throwing like Warzone is not a game where orgs make money. Y'all feel what I'm saying? It's like Warzone does not make any orgs money. Any contract you see, a team like Falcons, they are backed by literally oil money. They can burn cash and not blink. Burn cash.
They're maybe thinking, okay,
most NA orgs don't throw fucking racks at Warzone. It's just not a thing right now.
But either way, they were cross thresholds. They want money to
Faze got a Rocket League team, and their Rocket League team is fucking insane. And we have the best Rainbow Six team in the world.
We'll leave the admin crew to figure it all out, but you can see why the boys are standing
it's just
up
like one of those things where it's more prop. So like the thing with it is like you got no. So the thing with orgs is also like the only way like they really invest in something is if like the game is invested in them as well. So like if like with CDL gets skins. They have skins in Call of Duty. Like the CDL teams get their own skins in Call of Duty, so they get money off of that.
Adrian Grimy, they're pretty low key.
Other games have that, like Faze has skins in Rainbow Six and stuff like that. Warzone has nothing like that. They have nothing like that. Like we're like
in that game.
And that's why all the top
really insane stuff to see from just so many squads in that game, right? Just watching everybody trying to take those fights, being able to try and get into that power position that they need, land in a completely different.
So when y'all say y'all should have signed, hey, look, I'm gonna be honest, bro. This motherfucker, when I me and I came and had a conversation, I said, oh hell no, take that.
Let's see what they have to say about that game and us going one more game.
Virtually, long story short, what we're saying is,
thank you, Dan Jordan. One more game. How many times can we say that? Well, for now, we've got 3 teams on match point. Before it was Falcons who dominated it. They were the only team. However, now 2 more have joined into the mix. Twisted Minds and Ravens, who have been stellar all day long today. Shout out to the Ravens, man, for performing and really showcasing what they're all about. Again, carrying that momentum from yesterday and now looking even stronger today. Goj, talk to me about this game. Falcons had yet another chance, but unfortunately they fall short.
Yeah, they fall short, and frankly, it is pretty difficult to win when you're the only team on match point because everybody has to target you if they see you.
But Warzone
it was
still
difficult.
gets,
they did a good job of
COD, they
rotating
should get the same
close
too.
things out. But this map was one that was really fun to watch because of what Twisted Minds was able to do, what Ravens Esports was able to do, and what Virtus Pro was able to do. Those 3 teams
what stream PC is loud?
Won the map, and
I can't even hear
gotta tip into Ravens Esports, man. We've been hyping them up all day for good reason. They're one of the 3 teams now on match point, like you said, and they are so dang adaptable. They're landing in different spots. They're playing out of Main Street now, which frankly is just difficult to do in general, and they're doing it near flawlessly. They're able to win one, sure, but they're also just able to stay alive, which is the name of the game in Resurgence. So very well done from Ravens Esports. You see them pick up for fun here into the final 8 to get to the top 5, to get their multiplier, and to breach that.
Is that better, chat?
They are just playing so confidently, probably off the confidence that they were afforded in the last map of Open Land Finals to get to this stage yesterday.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, like Gen G's giving 8 and 30 bans a month. There ain't a universe in a planet in a org is giving somebody 30 bans for Warzone.
30 bans is insane.
Fuck.
That is fucking stupid. That's so dumb.
Yeah, and they didn't qual.
They didn't qual, right?
Hey, that Gen G do like this. Yo.
Like I'm not trying to talk shit about like nobody like aiding them, but like he's like can't like I really want to like perform and stuff like that and play because whatever. But you also like I mean, shit. You still gotta pay me, nigga.
Didn't Faze collapse? No, Faze the esports is way different than the content side, and it's not collapsed because of money. It's collapsed because of fucking
ego.
Stupid, just literally stupid shit, bro.
Ego. It's collapsing because they're trying to make them charge for house charges and production. I saw the production shit. I said, what are you talking about? Like, don't they make the money off the YouTube? Like, what? I worry about New Squad. That's none of my business.
420, what are you talking about? Cat.
Right now, you've got King Trout and you have Neason, who's performing so crazy good that it's just so cool to see. Like, I'm really enjoying it, and they deserve so much love, so much respect, and if they close it out here, we're in for a treat, baby. Because it's
Mr. 420 is stamped. You ain't know. I didn't know. Is he stamped? I didn't know he was stamped. Yeah, I want VP to do it, bro. That's my dog. Lil A, my little brother.
And Los Carrillos have been my 2 favorite rosters in terms of surprises for today. For Falcons,
oh, if they qualify here, he for sure gonna want to go to Miami.
Performing so well. Now the question is, Coach, now 3 teams are on that match point.
Take it on him.
Think it ends here, I really do, because you begged the question earlier when we were in the $5. You know, do we see any other teams potentially?
No, what's in Miami, Chris?
Those who have already won.
What's in Miami?
JV.
Ravens, they all know how to win, and now they're all in a position to take this tournament.
The JV in Miami.
VP just got the first win, which was a huge one for them. So
broadcast, stop milking this shit, man.
I think I brought up was, hey, this team's gonna start grabbing some wins.
Stop milking this shit, bro. Let's go.
Now, I've said it was over the last
They haven't even shown the scoreboard.
Oh, here we go.
27.5. Yeah, they definitely got.
So they're up. I worked in Vegas and he was playing craps. He needed playing chips, so I brought out his money. I was in fact in his money and I gave it to him.
Oh, you're not legally allowed to say that.
Tough 420. No, I'm probably money. How come Aiden is on Twisted Minds for 30 bands a month? Are you staying on Twisted Minds?
18.2 points to drop over that threshold as well.
That's it. Big game for Virtus Pro. Man, for fun though, they were an interesting roster a couple of games ago. This time around, they do get 13.
Fuck.
So obviously, all attention has to be on Twisted.
What? Even if you want a chip, if the Shanghai Sharks offer me 30K a month, I'm going to play for. I'm going to play for the Shanghai Sharks.
Harrison Barnes want to ship with the Warriors. What do a dynasty or get paid 160 million or 80 million? I'm out, nigga. Pressure top 5 by 5 points.
Oh my God, this is a big game for them, bro. This is a big game for them. Oh my God, A&M just got to close it out and they can qualify.
Money here on land, right? So every point, every kill, every performance is going to matter, especially with 3 top-tier teams that have the chance to haul.
Yeah, so top 4 qual for EWC. What up, Pop Tar? How you doing, G?
They haven't closed it out. T1 has started to warm up, but now when you've got Twisted Minds across from them, also look, Shifty's looking to take it from the Falcon.
You good?
He really is. This is. I'm not gonna say it's getting personal, but it's getting a little personal.
Tiff, I will say, I'm going to echo a great question you had earlier, but what if one of these 3 teams don't close it out? Los Carrillos, they're at 140 points. They need 10 points total. Virtus Pro only need 17 points. And then you have Vitality that only need 22. Folks, if it is not closed out right here, we are about to be... I'll use the term again. We're about to be in a blender, okay?
We're in for a treat. We're in for a treat.
It is spinning everybody around, and who knows where it may land. Taylor, take it away, because this is going to be nuts if one of these 3 teams don't win.
Let's find out. Hey, it's a big one, Chat Arena. Let's get loud. It's game number 10. Dantro Enigma, take it away.
Yeah, Z Smith did run. Z Smith did run a scrim. Did run a scrim with us one time. At the start of Modern Warfare 3, me, Sage, and Z Smith. But we felt like it wasn't a good fit, and we picked up Adrian.
Falcons, Twisted Minds, or Ravens clutch it up here, or do we get to smash that button and go one more game and potentially see even more teams on our Call of Duty Warzone match point? Yeah, I'm a weird one, man. Part of me is I thought we'd be done way before this as well, but honestly, the fact that we've got Los Carrillos at 10 points back, the story that would bring, the romanticism that has to it, that whole chapter of putting your money on the line, flying out, paying a ticket to get on over from the LATAM region and take part, get through the open, and then potentially make match point too. I love that. Virtus Pro, they're not sat far back either. They're on 17 points adrift. Vitality just 5 points back from that. If we got one more map, if we do that, ladies and gentlemen, we could have 6 teams cross threshold. Now, you and me, we've been blessed before with one that's had like 9 in it, and that was a hell of a time. But that wasn't for $100,000. That wasn't on land. That wasn't in Birmingham. So drop 10. Well, if it ends here, it has been an incredible day. I'd love to hit that button for one more game. We'll have to wait and see. It feels like it's been really the Falcons just trying to stay alive as long as they could. But now you have 3 other teams. But I gotta bring this up every single time we talk about this. These are 3 teams who have all been massively frying out all day long. What happens when you give some more map to these other squads who now maybe have an opportunity to start shooting? Could flip the map on its head, could maybe play out like we've gone and seen. It's really, to me, going to come all the way down to where this circle pulls, because it feels like for a number of our teams, depending on where that zone pulls, we see drop spots change.
Come on, baby. What up, baby Cam? What's up, baby? Let's go, chat. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Questions. Let's hop on into it, my friend. Map number 10 starts now. Do we end the Birmingham land?
So who's on match point? Is it 3 teams?
Generation G2 will continue their contest. We return to that over Lumbermill. T1 and Vitality will square up here at train station. Disrupt gets one knocked on stage, traded instantly. Echo will find Blast, however.
Oh.
No, he's going to be knocked instead. And you've lost 2 players. Echo just trying to stay alive right now. Opens a box, brings that timer down. Disrupt will get back in. Echo gonna find
Who's griefing?
keep his team in this. Reminder, if we do go another game, a big map from these boys puts them right on the cusp of that top 5.
That would be crazy. Sage getting knocked as well. So Vitality, they're going to lose a lot of this early engagement. And you can see Scummin is actually being a thorn in the side to both of these teams. He's the only member from AG Global over here. He's actually the one to gotta get involved in that fight, right? So while this 3v3 is happening, you have to be very careful that Scummin is not going to be able to find just some type of angle, all of a sudden throw your fight into a little bit of a tizzy. He gained though from Vitality.
Oh my God, he blacked out. Echo just blacked out. Echo just blacked out. Echo just blacked out. Oh my God.
That's going to put T1 into a situation where they got to back off because you lose one over a main as well. So one member of that.
Oh my God.
Dragon's actually going to knock Blastides.
What the fuck was Echo shooting in the air for? Like,
Looking at the other squads. The typical from Falcons, from Ravens. From Twisted
bro, Sage, take space. Take space. Take space. Change your whole shit. Y'all got it for free.
Virtus Pro controlling Pond, they're comfy. T1 are coming back for this, and actually the player that was still in the fight has just been knocked and disrupted. So one body's had to hit the water, and one's floating in the sky. T1 continuing to be in a blender early in this drop 10. For the Ravens, you're missing Nielsen for a moment, but there's plenty of places to get lost in when it comes to Main Street. It's why they're doing such a good job of staying alive when they need to. For now, get through this early resurgence timer, set yourselves up for what could be a historic moment for this French roster.
Very mixy area. This is kind of the
I think it's these guys, right?
You play out of this Main Street side. It's what gives you the secret to success, to being one of these teams at the top of the leaderboard. But then you say, wait, we have to try and win a game playing out of Main Street. You've only been able to do it once so far, and it was in that game number 8. Going back to back would certainly be an absolute treat. But look at this. You got an idea that there is someone near you. It's going to be Dongi taking on down. This is going to force a couple of that other squad to start to move on over. That is, of course, going to be Los Carrillos, who are looking to get active.
Who you cheering for, VP?
Down by Niacin yet again. Thankfully, Z-Dark is there for a
Where's
trade.
my VP goats?
Allow you to get fully aggressive, but he's want to just stabilize for the time being. Top right of your corner there, your screen there, ladies and gentlemen. You can see what teams have crossed our match point threshold and what teams are waiting in the wings.
And I believe that's not updated, that most recent knock from Dark. So Los Carrillos need 8 more to get themselves over the line. 6 and some multi, probably do it for you. More than capable of that. Get a big wide shot of this ongoing fight as Ravens bring Brody back into it.
I feel like the game ends here. I feel like it ends here.
Los Carrillos putting this Ravens team to the sword. Dark will find Heeds, and Dark will then shout the second. Backs Nielsen down with the crack. King drops elsewhere. Beautiful work from Dark and Criminal God. Been so damn good today.
What happened to you and
They put themselves within a...
What'd you say? What happened to me, Adrian, and Sage? I mean, after we placed 4th, they both got offered contracts to play. So, you know, I wanted them all to take the money. You know, take that fucking guarantee money, baby.
Get the teammates back on in. It's just about a win for them.
Well, Luay still played with me and Booyah, but Sage got offered guarantee money.
It's Twisted Minds. And guess what? They're feeling A-okay over here at Mansion. They've been uncontested most of the day. They've actually had to spend most of the day playing out of Mansion and full running at teams. They don't got to do that anymore. It's a full POI that they're going to be able to hold on to. So while maybe it's a little bit quieter towards that northern side of the map, Los Carrillos, they are looking to continue to fight towards Ravens Esports. You find one, you're on the hunt for another. They are just farming right now, but they would love to be able to get a full squad wipe here.
Certainly would. Namir's going to find one, cracks him, backs him down into his teammate. And there you go. Chalk found yet again. You will get that ping. It's early enough that you still get it, but the Falcons are starting to push over. Hearing a lot of noise. The gas is also starting to move. You gotta be careful if you're Los Carrillos. You're very close to threshold. Might need to back off here and reassess the situation. But Heeds will be full stun, so they're going to push this.
actually in the whole fight of that, one of the Falcons members gets taken on out. He will get found on out. Nyson has been brought back on in, but he's getting pinged out of the sky, and he is ripped.
Wow.
Sure
Ravens out.
We'll get confirmation.
Ravens out.
Not looking good for Ravens Esports.
Ravens out.
And confirmation that they will be out. They are full done, so it is on Twisted or Falcons to close it here. Going to Flight Unlimited.
Wow.
Gonna back one down on the rooftop. It's a member of AG Global. Both these teams really in the conversation for bubble, for big prize money for EWC. Let's take a look at one that most certainly is. Falcons gonna knock Echo here. T1 in a bit of bother. The rest of those players are gonna be in.
No, Vitality took 5th back.
So that's gonna destabilize.
No.
Slow it down. They're gonna be up against potentially some Los Curios members here, as well as Noobs. And my God, this boy's been frying today.
He's been absolutely shooting. What has me worried here, Enigma, you might be able to get some of these shots on out, but you called it. Los Curios, they could decide to spring on forward and get involved in this fight. Noobs.
Ooh, fuck, he got gunned.
Doing a great job.
Ooh, fuck.
Thankfully, no full.
He got fucking gunned.
There for a trade, but he's actually gonna get knocked as well. Because of Criminal God coming on in, it's just Soka. He's the only one left alive. He does have enough for a buyback if he can get to.
Wait, is he full dead? Oh my God.
Is still here as well. Just
oh my God.
Insurance statement if you need, but I'm seeing some of these members of Los Curios. They have an idea that there is movement, that Soka might be the only last player alive. I saw Criminal God get a
Baby Cam, my shit's cooked.
Dude, this is getting mixy for so many of our match point teams.
Los Curios hit match point.
Twisted Minds, they were one of 3
VP's back in 5th. VP's back in 5th.
Zone pull up towards Mansion. They're just frying from the rooftops. They're having a great game.
Yeah, there's a confirmation, by the way, that Soka did die, but within that heartbeat, he gets his boys back in.
I think Twisted Mind wins.
However, as Los Curios continue to form here and have put themselves across that threshold, you will get more bodies for Falcons spawn in at Mansion, but Dongi's under pressure. Twisted Minds.
I think. Oh my God. Oh.
For a safe spot, desperately needs it.
Oh.
The Falcons match point challenge.
Oh.
And you're gonna hope and pray and get yourself as much away from the action as you can be. Falcons, indeed, blender of all blenders. And you've got a long rotation to even get yourself close to circle at this point.
Oh my God, Twisted Mind's winning it. VP's at 138.
And them getting taken out, and I'm looking at that kill feed. Twisted Minds getting another squad out of this lobby. Team Clown eliminated, taken on out. And still, Twisted
I got Duke winning today.
Continuing to hold down Mansion. Nobody needs to be here. Disrupt looks like he's maybe a lone soldier over here on the side. Almond spending all that cash down below. And they're looking to pop an advanced UAV. See if anybody else is in this POI with them. And I think they're going to get that read.
Vitality took the lead back. Fuck!
So much going on.
Come on, VP.
Twisted Minds.
I saw Grimy get some kills. Soka died again.
And Noobs is just trying to look for cover. He's trying to get the hell out of here. Will find FIFA kill.
Oh, fuck.
Timers down for the rest of his boys. Dongi's recovering elsewhere, but it's a one man on a mission, and Dongi trying to find a safe passage.
Oh, fuck.
This later portion of the map. 10 teams still in this.
Oh, fuck.
Only 2 can close it here. Ravens dealt with early. Los Curios have crossed. We'll definitely have 4. But Vitality, they've hit 144 points. They're rotating in. Should they get a couple more and we see one more game, then gentlemen, could be 5 squads looking to close it out.
Where's VP? Where's VP?
Twisted Minds and Falcons if we want to get there. And they do a great job. You find Skinner on your low ground.
Oh, Twisted Minds is winning.
Just has so many
Twisted Minds is winning, bro.
So they're going to be set on an advance. Still over here towards that bridge side.
Twisted Minds is winning, bro.
Stay alive. You got teams at your front. You got teams at your back. It's just going to be Noobs. He's gone huge so many times for his roster here today. You got to do it one more time, Eddie. Player from G2 at your front. Smoke comes on out. You're going to try and use it as a bait, but the double swing isn't there.
Twisted Minds for the win.
Falcons have been eliminated. 7 squads left in this.
Wow.
It's all down to Twisted Minds, but Los Curios are continuing to fry. They are continuing to push the needle forward. As with that, they have crossed match point threshold. They are looking good. They are reaping everywhere that is.
Bro, he has so many UAs.
Leaving it up to Twisted Minds to try and survive from this POI.
Confirmation, by the way, before Falcons drop there, so do VP. So it's likely that Vitality hold that all-important 5th spot.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons for sure choked.
Nudge the qualification down to them.
For sure choked if they don't. They better pray they get another game.
Hold the top of Mansion. Anyone trying to control the courtyard here, you're going to be picked up, and there's the first, and the shots are glorious, but just not enough to get the knock. PA's designed to play cutoffs. Do you read that there's a player down to your right? No, that player escapes on off to your left. A frustrating one for Shifty. Teammate going to be tucked in beneath. That's Light Unlimited. Team 10 also nearby. That's FLS and Co. There's one member of Los Carrillos just hanging around. They've reached match point. They've done their job. It's just now about making sure Twisted don't close out.
I think this is a great job. Twisted Minds. Just hold this rooftop. They're doing such a good job of just kind of
appreciate you, baby Cam. It was a movie.
Anybody get up into these areas where they can just sneak up on you on this roof. Protect the zip line. Protect some of these stairs. Zone is gonna pull out into that courtyard of Mansion.
Fuck, man. Did VP get wiped?
Zone, but the question now becomes Enigma. Do you try and play from this rooftop, or do you swing on out and try to go down the stairs and play from a low ground?
Well, that's a very tough question to answer. There's a reason I'm sat this side of the desk. I actually really like what GT's done here. They knew they couldn't cross the courtyard, so they decided to play very wide in the
fuck, man.
As I'm saying that, Twisted Minds who saw them make
oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Oh my god.
But Twisted Minds, who could close it here, only face the threat of one other full 3 team, and that is going to be FLS and Co. It's not been their afternoon thus far. You'd be a brave man to bet on them taking down Twisted looking like this. Incredible read to shut down this entire south side of the circle and claim it for their own. With
that was an amazing play by them.
They're in a glorious spot to close it all out here. This
don't.
Feels like it comes down to can Gooey, FLS, and Melvin put us one more game. Allman, he's still on the roof. He's still holding this area.
Oh my gosh.
Down above them, a veteran play coming on out.
Oh my lord. They have the pull. Wait, no. Wait.
But they have the cash down below if they want to try and hang on to it. They're going to be able. The buyback on Allman comes on in. That's going to give
oh
them
my god.
Flies on through. Can he manage to stay alive? Shifty claims FLS with a PA as well.
They got it killed. Yeah, they're getting griefed by bro.
Gotta get griefed. Gotta get griefed.
They got griefed. They got griefed. They got griefed.
Gotta get griefed.
G2, fucking big man and them are griefing. Big man's griefing. Big man's griefing. Big man's griefing.
Oh my god.
Big man's griefing.
Wait, there's a chance. Wait, no. No, third party. No.
Oh! Oh! Oh!
It's a 1v2. It's Los Carrillos to stop them. Los Carrillos. It's a 2v1. We've seen them here before. They cut down the Falcons earlier on. They need to cut down Twisted Minds. They know exactly where Almond is sitting. Amir, he's got the roof on lock. I've seen a lot of crazy 1v3s, my friend, in my Warzone time. And, well, I don't know if we're going to get one here.
Oh, he had it.
He's trying to do his best. He's slipping. He's sliding around here, but the zone has continued to pull them away. Some great shots, getting the armor crack that's there. You're lurking your way up forward.
Oh my god! Oh my god! I thought he fucking did it!
I thought we were doing it.
Oh my god! Holy shit! I thought he fucking did it!
Chris, I thought he was gonna do that.
Oh my god, I thought he fucking did it!
Netting their 3rd game win of the day.
Oh, if he had plates, if he had plates, he does it.
Incredible stuff there towards the end. Felt like
hey, it's good. It's good. It's good.
Bro,
it's good.
Big Man just griefed so hard, bro.
That's the best play I've seen Big Man do.
Oh.
VP gets another chance. VP gets another chance.
Oh.
They would have been out, right? They would have been out,
VP,
right?
yeah, they get another chance, yes.
Yeah.
That was anxiety, dog. Dude. Oh my dude, that was crazy. The fact that he was even finessing like that. The fact that he was even finessing like that. Yeah, they scammed. I feel like they scammed giving up roof. I feel like that was a scam. I don't know, like I feel like that was a scam. I don't know. Maybe not. Yeah, the fact that Los Corillos, they were able to res their boy is crazy. If Almond would have took some space off of that res. Whoever this was on Los Corillos almost sold. He almost gave up the craziest 1v2. He should have just played top with bro. Wonder what Amir's health was. Oh my god. Damn. Let me go potty real quick. TikTok, make sure y'all come over to my Twitch, man. We have the full screen. And also, if you guys come to my Twitch chat and type in the TikTok, if you guys type in the Twitch chat, you're from TikTok, my dog Diff and Holy Ghost have a gift for y'all, man. All right? We also have it on full screen here for you guys. You only have 2 minutes. Holy Ghost and Diff said you guys got 2 minutes. TikTok, links in my bio. Links in my bio. Bro, little A&M. So I'm going for a little A&M right now. I need them to qualify for WC, bro.
Yeah, look, I could say that and have a story about every single team. I am rooting for them all, but I think it is high time that that squad gets a major win. They deserve it. LATAM deserves it, but you're gonna have to get through some crazy teams to get there. You're talking Twisted Minds, who were so close to being able to make that happen. But think of two games we've witnessed. It was Los Corillos that was able to prevent the Falcons from taking a map win. It was Amir at the end, right? Amir the anchor. It was crazy 1v1 against Soga early on. Now they do it again here in map number, what was that, 10? We're in double digits against Twisted Minds. They are putting down the top tier teams, which makes them a top tier team that they've always been.
That's right. Well said, Tiff. And look, it was a good effort from not only Hisoka trying to stay alive as long as he did. Almond, I mean, almost performing miracles, Goj. At a certain point, this man looked like Superman. If he doesn't get caught up.
Baby Cam, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate you, boss. Thank you, G. Now, my team got eliminated in the open quals. So, what's crazy is the quals for Atlanta. The roster locks are on Thursday, and then the quals start Monday. So if I'm making changes to my team, it's got to happen by Thursday.
And you gotta remember too, we now get to a
Mountain, thank you for the prime sub. Appreciate you, baby.
Really do matter. Like, of course, we're paying attention to that match point. Which team's on it? Which team wins it? We're still playing for a top.
Oh, you got me, Depp. I bet.
So points really matter at this point. The fact that Twisted Minds, yes, they didn't win the map, but they were still able to get top 5, and Almond's picking up a 2-piece inside the top 5. Those points.
Call Adrian tonight.
or maybe not as much.
That's right. This Los
He found a good fit. Baby Cam, come on, baby. Baby Cam with the big 10-piece and a biscuit. Chat, give him a W spam. W spam. Thank you, Baby Cam. Appreciate the 10-piece, G. Thank you, my G. Thank you, Go. Chad, 35% off all gifters, man. Appreciate you, man.
It really will, and I'm looking at chat right now, which can be incredibly dangerous, but I do want to give a shout out to everyone that is in chat right now. I see Krim.
Where that boy Jay Smooth at?
Go to Call of Duty in Puerto Rico. Everyone is highlighting the Los Rios, and they said, you know what? I think they can close it out. So I see you guys. And then also, you know, I just want to shout out L's44 right now. I bet my life Falcons ain't winning today. Crazy bet, my man. That's a crazy bet, my man. But the team on your screen right now with the crew, with the fans, I think they can do it. You never know.
I think they can. I'm telling you, Amir, big fan of him. Love the guy. We got a lot of watch parties happening. Is Amir one of them goes?
Yeah, Darius Amir's got the biggest watch party right now by a mile. 17K watching for Lactam over there on Darius Amir's stream. Huge win. Of course, we got to shout out Pulse Check as well. I'll clip it up with great viewership. But Darius Amir is trying to bring it home for an entire region, which is a massive burden to carry. And somehow they are trying to carry it across the finish line. This is such a great competition. It's turned out and shaked out to be really, really close at the top, which just makes for.
What up, Armor? How you doing, man? Biff will come out of retirement, man. Josh, I mean, that Latin community is crazy, bro. You know that. Baby Cam with another 10. Whoa, Cam. Whoa, Cam. Whoa, Cam. Chill, Cam. Chill, Cam. Another 10. Appreciate you, B. Thank you, bro. Thank you, Go. Thank you, Go. Legend, 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 man. I appreciate the support, bro. Thank you, G. Chat, our next sub goal is the one chip challenge. Let's not get there. Let's not do it. I'm good off that. Where's Jay at? Jay staying with the 5. Come on, Jay. I appreciate you, baby. Thank you, G. Thank you, my dog. I appreciate you, man. I do not want to do the one chip challenge, please. It's at 15-5. 15-5. Baby Cam, I do not want to do the one chip, please. I do not want to do the one chip. I do not want to do the one chip. I do not want to do the one chip. I do not want to do the one chip. I'm good off that. Yo, what? Yo, this guy in the chat is the guy in the chat is spamming. Yo, somebody call me fat. Why do you want us to call you fat? 100 gifted. Here we go, Baby Cam. Stop. Don't you dare press that fucking button. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't fucking do it. Don't fucking do it. Don't do it. Don't push the damn button, man. Whoever gets us to 15, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't push that fucking button, bro. I don't want my asshole to tear apart, bro. Please. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Wait, how much they need, chat? Wait. How much does VP need? How much VP need? Wait, I missed it. Young Jock with the 5. Young Jock with the 5. All right, chill out. No more. Chill out. I'm cool with the 5s and shit, but no 100 piece. Chill. Don't do it. Go to VP. Bro, I didn't even get to fucking see it, man.
You're down 30 from threshold. 4 teams on it currently. Even if we go one more map, I mean, you'd have to drop another 30 bombs to breach threshold. Yes, it is possible, but we haven't seen 40 points yet from anybody. So the only other team we can talk about that's not our top 4, Vitality or Virtus Pro, G2 technically now in the conversation if they drop a 30, and this doesn't end, Taylor.
I don't know. I kind of want to see it go. Why not? Let's get some more games. After all, we're guaranteed one more game at this point. It's game number 11. Dantro Enigma, take it away.
At 16K, you gotta stream this shit after the one shit? Nigga. What did you just say to me? VP's behind by 6. Yo, chat is wildin'. TikTok, make sure y'all come over to my Twitch, man. The match is about to start. You guys get full screen. Also, if you guys type in the chat you're from TikTok, in the next 2 minutes, my dog Ray Knights has a gift for y'all. Yo, OC. Where's Jay Smooth at? Jay! Oh, baby Cam, you motherfucker, bro. Holy shit. God fucking. God damn it, bro. Come on. Chill. 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 Oh, man. Oh. No. No, Cam. Come on, bro. I don't want to do the one. Chill. 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 I don't want to do that shit, baby Cam. I don't, bro. I'm dead ass. I don't want to do it, bro. VP is behind 6 points and 22 points from 4th. You should have picked up Biff. Yeah, I'd have paid 40K for that. I appreciate you, baby Cam, but damn, bro, you trying to get my stomach to absolutely rumble. Come on, baby, let's go. Let's see it.
Gentlemates G2 lost Carrillos are back for action. Criminal Guards going to squeeze forward here, and actually G2 have just decided to go on.
They're not out pacifists.
They don't want any of the LATAM squad, and I don't blame anyone for not wanting to run at them. It's so damn good today, and Crimmy's actually going to spot one. Just going to slow it down for a half second as clusters rain in from the skies. Remember, you don't need
baby Cam. They're going to do it for Atlanta, rotating maps.
So they can slowly work forward from there.
Yeah, I think if Los Carrillos, if they can manage to really just wipe out Lumbermill, manage to hold it, they don't have to worry as much about Falcons maybe sliding on over from boat to cause this chaos, right? They can hold the line, watch that zip, make sure that no movement comes on through. But Criminal God playing patiently. Some great shots will get dropped, though. So unfortunately, the shots go a little bit wide. I thought you had a teammate there to swing out for the trade. It's just not possible. You can see Z-Dark kind of playing by himself forward. The Gentlemates, they've started to regain. They want to kind of enter back on in over here at Lumbermill. And I don't mind this from Los Carrillos of having one player just completely off into stacks here, just playing isolated by themselves on top of the rooftop. Maybe get some shots across, not too worried about that. But they'll be able to hang on for the time being. And Lumbermill
can we switch? What is this?
Activity.
What is production doing?
Yeah, should stay plenty safe for now.
Production.
Your anchor is relatively static, so that's a lack of
Atlanta sip.
Looting that could affect your economy for later on. So you do want to get control of this Lumbermill sooner.
Oh no, Adrian and them are dying. Adrian and them are dying at T1.
To fight each other, quite
no.
Let's take a look over at Mansion. Twisted Minds, they have loadout. And they have control of
no.
Mansion. A lot of space to play in. Pretty much the entirety of the northwestern quadrant here. Nearest team's going to be Barn. And over towards the train cars. Let's look back in it. The LATAM team. NKL finds Criminal God, and Dog's gonna do the right thing. Back off, let them two squabble, sit nice and pretty.
Yeah, this is kind of one of our only few match point teams that is actually kind of seemingly in the mix, it feels like, right? Twisted Minds, they have Mansion all to themselves. Falcons, they got boat, doesn't really matter. Ravens, they kind of are chilling in that Main Street area. They're getting a couple of squabbles, but nothing really too crazy. It's just Los Carrillos here early on, which doesn't necessarily bode well, but if they can come out on top here, this would be huge. Z-Dark LMG in hand. He's gonna be able to find one right in the hand, tries to slide on through, find another. Unfortunately, Enkyo just has the right position.
VP starts destroyed.
God has to back on up.
towards Amir. But
Oh, they're in a blender.
Right now.
They're in a blender.
Low and will get dropped.
Wait, are they dead?
Just like that, it's Amir, the only one alive. But Resurgence timer is still ticking. You got Z-Dark back on in.
Yeah, Amir with the veteran play. No rush of blood there. Keeps it calm. Slows things down. Let's the Z-Dark back in. Criminal God will surely join them soon. A lack of loot available to this team, though. Amir's going to have 8 plates. Crimmy's only got 2 in his vest. So you're looking to just kind of free him up for a moment. Can we get to your loot? Can we get to your guns? Can we get you some plates, some money, some landmass? All that is going on over there. VP, who sit on the cusp, on the bubble. Currently 6 points away from qualifying to the Esports World Cup in the summer. They're finding a lot of kills here at Research. They're going to get control of a lot of it, and that's not an easy thing
I think
to do.
that's Adrian them. This is A&M. This is A&M. They got to have a good game. Here's A. Here's A. Here's A.
This destroy. He's going to get some.
Come on, A.
You had a player knocked below you. Wasn't by anybody on your team, so you know there's at least one more squad nearby. No worries there, but look at where the zone is starting to pull. It's pulling these players out of.
Come all the way. Come all the way.
More north towards Research Center. That's going to be Los Carrillos. They have to start moving. They're going to get found out by G2. And yet again, blink and you'll miss it. It's Amir still alive. Z-Dark is
Damn, they're in a blender. Carrillos are in a blender.
Figuring out where to go. And it will get found on out. He's going to land electrical, but look at
He's
this.
dead.
G2,
He's dead.
I might get the sense that that's where this player's moving on in, and they could just start flying for this and maybe get out one of our match point teams early.
Confirm the spawns will come back in for one of those boys, likely Crimmy. It's a tough place to be, and well, Vitality in a considerably worse place. Your anchor is going to be sat up for long enough that you get back in, but well, as bodies are flying back in for that Vitality roster, by the way, one's just been plucked out of the sky. They may be wiped here. No, thankfully they managed to get themselves back to their feet for a moment. Twisted again, just with so much control, going to complete a recon. That's going to tell them where the end zone is going to be, or at least a deep circle.
Vitality's in a blender.
Positioning ahead of everybody else. Again, another veteran play out of him.
I don't know what that is, baby Cam.
Z-Dog is brought back in.
I mean, it just my worry here though is that they're not really like creating space on the map for themselves. Compare that to Twisted Minds, who just they kind of flex on out. They get a couple of those kills on Vitality, push them more south. That means they don't have to worry about somebody make this late rotation through Mansion.
Oh, hype train conductor.
They're gonna be A-okay just to kind of hold the line because they're still in zone, right? They still have the entirety of Mansion to themselves, and it's in zone, and they don't have to really work. I'm looking at that kill feed though. I'm seeing Heeds being able to take down Scummin, so Ravens Esports still in this, still taking teams off the board, and it looks like they're actually gonna make their way up towards those northern train cars just above Research, and I don't mind that at all. Hold that line, just kind of poke some fun down at Research, what's going on there. But for the Falcons, they've managed to rotate up through
AG Global got wipes.
Down G2, they gain control of this POI.
I watched pretty much all of that on the map view, and they just decided to hit the go button, play straight
Big
out
man
of
wipes.
Street, cross the river, and bury G2 into a drop 12 if there is going to be one.
Another 100 coming your way. Stop.
Teams, of course.
Derek, don't say that, bro.
They're still trying to figure out that regain situation.
Don't say that, Derek.
Live off towards Research. Twisted Minds, all the control we spoke
I don't want to do the one shift. Stop.
For Ravens, they hold that north side. That's where our match point team sit.
Vitality got to get some kills. Wait, VP's ahead. VP's ahead.
Continuing to look for a place. And look, in Resurgence, it's never chalked.
It is never chalked, as a once famous Major Maniac said.
Oh my God, VP's ahead.
For some of these teams here, Los Carrillos, I'm seeing one player alive over at Research.
Cam, come on, Cam. Come on, Cam.
You got Team Clown near you.
Kid, this is qualifiers?
No, this is the finals.
Oh, why did they say to qual?
It's for EWC. EWC.
Oh, okay.
Top 4 qualify for EWC. But 4 teams are on match point.
Top 5 qualify for EWC?
Yeah, because Twisted Minds is in it, yeah.
Wait, so there's only 5 teams that play in EWC?
No. There's a qualifier for here, qualifier for Atlanta, then online quals.
It is also not going to be a place to safely put your anchor, but for now, it will be home. As you hear players zip around them.
Is it going to be on Rebirth or this map?
Company as well.
I don't know yet. I think both, maybe.
A lot of action happening here at the Research Center. Twisted Minds still up there towards Mansion, kind of flirting with for fun below them if they can. Some great shots here from Z-Dark will help you obviously get this team down. A little bit of shaky there. As whoa, look at that. Amir gets dropped and destroys. Actually, going to be the
Oh my God, VP, VP, come on, VP. Come on, baby Cam. Come on, baby Cam. Chill, 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 mud, chill.
A little bit shaky, a little bit sloppy from that squad. Enigma would love to be able to see them kind of touch up on the fights there. Ravens, by the way, are setting themselves up to pin Twisted Minds in. Been sat up on that bridge for a very long time, awaiting the challenge.
All right, what's Vitality up to?
Twisted Minds shall certainly provide. Shifty's going to light it up with a PA, force a player to back off at least. That's going to split the Ravens roster a little bit. Shimmy that line around. Hopefully unsettle them enough to give you a route through. North side push coming in from Almond, though. He's decided to wide wrap this, but he has been spotted. Needs the rest of his boys to activate, or is he sitting duck? Looking down at the bridge, Almond, if he can pull their attention, you might let Shifty get into a possible scenario where he can sort of...
Who's griefing? Who's griefing?
He's getting tagged on up. Cluster coming in from the top. He has to be very careful here. Swings wide.
Shifty!
Yo, when he almost had that...
Oh no, they got grief, they got grief. They got griefed.
And it's T1 from the roof of Research who causes spoiler, but in the middle of all of that, Ravens Esports, one of our match point teams, has been eliminated. So we're down to 3. Los Carrillos, what is left of Twisted Minds?
Raven got wiped.
Falcons will hold a lot of space at Coal Depot. They basically have the south side of the map to themselves. Los Carrillos still figuring out Research Center there amongst the madness. Twisted Minds,
Derek, terrified.
In not even bits and pieces. Almond will try and hold the line. Pray to the gods. The fact that Los Carrillos is still alive is incredible.
Yeah, I don't know how the fuck these guys are alive. Oh, Vitality. Vitality.
Vitality continuing to back them on down. This is what now that they've sort of regained it, this is what I like to see, right? They don't have to full fly.
Look how many teams are in Research.
Just being able to get those shots out is enough to make Vitality second think about, okay, can we really push on through here? Because you've backed them on down. That's going to allow you to turn your sights over to Virtus Pro, who's now trying to look down this hallway.
Wait, is Vitality at match point?
Be extra careful too, because look who's right above you. It's T1. If you let this fight get a little bit too mixy, T1, they can slide on down here and they can start to get engaged in this battle. So go ahead, send out the shots, back down some of these other teams, but the zone is pulling you away. You're gonna have to move from Research at one point or another.
Who's on Falcons?
Confirmation that Virtus Pro and Vitality have both made match point. Should we go another game, we will see 6 teams square off to take it all home. Los Carrillos want to end it right here. Los Carrillos have dug themselves from the depths of hell to somehow be in the top 8 teams of this lobby. Circle 5, gotta rotate. Almond desperately trying to smoke his way to the buy station. It's Falcons players in front.
Oh shit. Oh my God, Soka took him out.
Twisted Minds will make it down.
They might win. Falcons might win.
Falcons already controlled the south side of the map, rotated hard west to control pretty much the entire rotation over. They hold win condition.
Wait, where's Vitality? Only one up on Vitality. VP might get a spot on land. Oh my God. VP might get it.
And head CWC as champions. Soka's gonna have a lot to say about that one. Ben caught with his knife out. That is not what you want to have happen when you're trying to go for that double buyback.
Oh my goodness.
Vitality.
Oh my God. I think VP got land.
We'll be able to cut them on down. Vitality eliminated. Still hanging on by a thread, and that is until T1 plays a little bit of.
Oh, they win. They win.
Blink and you'll miss it.
I think VP got in.
Wait, Adrian, I'm about to make it, right?
I think they're about to make it. I think they're about to make it.
Dropped.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, they're about to. Yeah, they
They made it to WC.
They made it to fucking WC.
One to end map number 11. They were the first team to cross Call of Duty Warzone.
Yeah, because this Adrian right here, I think. Yeah, they did.
Oh my God.
Let's fucking go. Oh my God, little A.
W.
How they have managed to see themselves through what has been a torrid time on match point. The man right there, the closer, making the call. The big rotation was on. They sat back from all the trouble. Took control of Coal Depot.
Come on, man.
Research. We'll gamble on the zone pull, gentlemen. It's worked for us in the past. When it comes in, they rotate hard to the west. Lock it down until everyone out of Research run at us. We dare you. Beautiful stuff from these 3, of course, for Soka. This is walked path. He knows victory.
Little Adrian's EWC bound, baby.
Moment on last.
Let's go.
Trip to Saudi Arabia. Listen,
Come on.
Questions about this roster. We had seen some online success from them, right? We said, how are they going to do when push comes to shove on land? These are three very talented, very experienced.
Yeah, Falcons won. Falcons won.
It looked a little shaky, but they are able to do it.
Hey, but shout out to the LATAM team with Amir and them, bro. I mean, they came in the open, paid for their like whole thing, and now they get to qualify for EWC. Damn, I fuck with that.
Not only in the qualifiers dominating their region, but coming to the stage, the first team to reach match points, the first team eligible to close out Birmingham. But it would take 3-4 more games later before they finally get the job done. But the important thing is
they made it. That's actually crazy.
Job done. This new roster, Nuke, Doggy, and his Soka
nap time.
It down. The IGL, the closer for a region.
You said what?
Nap time.
The job done, and you know this.
Nah, I'm pretty up right now, to be honest, bro. I have a tech check in like an hour and a half, so.
I'm gonna take me an hour and a half nap. No kid.
Why don't you just do it when I go do my shit?
Cause I want to race when you do your shit. What the fuck?
Nigga, what?
I'm gonna take an hour and a half nap. You're only gonna be here for another hour and a half, maybe.
I'm here for another hour and a half. Why don't we just play for an hour and a half? And then you go nap.
Nah.
Bro. Your logic makes no sense because you want to race a couple of games of F1. You dead ass?
Yeah, I'd rather race.
You're choosing F1 over running with us in the morning. All right, bet. I'm hearing it.
Yeah, W Gaslight. So while you're gone,
I'm not gone. I'm not gone.
You're gonna be gone when you fucking have your ad, brother.
Yeah, and that's when you don't want to hit that nap when you do that?
No, I'm not taking a 2-3 hour nap.
You don't need to. You don't need to. You can nap and race in that same time period.
No, I cannot. No, I will not be able to. No, I will not be able to. No, I will not be able to. Nigga, I woke up at 5 a.m. for your bitch ass. Don't even start. I could have slept the whole time and not have to nap. How about that? You think about that one? All right.
He said, no, I cannot.
Did I not wake up at 5 a.m.?
I hear you, but if I'm saying,
there's no but.
I'm saying I want a game with y'all for an hour and a half.
Chris, if I didn't wake up at 5 a.m. in the morning, I wouldn't have to go nap. But I did that because you my brother, and I went to go kick it with you.
I woke up at 4 a.m. and I'm not napping.
For yourself.
You can't run for an hour and a half.
Chris don't like being told no.
I'm gone for like 2 hours. Like I'm saying, like he can't nap for an hour and play and race for an hour.
Why are you walking to the nigga that woke up with you since 5 a.m.? I'm not understanding.
All right, bro. All right, you don't want to run with us for an hour and a half? I bet. All right. All right, no. You don't want to run with us for an hour and a half? I bet. I bet, bro.
You can try to gaslight it all
Jay, you don't got to argue with me, Jay. Look, you want to go nap?
You're arguing with me.
I'm not. Go ahead and nap, bro. Go ahead and nap.
Was I not with you at the AM?
Go nap, bro.
Was I not with you at the AM?
You went and worked out and we're here at 7 a.m. Just stop.
Who's the only nigga that was with you?
Just Jay, just sleep. Jay, just sleep. Jay, just sleep, bro. Just sleep. Just sleep.
Just answer it. Just answer it.
Get their medals that they so earned and they so deserved.
Just nap, bro.
You can't never see eye to eye with me.
Just go ahead and nap.
I don't get it.
Doggy's been fighting tooth and nail to get to this point, to be up there, right, to be a champion.
We'll get your
He
nap
is
in,
now
Jay.
officially that. Of course, the job's not done. EWC is on his mind, but for now, they can rest easy, knowing that they hoist a trophy, knowing that they earned the medals to $30,000. Such a tremendous occasion. Adam also on the stage, leading the charge behind the scenes, putting in the work. Such an incredible guy. We love Adam. Adam also just truly dedicated to the program, making things best as they possibly can. Be the GOAT. But such a good job, man. I mean, The Falcons, you know, this roster, since they entered into esports, and more specifically here goes entering into Warzone, fighting the metal, giving the peace sign, yeah, flying high, baby. You know, they believed in Ahsoka, they picked him up, and naturally he stays the course, he stays with this roster.
This was the Faze Optic final.
And you know, for him, like, it's got to be such a good feeling, right, to now get another title for the Falcons.
Wait, did Faze lose, chat?
100%. This is an ego boost that, frankly, they didn't need, but it's still well earned, right? This is a really strong roster, and I gotta continue to tip my hat to Eddie, man. Noobs is a different.
Ahsoka's so funny.
Having the Falcons with Dongi and Ahsoka, and now Noobs really creates a full picture for what this team's able to do.
I don't get it. Ahsoka's supposed to be playing football, bro.
And they crushed the competition.
Hey, is Booyah on chat?
Good event, and again, it was quite tight. This was not the runaway performance that we saw in our regional finals. When it got to land, everything changed. The one thing that didn't, the Falcons were on top.
And I saw Donkey actually wipe a tear from his eye. Can't officially say he was crying, but I think he was. Again, just the heaviness of the moment. You know.
Oh, he's watching MP.
I mean, not only Doggy, right? Kind of the guy on the block, if you will. I know he's been competing a long time.
What was that cartoon ass sneeze?
His history in Warzone and his history of winning and being a part of his
Cartoon ass
rosters.
sneeze.
Ahsoka as well, winning championships. Now you got Dongi there, joined by these two goats. I mean, such an incredible feeling, and the realism of potentially winning at EWC. And I'm getting carried away.
You
but
don't want
like,
fighting for your life against allergies,
there.
you little
Dongi
kid.
realizes that. I mean, surrounded by two goats.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very full circle.
You probably got a
moment
box of tissues
for
right
Noobs.
next to you,
I'm going to
huh?
talk about him first. Right?
Maybe.
He was pretty much a pillar, constantly
And
being
you
in the
losing
right
your voice.
positions,
Grown-ass
allowing
man.
Dongi and
Grown-ass
Ahsoka
man
to
losing
perform
his
to the
voice,
best
by
of
the
their
way.
abilities. We know Ahsoka as one of the
Chat, Dante came in and said, "Who's on Falcons?"
history. He has been since he emerged on
know.
the scene back in the Caldera days.
I didn't know Eddie was on Falcons. Look at you.
He said, "Who's on Falcons?" Mid-match, last match point, they're about to win. What tournament is this? Yo, Chris, what tournament is this? What is this shit? What's Warzone? That ass nigga.
He was trying very hard to prove
My
that
fault, you
he
fucking
could return
nerd.
and be another LAN champion winner. But today's day, guys,
My fault, you know
it was
everybody by
Ahsoka
name
yet
and what
again
teams they're on.
breaks apart from the original
fault.
Falcons roster, breaks apart from Shifty, where they held
Curtis
such a
Pro,
large majority
yay.
of that dynasty, guys.
Go
but second's not
VP.
good enough. And
Go,
so
go VP. Shut your ass up.
top of again, I don't know what that feels like because I don't get a lot of personal wins in my life, but I can only imagine it is something crazy.
Well, I believe we got our interview set up to hear from our champions. Let's send it over to the Pulse check so he can break it all down with the winners.
I can go in the back, you guys in the front.
And that's fucking right.
Hey, can I cuss on here? Hey, can I cuss on here? You're chilling, boys. You're chilling. We all main broadcast, but like, you know what I'm saying? Boys, how the fuck do y'all feel right now? Hold on, boys. Talk to me. I feel good.
Bro, it's an unreal feeling.
Wait, I get the mic closer.
Yo, main broad is crazy.
He said cocksucker.
How we feeling right now? Talk to me. Dongi, it's all you, bro. Dongi, it is you two right now. Go.
Second, third, a rough World Series. I've been getting a lot of shit from a lot of people for a while. I've had a lot on my chest. I've had a chip on my fucking shoulder. There's no better feeling than that. It was still not an easy win, but I fucking love it, bro.
Come on,
It's a little emotional for me. This is a rough one. But
W Dong, bro.
Finally fucking did it. I tried my fucking hardest for years and I finally fucking did it.
Chat, for those of y'all that don't know Dongi's story, man, he came into the scene, got so many accusations, came in his first LAN, and they didn't do the greatest. He had so much shit, so many people talking shit to him every single day, toxic chats, toxic people. And
Baby
today,
Kim,
he
send it.
fucking proved it. They deserve to fucking be here. All three of these fuckers, man. Come on, boys. Come on, Mr. News, man. Talk to me, brother. I know you also. This is your first big one, right?
First big
Come
one.
on, man.
Well,
you,
LAN,
sir.
LAN.
I don't know what's on these thumbs, dog. I'm taking some for the road, bro. But talk to me, man. How you feeling, bro?
Man, it feels unreal. I mean, especially after what third at EWC and then having like what 20th at World Series. It was definitely a humbling experience, but coming in here and
he's about to cry. Oh my god.
Hold up.
Oh my god.
But, sorry. Fuck, I can't get it.
Yo. Come on.
Yo, come on. You're good, bro.
Come on, man.
You got it, bro. You got it.
Fuck, I can't.
I love it, man. That's passion right there, man. That's fucking passion, bro. Soka, if you don't cry, you're a piece of shit, all right? Go ahead, bro. Talk to me.
Nah. All right, first and foremost, man, thank God. You know, we had fucking 2 games where we're crashing and there's only RPCs, you know, and God gives his fucking strongest soldiers the toughest challenges. And we found a way to persevere, fight adversity. There was a lot of talk that these 2 right here to my left can't close on land. They're getting 3rd, 2nd, you know what I mean? They couldn't finish. But like, where are they at now? You know what I mean? Twist the game. Like, and Shifty, bro, like, you just love chirping, bro. Like, listen, bro. Newsflash, chat. Smitch dropped. And the only way he could try to beat us is if he picks up his daddy Biffle. So, Shifty, go ahead and do it. I predict it. Go ahead, chat. Predict it. Come back in like 2 months. Sorry, Smith. You're gone, buddy. It's Falcons gang out here, dog. Keep yourself safe. Keep yourself very safe.
Oh my god. Hey, we got the inside scoop here. Holy fuck.
He can't win a land without his daddy, Diaz Biffle. Come on, what are we doing? Call him back. You need him. He's your daddy. Remember that.
I can't wait for Diaz to react to this shit, boys. Listen, man, I'm going to send it back to production. I'm going to send it back over there, boys. Any final thoughts before they close out over there?
Go ahead, doggy.
I want to say again, thank you to everybody that supports me. I love you all. Family, loved ones, everybody knows who they are. I appreciate it. My dad, my mom for supporting me my entire life. I appreciate it. This isn't the end of the year, though. This isn't the final be-all. We're going to show up for Atlanta, EWC. If there is a World Series, we want it all, bro.
Oh my God.
Cool,
he didn't just say that, right?
I still want more. I'm not settled with this shit.
Aura. All right, production. We'll send it back to you guys.
Oh
boys,
my God.
Y'all can stay on the
Big repost post. Check out their good interview. Obviously, a lot of passion flowing. The tears, right? You could clearly tell how much this meant.
I think a Biffle edit has to happen right there, right?
A Biffle edit has
He said he's
got to come back. And
yo, that's crazy. He said, yo, Z Smith's dropped Biff's back.
He said you can't win anything without your daddy Diaz Biffle. And that should be the edit.
Oh my God. Fuck it, bring the demon back.
Well
bring him back.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, overall, the interview was something very
bring him back.
choice words, but that's who the
bring
Falcons
him back.
are, right? Like, that's how they play, that's how they talk, and they were able to back it up on land this time around, right? So who knows what will happen going forward, but what we do know is that they won 10 bans apiece, and they're going to be at EWC, and job's not finished. So that's what we heard, and I think the emotion tells the truest story from all 3 of those players. Ahsoka said, this is what we expected, and therefore, here I am. The other 2, it was, yes, this is what we expected, but we had a long road to get here of not winning, and because of that, this means so much more than 10 bans in a spot at EWC. This is an ego play. This is something that they can take home and say, yes, I actually am the best in the world, at least on this given day.
Nah, yo, Biffle's coming back. I already see it. Twisted Minds go off for the max. He's coming back. He's coming back.
And to ramp it back up, Tiff, top 5, I think, technically going, which means Virtus Pro, did they beat out Vitality? Virtus Pro get a spot to the EW?
What a great tournament, man. Holy fuck. What a solid tournament, man. I mean, why not? Like, it's like, if you're Biff, why not? You know? Why?
They're giving you gas. Yeah, they're giving you gas when you're not even playing the game, bro. They will offer him the
I mean, they already
know.
Of
course. Of course.
He's 1-3.
Oh, of course.
He getting 50.
You ever heard the phrase cinema?
He gonna get 50. They say, give me 50.
Why don't New Squad set up for watch parties for the bigger events? Because that's not really my speed, bro. You know, I have a team in it though, but you know what I mean. That's not my like, you know what I mean. That's not my whole shit, you know. Biffle ain't coming back too bad. He gonna come back. Deb, I think you have to do the total count on this more. Nah, Biff said he's done.
Yeah, all right.
If somebody offers you 25 bands, he said, and mind you, they already have a guaranteed spot at EWC, by the way.
Already got a guaranteed spot at EWC.
That's the only team you probably go to.
Where you also gonna get guaranteed 5 extra bands just to pull up. Hey, what? You got other majors. He's still young. He ain't that old.
Oh,
shit. He out.
TikTok, make sure I come over to my Twitch, man. I'm in the TikTok stream. I just got a fucking shadow on that bitch, all right? Yo, you guys trying to play? Dante, Jay, are y'all getting on? Is Jay napping?
I don't know. What do you want to play?
Todd? What you want me to say? Uno?
I'm not playing. So.
Chad, they're cleaning the carpets. That's why it's so loud. Dep, can you put on a noise gate or something, like a higher noise gate? This shit's OD.
Wait, they cleaned the carpets again? Didn't they just clean them?
I don't know much.
Jay, you have
You're right.
regularly scheduled carpet cleaning.
Hey, Mods, can you ask Blue if he wants to play?
Shit, they got 69 kills on the day. Sheesh.
It's just too loud.
Wait, you got an hour and 30 minutes, Chris?
Oh yeah.
What's the time there? Noon. Wait, you said how long?
Hour 30.
Okay. So what, like maybe like 3 games, 4 games?
Yeah.
Hell no, Frosty. What's up, Shannon? What's up, man? I'll probably go to the gym while you're gone.
Dizzy, I have a hashtag ad, so I'm gonna be streaming, but we're watching the Duke and UConn game with Robin Hood again.
I'm gonna win the dollars.
Chillin'.
Man down, man down, man down. Fan down, fan down, fan down. I don't even know.
Is today day 17 or not?
You said what?
Is today day 17?
I couldn't even tell you, bro. Nah, I didn't go this one. I slept in. I was just knocked out.
I'm just having my mic muted until they finish. This is so D.
Okay, all on my wrist, counter to spin it, man at the coop.
Hey kid, I'm 300 off the one ship. I don't want to do it. So I think I'm cool ending the subathon at 15-2. I'm cool ending it. I think I'm cool ending off on 15-2. Foster, thank you for the 2 gifted. Thank you for the gift. Appreciate it, man.
Hey, he got tires, he gon' ride.
Switching mags. Enemies dropping into the AO. Switching mags. All stations, we are green to go. Stand by for deployment. Your team leader. Set a drop point for your squad soldier.
Y'all gonna go.
Got gas closing in fast. Double time it to the safe zone. Tagging waypoint. Switching mags.
Set 3 for my shit.
Oh, someone following you? You let on me? 20.
Me cago en la madre, este hijo de puta.
Have a good day at work.
Puta madre.
These guys ass, I can fuck them up.
Napalm strike standing by. Atwood, requesting napalm strike. This is Gunson. I have fulfilled your orders.
We're not watching Vegas versus Texas on COD. Really care for CDO like that.
Yeah, I don't either. I don't know why. CDO is just kind of.
The only thing I wish is I wish it was an easier walk.
What? What do you mean?
Like there's just times where you're like, where's this team at? Like what are they doing? Like are they white? You know what I'm saying? I get it. It's just like a lot of teams. But it's just like easier.
I think it's. Oh, I died. I had the key on me.
They probably do the best that they can.
Yeah, I mean that's why you have other people stream the POVs.
Because this guy was camping this Swagg. Everything he had.
Nipsey Falcons won.
Paleta. Paleta.
DJ, thank you for the small videos.
Let's have ourselves a fight.
La verga, perro.
Pero aguanta, todavía no peleo.
Yeah, I'm trying not to talk, Chad. It's they're cleaning the carpet, so it's a little loud. Did you get the key? You didn't get my key? Jumped off with it. What the fuck?
Loadout.
I got it. Oh, just waiting for me.
No, I was there the whole time.
Did you open it? What's the code?
294175.
Yeah, yeah. Wait, don't pin that one. Do 35%, right? Desert, just stop, bro. Or did the 35% end? Drop it. It's not over? Didn't it end tonight or some shit?
Yeah, I think so.
8 hours left on it? Oof.
Chad, we need to make him do the one chip.
No. We have a UE or no? Oh, I can hear myself. I'm gonna rest. On me. Go up top, right?
I want to zip up so bad.
Yeah, are they up there? I just skyneted it.
One's low.
They're lower.
What are they?
They might be in like the... They're not there?
No, they're on my floor.
Said that they were... You seen the... Oh!
Be careful, don't poke it too much.
Let us go. Oh, fuck. Little fucking tacos!
What'd he call us?
A taco?
He called us tacos? That's motivated. That's gotta be motivated.
That's not motivated.
With you, fuck me.
That's gotta be a little motivated.
I like a skin like that was Spanish or some shit.
Bounty targets identified. Weapons free.
Then he's starting to get spanked. The game runs though.
Who's getting spanked?
Tennessee,
No fuel. UAV RTB.
It's not really. It's only a 9-point game.
Hostile tagged. Tagging waypoint. Marking enemy.
He's inside the building.
Switching mag.
Hella guys in there. You still honest? What you mean, Klaus? What, using loadies? Ain't no wrong with using loadies.
Back here. This nigga, bro.
Shit.
Switching mags.
Damn, hella. I mean, there's hella people. Climbed all the way to the ladder. Ah, bro, that's bullshit. There's so many people here.
I know. Another UE.
Oh, who's sniping me? Oh my god, paparazzi. Everywhere. There you go. Paparazzi. Dude, all on the UAV.
Not.
Like, I'm not trolling, there's 4 people there. He's still sniping me. I made one shot, by the way. You're not gonna hit that shit. You pussy. You're not gonna hit that shit. Come on, pussy. Yeah, you're not gonna hit that.
Ya va, papi, ya va.
Why you sniping from behind?
Switching mags.
I got a hit marker.
Hey, Chad, if you saw me out in the wild, right? Oh, fuck.
No.
How old would you guys think I look? Be honest. Like, how old do you think I would be?
Gas is moving.
Oh, man, oh, my.
19, 20.
Your squad mate is the most wanted target. Eliminate threats and secure supply chains.
By the way.
45? Why the fuck would someone think I'm 45 years old?
Whole team at police. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god, Diamond. Oh my fucking god.
Marking loot.
What Diamond do?
You didn't want to buy. Oh, it's AD.
Diamond? Who's Diamond?
God. He came in and dropped like 150 the other day.
Oh, yes. Demon time.
Fucking demon! What are you doing? I've been playing COD, eh? Damn! Diamond, you're a fucking giant.
Where?
Bro!
Thank you.
All on boxes right there. Like, what the fuck?
Questions here.
Squad mates in the gulag.
That's my
If they
specialist.
survive, they redeploy.
Dang, it's still there, Muddy. Why you get mad at me? Stop. Ooh.
Oh, come on.
Thank you so much.
Switching mags.
That's how you find that guy or no?
Oh. Just like one more bullet. One more bullet, bro. Oh, this guy came back.
My hairline.
Vibe check. You're the vibe, gang. You're the vibe.
Tell him he is the vibe.
You are the vibe, gang.
How can you be the vibe if you're not the vibe? Baby Cam came in here and gifted 100.
A hundo?
Yeah, he's a goat.
Shit.
Switching mags.
What the fuck?
I love the game. I love the hustle.
Now I get a second winner. Wait, did we hit it?
Damn, I can't fucking get him. Get his ass, dude. Fuck you. Fuck.
No.
Yeah, the way that the angle is, I just can't get him. I had to jump over the fucking wall and expose myself.
How's he have Survivor with no?
Yo, is this the gun, bro? This fucking this.
The Maverick is really good.
The Maverick been hitting. What the fuck?
Right. I need some.
Dude, I don't
Wait.
know about that gun.
He just sniped the fuck out of me, bro.
Bottom?
Arriba tuyo. Ahí viene.
Oh god.
Behind you.
Where?
No skin.
Oh.
Over here.
Mierda.
Oh fuck.
Man, I gotta get a new VIP.
Last mag.
Your squad is belly up. Get this done on your own. Gas is inbound.
I guess he hits that.
Safe zone.
You have a loadout drop? Holy fuck.
Got it from somebody's body.
That was close.
You prefer Resurgence for the update map?
Dante, land on me, land on me, land on me first, land on me first, land on me first.
Yeah, I'm going.
Dominic. Is sub still count towards the timer? Yes, it is. Well, that timer is fucking OD right now.
Oh yeah, for yesterday.
Yes, bro. She's at 112. Hot chip at 15.5. I want to cry. I told Iman she's doing it with me. She said, "Ah, fuck, help us."
Help us.
You're doing it with me.
She thought the chicken was bad. That chip almost had you out of there. Yo, how do I fucking get up here?
This guy going to the top roof?
I got company, yeah. Oh, shit.
Head to the safe zone. You've got gas moving in.
Like two there.
That swordfish look dirt.
What up, Bray? Appreciate you, man. It's not the greatest. I don't have any attachments on it, by the way. I have literally one suppressor.
Here, they come through the door now.
Huh?
Shit.
Shit.
Or is it glitched?
It's not leveled up.
Throw a double SP on there, bitch.
Nice, good place.
Fuck that guy. That's the guy who fucking took my specialist. Fuck.
Did he take it?
Yeah. Oh my God, Chris.
What did he do another 50?
He did another 50.
50?
He just
Oh
did
my.
another 50. He just did another 50. Yo. Let's go ahead and book that. I got you.
What'd you book?
Oh, Rica.
Knock two.
Nos eliminaron.
Get off, stop.
Holy shit. Why are you fucking focused on me, dickhead?
I'm literally just running at that guy.
Hey, what the fuck is he doing? Don't take all the plates.
You guys fuck with avocado toast?
Yeah, with an egg on it. It's gotta have an egg on it. Holy fuck.
You've got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated.
On you, like 3 or some shit.
Right across. Pull it.
Nice. Yeah, this guy should be way better. This shit
Definitely
dirt.
gotta show you some love, gang.
Hairline low key 45.
Man, it's ChatGPT to give me a workout.
High value target mark. Expect resistance.
You saw somebody? Ellie? Behind us? Dropping out? Jumping out. Free pick. Free lick. Oh my god, he's a bullet.
All squad mates are in the safe zone.
Do you land up top?
Gas is closing in.
I'm playing for that big game, bro. We can advance off him. Oh, never mind. Fucking leaving.
Oh, on us, on us.
On me, on me.
Bunker buster.
Bunker buster.
Oh my god. Did you not... You knocked someone, Jay.
I know I killed him.
2 people in front of me.
Oh, that was the bounty? No way, man.
What's up, Jaden? How you doing?
Mind you. Damn. Why you do that to that man?
I don't know what he's doing. You gotta move his body. Yeah, hardest target to hit.
Damn, why you do that to that man? The roof?
Oh, that's that team. Fuck you guys.
Diamond went stupid, kid.
Diamond went fucking stupid, bro. We gotta order a chef. I gotta get a chef for
Gas is closing in. Get to the new safe zone. Gulag closed until further notice.
Which one was that one? What was it? What was that marked for? 3-5?
3250.
Friendly loadout drops on the way.
Moms need a nice little dinner after the chip.
Or
You gotta get back up.
he's trying to get res. Oh wait, bro, I got pre-PA'd. Wow.
I got shot to my back.
That's bullshit.
Rambo Dambo.
Where did he PA me from?
From the vibe from the outside. I probably thought that was me.
Your squad is getting you out of
Bro, like what?
It's all level 1,000 now.
2 cell phones and I'm sipping emails.
Watch out for a Terminator Center on there.
Chef time. Maybe you guys gotta give me the sub. Make sure you guys say thank you, man.
Oh my god, you guys are fucking on my dick.
You get a hole? One got your specialist toy.
Switching max. It's only 2. What?
Got your specialist.
So unfortunate.
Gas is closing in. Relocating safe zone.
I guess he hits me.
He killed you around the corner?
I guess, bro. They're not becoming a finish, by the way. Now they are. They're trying to stun me.
Is it 2?
Oh, wow. Yeah, this guy's just dead if he doesn't have your fucking specialist.
We're dead if I don't get pre-PA'd. Not to help me kill these guys.
Yeah.
They just
I have a bunch of money.
People behind us.
Come. They have a buy-in play.
Get your squad to the safe zone. No one behind.
I gunned them.
I'm gonna go left side on the hill, bro.
You're by yourself, bro.
Coming.
Frag thrown.
Got him?
Got 2. 2 more. PA. Probably just hiding in one of the bathrooms. He's just hiding in one of the bathrooms.
Get that res.
Definitely just hiding in there. Is he? Yeah, I have specials. He's not in there.
On me.
Turkey bacon is middle. One guy.
Come on, man.
I'm barely trying, dropping 28.
Cinema. Cinema.
I'll play that. Wait, do the Lakers play today?
Hey.
What up, Jostro? They play the Wizards? Oh yeah, Braun not playing. They should sit Braun, Luka, and everybody. Yeah, did Lil Wayne and them actually do it? They clutched it, right? They did? I love it. And they qualify for WC. Let's go.
All stations, we are green to go. Stand by for deployment.
Could you still play COD for hours if you weren't getting paid? What? I was doing that for fucking 5 years. Before I made $1. I was editing and uploading videos before I made $1. That's why I don't ever really understand when somebody calls me a sellout. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? I was doing this shit when I wasn't making no money.
Go get after it.
Still? I mean, yeah.
Bro, if they add loadouts with the grapples and the fuck, oh my god.
Can be
I mean, they
similar.
are.
They are, yeah, they are, yeah.
When they do it.
I'll definitely invest in one of those.
Gonna be sending them what?
Which Halo? Oh, I was playing Halo Reach. I was playing SWAT.
Fuck, man.
Like, do you think it's a sell for them to wait until
Yes.
mid-season? Why do they always like always just late to the party?
Just late to everything.
Because they think they're out of touch with like thinking that like the mid-season content is gonna like be like ever changing. Bro, just give us the whole season so we can have fun the whole time. I think it's to try to give something fresh, but I don't think it'll be that big of a difference. You know what I mean?
Like all of a sudden the player count, you know, like changes drastically because they waited three more weeks to bring it. Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense.
Like they're just not at a point right now like MW19 and MW2 where you can like kind of like delay shit and it'll cook. You know what I mean?
Oh shit! Behind me. On me.
Just like and shot up by everybody.
On me. And weak. Level 422.
That's not by the way, I just want to let you know.
Oh god. That was just insane. The most robbery shit I've ever seen in my life.
The one shot. Right about head.
Oh god.
Do I ever sleep?
Damn. How many times I gotta shoot him?
I'll pop a little 3-piece.
Oh, whoa. I didn't know there's a guy up here.
Oh my god. Max sight, max sight.
My ex, Chris.
Yeah, he flew down on me. The whole team. His whole team.
It was. I thought more fell on you, but there was one up there on my ex. On you.
Right.
Yeah, he's not good. She's up.
You're him, Birdie. You're himmy.
Wow.
Yeah, chat. I don't have to worry about that living in a West Coast
I
town.
asked ChatGPT to make me a shoulder, like weightlifting workout, and bro, pictures of everything.
Yo, did he just? Nigga, where the fuck did this guy come from? Dude, what? I'm like, what? I just got incinerated, brother. I swear that dude just spawned in.
He fell. That's it for me.
No.
That stupid ass upgrade on
Armory, are you in here? When does the rank series end?
Play that shit into that. Pistol.
Tuesday morning. 20. I promise you, 20.
Go on the tower.
Or you have like 2 people challenge you again.
No grab for my fucking self. That'll be fine.
Is there a rest station?
I have darts if you need them.
I got some.
I'm gonna hit this. Do you have grapples?
Yeah. You need grapples?
I'm good. You wanna hit this?
Yeah, we need to rest him.
Yeah, then we can fly over there. What's up, Brittany? What up, gang?
Oh.
Objective secure. Well done.
I'm using that random ass. Wait, that's where I left, no? The resume right here.
Yeah. I'm with you.
Cradle bomb is clear. We received intel. There's valuable supplies in the blast zone. Hold position to bring your.
That random what?
That randomized operator skin you're wearing.
I don't even know. I think it was from the joint.
Yeah, it's in a battle pass.
Bullshit ass one.
There's the English.
Fucker's trying to run.
What is this guy think he's doing?
Another trauma there. Is that a guy in that thing or no?
No.
Oh.
Already killed him.
Someone's resing.
Yep.
20. Nice. So who won? Falcons did.
What you mean? Oh.
Okay. Yep.
Faze about to lose or win. Sorry.
About to win? What's the score?
It's 5-2, and they're up 3-1 on the map count.
Nice.
Who are they playing?
Optic?
Is it Optic right now?
It is.
Oh, this is finals. Right?
Yep. Tied 4-4 in search right now.
Job's done. Good work.
They was trying to say it's a lock. Is it a lock, Diff, or no?
What's a lock?
They about to win.
Oh.
Base.
Oh, I mean, it's 4-2. S&D.
I think it's 4-4 now.
They clutched up. That's fire. This guy second floor. He knew. I don't even know how he knew I was there. I must have got a live ping from somebody from the roof.
Oh fuck, man. There's so many people. So many people.
They're all the same team.
Incoming cradle bombs. Prepare for nearby contact.
Two on me.
Before you on.
Down to you, soldier. Bring the win home.
I went up the elevator.
Intel reports detonation of cradle bombs in the AO. Stay tight.
That SMG is fucking dirt piss.
Oh. That was bullshit. What the fuck was that? One OJ? Is there anybody out there who doesn't like orange juice? Are there people that exist like that?
That don't like orange juice? I don't like orange juice with a lot of pulp. I'm more of like just a clean joint.
Optic one.
Why you trying to jump on that nigga?
Optic came back 4-2 and 1.
The cradle bomb is clearing. Enter the
Oh bueno.
obtain valuable loot. Your squad mate is out. Use a nearby tower to call them back in. Collapse is inbound.
Switching max.
Unless we're watching the wrong thing. Faze, you say Optic won? Faze just won.
The whole thing?
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck whoever said that talking about. They just closed it out.
Phase 1 major 2? Nice.
Yeah, they won the major.
Fuck, man. I hate
I'm not
the
gonna lie.
regain in this
This mode?
In this mode, yeah. It's just
Hey, the
ass.
CDO stages and shit like that got it be fucking aura. What the fuck?
CDO stages are tough. Nothing beat that EWC rebirth shit though.
Who's on? Yeah.
Simp and Draza.
What was the first guy you said?
04.
Nice, stay for the follow, twin.
Oh, this dude got gold armor.
Y'all go back for your shit.
Nope.
Oh, y'all got sent right there. Give up.
Capture the tower to redeploy your squad. Stay sharp. Be advised, your squad is down. It's up to you now.
Switching max.
What a choke.
Supply drops are being deployed to the war zone.
From who, X? Optic?
It's down to 10. Win this thing.
You see this? My hog?
Good shot, man.
Yeah, my hog.
There you go. Bro, crashed into the garbage.
This is even TFT, all that can handle. Yeah, nah, it's bad right now, but still second half.
They're challenging me.
Oh, someone's there. Yeah, you're getting shot up in there.
I'm sliding, but
Somebody's back at stadium. So I was gonna land. So somebody's at top of that stadium over there.
oh my god, I got fucking full sent, bro.
Falcons one mix.
Oh my god, these guys are on my dick, bro. Just lost that too.
That's the last one. And I think there's people there. I'll try to sneak it.
A glass of OJ a day keeps the haters away. You not. I promise you, you're not.
Hold position to bring your squad back.
Oh shit. Oh shit. I swear that bitch makes noise now, bruh. I swear that makes noise now. That bitch was loud as shit.
How many people were there?
2 teams.
I'll be Philly cheese. Let's see what J Smooth does with level 2. What's 15 times 5?
35, I believe.
That was 15 times 5.
Nope, wrong. I'm wrong as fuck.
25.
75.
75?
Maybe more. 75.
It might be 75.
75. Oh, I thought I had an SMG. Just get melted.
Good try, Jay. You gave it your all, baby.
1 point turn is a snitch. Holy fuck. That shit sucks on Verdansk. Well, on this shit, it is Jesus Christ.
What?
The point turns. On the point turns, it doesn't even hit you on Verdansk. They literally miss the shots.
Well, Booyah's back. I felt this LG for me, and then I gotta go do this. Like quarterback. Oh fuck. Asking if I napped, and now I'll probably pop a ghost though for this ad, to be honest. How bad is 04's chop? They talking about his hairline look like mine.
Who? Oh yeah. You guys got kind of like the same thing going.
What?
His is worse though.
His is worse?
Yeah, his is worse. His is worse. But like that's like kind of like the direction you're heading, maybe in a couple years. But I don't know how old he is. Wait, kid, you're dipping?
I have one more game. Fuck with 12. He's 21 and his shit's worse than mine?
Oh god, yeah, that's bad. No, that's bad. Kid, that's bad.
Unless he goes to Turkey, he can't save it. Fuck. But I don't think mine's is that bad. Like my chop is not that bad. Get into looks maxing, bro. What are you saying right now? Like I said, looks maxing. Yeah, Linnea, it is. I'll probably go live on YouTube again right after it. So it's at 1 o'clock. I'm watching the Purdue and Duke game, and then after that, I'll be back on with the boys playing for the rest of the night. Yeah, Dev, what is that guy saying? What is he saying? Like, what is he saying? What time are you projected to be back on? Well, I'm coming back live right away, but be back playing COD like 4. But I'll be watching the Purdue and I'll be watching the UConn Duke game on Twitch. This guy Dave, bruh. You rate me every time, man. Thank you, G. I appreciate you, Dave. Thank you, man, for the raid, bro. Dave, what do you play? You play COD? Thank you, TDS Dave. I appreciate you, boss. Thank you, man. Thank you, Dave. I appreciate you, boss. I appreciate you, Go, man. Thank you, G. Legend, legend, legend. I appreciate that, Dave. Thank you, G. Thank you, bro. How long you been streaming for? W raid though, thank you, G. Five years on and off, I feel that. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you, man. Love, baby.
Like college dropout mobs.
Wow.
Kanye's.
Oh. His new one?
Yeah. Even like vibes like college dropout.
Targets are up. Go take them down.
I just hit you with the follow, Dave. Appreciate you, man. Thank you, bro. Fucking legend.
Graduation? No, before that. Late registration. Two.
It's funny as shit. I appreciate you guys, man. Thank you, bro. Good luck. Just hit me, Dave. Appreciate you, man. Booyah, how's your finger feeling?
I mean, this is the first game. Feels fine right now, I guess.
Oh,
yeah.
Jesus.
If you want to spectate a few while I do my shit and just kind of chill.
No, what are you doing?
Well, I'm doing my I'm doing another ad. I'm watching the UConn Duke game.
Oh, when is that?
30 minutes.
Oh yeah.
I'll be back on with you guys.
Yep.
No.
24, 86, 37. Kobe Bryant. Date of birth, 37.
Say that again?
You're born in 1986.
You guys get the code already? Yeah, it's the Robin Hood thing again. Yep.
It is 248637.
He already opened it.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Go get Lodi.
We got the other card. Use this one.
Yeah.
Nice. Find Lodi on me. Yeah, it's the Robin Hood thing again. Cocktail, thank you for the prime sub. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Sure.
He's in the tower.
Wait, was there not one more joint?
Yo, what? What the fuck did I just lose this fight? Yo, can you come to go to this team? I shouldn't have died, man. I shouldn't have died. Fuck. I don't know how the fuck I died here. He hit me 16 times?
Gotta keep it.
I got another advance.
He hit me 16 times? You telling me he me? Okay.
A full team in the heli?
Yep.
Might be sending it.
Doesn't matter. Drop out the other advance on me, Booyah.
Yep. Wait, I don't know what's going on.
I think this guy's stream sniping.
The heli team? Yeah, heli team is stream sniping, I think.
Really?
Bro, they all just pulled up and went after
blew
B
up for no reason. Yeah.
No UAV, no nothing.
Oh my god. Walk this fight, pussy.
What college game is right now? Yeah, we are currently 300 subs away from the fucking one ship challenge. You guys went absolutely psycho on subs yesterday. I appreciate you guys, man. Laugh, thank you for 38 months. I'm playing for 20 more minutes, chat. And then I have a hashtag ad. We're gonna be doing the Robin Hood, watching the Duke UConn game again, so. And then we'll be playing rest of the night with the boys.
Got a ghost around here.
Somebody got ghosts. Has my shit. You know where?
Oh,
Squad mate is
barely
up. They're returning to base.
I don't have enemy nearby yet.
Probably. Going up. Probably Duke winning.
Yeah. Enemy nearby. You resin? Did.
Yeah, he did. Questions, you got it.
Yeah.
No, bro. It dropped. He has it. It was right outside, too. What the fuck? No way, bro. Wow. There's two there. They have my guns. Nice.
Same day video urgent care appointment. Wait, what?
What happened?
I don't know.
What'd you just die to?
You just sniped out the air?
No, the guy's at the top. Not the team stream sniping.
Oh my god, yeah. Go on, man.
Squad mate has entered the gulag. They'll need to survive to redeploy.
What gun do I even have here? The Dravik? up? Moon Show, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate you, boss. Appreciate it, Moon. Thank you, G. Appreciate you, baby. Have a good one, bro. I quit my job to watch this stream until it ends, bro. What? Not recommend. What up, Prince? What's up, baby?
Your objective's simple. Eliminate all bounty targets.
Oh my fucking specialist.
Flying on us? Or it's a bot?
I must say, I thought I heard someone. What's
What's good, James? How you doing, bro?
Yeah, I got my subs for the 1v1. It was fire. Oh, fuck. I'm an idiot. I'm dead. Wow.
I'm not gonna lie, this parachute shit is ass.
Last guy. That this AR is kind of. Are you proud of Adrian 100p?
Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'm not fucking with the parachute no more. I'm off it. Up the tech, bro.
Wing sensor.
What am I getting? What am I getting here?
I don't care.
What am I getting here?
I mean, Luigi need a loadie.
I'm good.
I'm just trying to like. I thought I was in a wingsuit, bro. I'm just stuck in the air. Okay. A 150 players in a wingsuit. How many kills do you think somebody's gonna get?
Oh my god, bro.
60 ball, 70 ball?
Dude, on this map,
70?
someone's getting fucking 70 for sure.
70. What if they got buyback for LPM?
On me, flow down. I mean, literally spit on him. I'm not trolling. Man.
I'm not two-handing that man.
What,
bro.
kitty? Of Jen? It's dangerous on dance for sure.
Checking in? Alright, you need to stay now.
When they check, this someone said they checking in.
Come on, man. My mod. Come on, what you mean checking in?
You're just checking in. Are these the guys?
Wait, they just killed themselves. These guys are horrible. Go.
Not the guys. Not the guys. Not anything. Not even a. They're low. They're not even little boys.
Who the fuck are these guys then? Who's the guys bottom then? They look sweaty. No, not those guys. There's another group. I got shot from the right on you near the tower. One's close to you. I got shot. Yep, behind me. I'm not trolling. Pulling up on us.
Just your bum ass down.
They have specialists.
Chucky down below, bro.
Yeah, these are the stream snipers. Oh, way. Uh-huh.
Give up. Give up.
It's all down to you now. Step up.
All on me now. That was close.
What is the rest of the guy shit? Kill them.
Huh?
About to get the guy shit that we killed earlier.
You got that guy? One's already top. One's already top.
Ugh.
Tracking a high-value target. Weapons hot.
What AR, bro? You're not. Oh, I am.
Yeah, these guys are just doing the thing, man. I just love how he knows. I'm eating. What are you eating?
You almost got a loadie. $400. I'll drop money. I'm trying to watch these guys.
That was close.
The squad's in the safe zone. You've got gas moving in.
Fire sale.
Yeah.
Got it? There you go.
Enemies dropping into the AR.
Any on you guys?
Yeah, he's got nothing.
Loadout drops on the way.
What's up? Now I got the gunny.
Tagging waypoint.
These guys aren't real, bro.
They rotated to the big and they just know.
Good Chucky right here.
That's one of them.
There's a Dickie in. I'm gonna try to rap. I'm trying to make a play.
Bro, ain't no way this guy is a survivor.
That was close.
There's somebody on me. Above me.
That was close.
They know I'm here. They're actually freaks. They're actual freaks, bro.
Targets evaded. Bounty contract been
I love how you know I was here, but
Huh. I mean, like the biggest pussies in history, bro. The biggest pussies in history, man. I mean, it's just, you can't even make that shit up, dog. Like, holy fuck. These guys are just losers. Right after this game, Naya. Like, holy fuck. Bride specialists, they all turned around and ran towards that ladder. They three single file line went up. You can't make that shit up, man.
yeah, I'm tired.
Close to straight.
I'm about to leave. It's fucking boring, dude. You guys are just smoking straight over to the max.
Came behind us somewhere.
Wait, I'm close. I'm close. Like lay down.
Yep.
Switching mags.
What did he have? What is this? What?
What do you have?
That's a yeah. Right. It was a Dravik, but the variant was insane. Looked like a space gun.
Some of your squad is outside the safe.
Oh, let me guess.
High value target located. Bring them down.
They're still up there. That's TV.
That might be
Oh,
your
he's left.
bounty.
They're still on TV.
They are.
Car's getting shot.
He's just, I don't know what he's doing. Just spanking shit. You want to come bounty?
Yep.
You almost res him with a little bit of bucks. I can find a resurgence. Cross from me. Yep, like multiple in there. Do something. Second story on you.
Nope, one's down low.
One more. Watching you.
Airstrike.
Get that.
Airstrike.
Give it up. I gave it up. Oh, fuck.
Two dead on that team.
Give me your money.
I got it.
Okay.
Enemy hunters were taken out. You're in the clear.
Get a Yui.
Conscript bombardment standing by.
I got a cluster running here.
I'm gonna just save it for a res. Bro, I always think that I have the Razorback as an AR in my hands. You ever do that?
No.
Because the scopes are both the same, so like I feel like I'm.
Oh, I don't use the Fang.
You don't use the scope?
I use the
You're drunk. What?
lethal tools Ela.
Oh, you're tweaking.
But
It's
not
like-
for SMGs.
Why?
I think that one slows the ADS speed down.
Brother, this shit still slaps. What do you mean? I be tweaking.
All squad mates are in the safe zone. Gas is closing in.
The guy right here.
Lost track of the bounty target.
Damn, Tennessee's about 30. Yeah.
The who?
Tennessee. Oh,
Now they're trying to fight.
Who? Yo, just rest on your right. Just rest on you.
Marking enemy.
Fuck what's them, so they could.
Switching mags. Hostile tag. Switching mags.
You got eliminated. Ah, look whose truck it is. I see him. I see him. Team.
Hostile tag.
Gas is moving in. New safe zone located. You've got 4 remaining.
Right here.
Stay sharp.
Found him. Yeah.
Primary skins right here.
Hostile tagged.
I see the Chucky. I see the Chucky. I see the Chucky.
Primary skins on my hill, so. Want them to grief.
Taking space, low key.
He made grief. He's getting shot out from somewhere here.
They're all the same squad. Right.
You're losing ground. Move it.
Pushed up right. On your side now, peeking you.
I got P8. I got P8. I just
There's two under you there.
Oh my fucking Jesus Christ. I just got P8 too.
Yo, it hit, yo, that went right there. That's a. Was.
Get it, bro.
AB, what's up, baby?
You're in the top 3. Don't let up now.
They're all the same.
I could try to get smooth.
Now there's 3 there on that.
That's 2v4. Last.
You've got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated.
Wait, what's him?
Incoming frag.
Restrict us.
All in.
I think they're playing in you.
There. They try to get to me. No. Oh my god.
Where you at? Wait, you hopped out. I didn't get that guy.
They all three just sent.
Next time, we'll take that victory.
The season is Thursday, Gabe. That's the next one. All right, chat. Yo, I'm about to do the ad for Robinhood, okay? So I'm gonna be the stream's gonna go down for like 30 minutes, and then I'll boot it back up. We're gonna watch the Duke and UConn game, brought to you by Robinhood. YouTube chat. I'll be back on after the game, so I'll see you guys, okay? I'm gonna end stream though. Deb, make sure you do all the things that they require, okay? I got you, bro. All right, chat. I'll see you guys in about like 30 minutes. We're gonna be watching the UConn and Duke game. Gabe, hit me. Hit me while you did. Okay, let's see. I'll peep. All right, chat. I'll see you guys, man. All right.